can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears, 'cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here, dancing through the night. Ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. We follow our hearts, let them lead the way. Heart is stronger than the mind, it won't lead us astray. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears, 'cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here, dancing through the night. Ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic. Yeah. I just wanna show you the magic. Show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. I just wanna show you the magic of the night. I just wanna show you the feeling you can't describe. Oh, yeah, it's magic.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thriller slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. 'Cause you know that more is less. Yes, Lord. I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, 'cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all facts. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
talking pure satisfaction. We give you pure satisfaction. And yeah, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show, here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold, truth be told. We coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious. War with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors. We the warriors, we notorious. They can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us. They can war with us. We the warriors. We the warriors. When we step up on the battlefield, we on defense 'cause you know it's real. Right in my hand is my battle shield, because soon it will be revealed. So when we step up on the battleground, 'cause we the toughest all around. Right now we taking all the crown, 'cause we the best bout for power. We the warriors, 'cause we notorious. They care, war with us. Why? 'Cause we the warriors. We the warriors, we the warriors. We notorious, we notorious. They can war with us. Them the warriors, they can war with us. We the warriors. The war is on. Victory. We the warriors.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling.
I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome back to your weekly dose of Wild Rift Esports action. We have another week joining us here today. It's Omo. I'm Grandin, and we're going to be taking a look at our week 3, day 3, coming to the end of week 3. Omo, that's crazy matches that we have in store for us here today.
Yeah, what's also crazy is apparently I'm a week now. You just said we have another week joining us today. I thought I was sleep deprived, Grandin.
You know what? It's been a while. It's been a while since I've got to cast with you. It's been a while since I got to cast
Lucky
with you.
you.
Lucky me. Yeah, you are a bit of a problem. I cannot deny. But it's great to have you back here, and yeah, let's take a look at what we have in store for us for today. For now, let's take a look at our first thing. So, for you guys back at home, if you guys want to join the conversation, I know like all 10 of you guys probably want to join in the conversation and let us know what you guys have in store for us, because you guys make good memes. You guys make good memes. Make sure to use our hashtag WCS MYSG to join in on any of the social platforms. We'll collate everything together, we'll bring it up, and then we'll show them on air sometime. I don't know when that's going to be. I haven't been told when that's going to be, so we'll figure it out. We'll slot you in somewhere. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, people have really bad takes about the games, have really bad takes about the teams, but at least you guys can make good memes. That's all we can really ask for here.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, that is a skill set.
Yes.
Worthwhile.
I could never.
I think in the 21st century, what are the skill sets that you need the most? Digital marketing.
Yeah, memeing.
You need
memeing.
And memeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and memeing. Like literally the two skills that are the most sought after in any industry these days.
Yeah, and of course, be sure to follow our social media pages as well. Wild Rift Esports MYSG down below. I'm almost 2_2 on social media, I think. I don't remember. Grandin is Gaminism. Easy to find.
Truly sleep deprived at this point, Omo. I'm pretty
It's
sure
not
you
a
just
sleep
search
thing. I
our-
just genuinely don't remember.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, if you just search my name, my name is pretty easy to find. It's pretty easy to find. Leonard's a little bit more difficult to
No,
find,
but the
right? 'Cause then
problem
you
is
compete with
the nature
all
of
the
my
other really
IGN.
popular Leonards.
Yeah, exactly. I had to add like a 2_2 or 22 or something. I don't care. You guys don't really care either. We'll figure it out. I'll probably plug it somewhere in the
sure.
chat. We'll see.
And for all you guys that are joining us on Twitch chat, join us into the conversation. We're there a lot of the time. Omo is there, especially a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So if you guys want to converse with Omo, give him some of your hot takes and opinions, fight it out with him. Because you disagree with something he says, feel free to. He will willingly take up that fight. We have a sword prepared for him at any point to start fighting.
This was exactly what happened in C-Champs, but let's not get to it.
Exactly. Well, before we go on, let's take a quick look at the format for how this competition is going to go on. Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
That guy sounds kind of weird.
What's going on?
That guy, I don't like him. I don't like the narrator.
No, you don't like that copper voice at best?
Yeah, it's alright.
Yeah, you wanna.
I didn't think he did a great job explaining it. I felt confused about the format after watching the video. Must be the narrator's fault.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. That's the same reason why when your food, you're the kind of guy that when the waiter serves you your food, it's the waiter's fault the food doesn't taste good.
No, I'm not a Karen.
Matter.
I'm definitely not a Karen. I will suck it up and eat that food.
I wholeheartly disagree.
You would send it back?
Knowing you, yeah, absolutely,
No.
absolutely. You try to butter up the waiting staff so they try to treat you better.
Yeah.
And then if the food isn't good,
Granted, it's
you
just
are the
copying
first person
nice.
to send it back. No, you are the first person to send it back at the table. You'll be
It's not
like,
true.
I'm sorry, this isn't what we wanted. This isn't quite right. Can you get us a new one? Then you are the first kind of person to do that.
Alright, I'm being slandered on air right now, but I just disagree. That's just untrue. This is slander. We will not stand for it. Moving on.
Let's take a look at the schedule for today because we have a bunch of nice matches out for us, and especially since we've started back on the second round of the double round robin, we're now starting to see teams play off against each other again. RTP versus Watermelon to start things off, Upcar Esports versus LFO, SEM9 versus Phantom6, and TODAK versus PathSeeker.
Yeah, we've got some pretty nice matches coming up today, all jokes aside. Upcar and LFO, last time these two teams faced off, Upcar took a game from LFO, one of the only teams here to be able to take a game from one of the juggernauts of the WCS MYSG. Of course, SEM9 against Phantom6. P6, they started off a little bit shaky, but they're on a bit of an upswing. I think they got good upward momentum behind their sails. Maybe they can come in and take down a SEM9 who, frankly, look a bit more shaky than they did before.
And we actually get basically the same schedule that we saw on day 2, right? Like day 2 of the WCS and YSG. It's the same schedule, but just with like the teams rotating around. So we actually get pretty clear insight to what kind of happens here, if you ask me. Between the last matches, we start off with RTP and Watermelon. That was our third set of the second day. We actually saw some role swaps, I think, from Watermelon. And with this one, RTP had a difficult time trying to keep up, but now they get this repeat. This is like their revamp of Over Everything. Yesterday, it's kind of difficult to say because they went up against SEM9, so that's a entirely different story. But now against Watermelon, they have the chance to pull back somewhat.
I admire that you still got some copium going on over there. I feel like Watermelon is definitely one of the top 4, maybe even top 3 teams here without contention. Okay, maybe a little bit of contention.
A lot of contention. What happened to Phantom6? What happened to Upcar Esports?
Top 4.
They are fighting for top 4.
I'm trying to do the mental math in my head here, but I would put Watermelon a little bit ahead of Upcar Esports. I do believe Watermelon did beat Upcar Esports on Playday number 7 that just came up. So, you know, they're all tied for third right now. We'll take a look at the standings. It'll be easier to explain when we all see it laid out in front of us. Yeah, there we go. They're all tied for third right now, but Watermelon did just beat Upcar Esports. So I feel like that's something, right? At least top 4.
They're tied for they're kind of tied for third, but also not really, because if we take a look deeper into like the win-loss ratio, Phantom6 is higher than the other two teams.
Yes.
Watermelon has one more loss than they do, and then Upcar Esports have one more loss on top of that as well. So it's a really tight race between these three teams for who's looking for that third spot.
Yeah, so mathematically they might be tied, but in game score wise they're actually not. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. But still, I was correct because I said top 4. Aha, I got you down the technicality.
Wow, that is like that's so cheese. Because if I just say that, man, Watermelon's a top 8 team, I'm never wrong. It's technically never wrong.
Which is why today's matchup is so exciting. We got a top 4 team going up against a top 8 team. Reach the peak.
Beautiful logic.
Exactly.
Beautiful logic. Reach the peak need to pull back here. Like second round or double round robin, this is their chance to pull back. If they're not pulling back, then I know you mentioned earlier in I think yesterday's cast that no team is mathematically out yet, but Reach the Peak is really close. Running it closer at this point. You know, if they want to pull back here, now is their chance to. I think Watermelon is one of the teams that they have to beat. Yeah. Right. We think about teams that they should be beating. Teams like TODAK, in my opinion, and PathSeeker, they have to beat those teams. Watermelon, Upcar Esports, Phantom6, they should be beating them. If they want to make it in, they should be beating those teams specifically.
Yeah, and if you want to have a hope in playoffs as well, getting there is only like half the battle, a quarter of the battle. Once you get there, that's the next challenge. If you're not able to like make it competitive against a team like Watermelon, then what can you really hope to do in playoffs, right? Keep in mind though, there were some signs of life. I'm very down on RTP recently. I feel like they just look like they've given up, to be perfectly honest. But yesterday in their game against SEM9, they made it look competitive.
So the thing with this is we only get that 1 seed through. Yeah. Right. Like you make it into playoffs, and it's not a matter of like, oh well, if you're kind of good, you know, making it to playoffs, making it deep into the finals, like that's enough. Like you have to win it all. Yeah. Right. So even beating Watermelon right now, RTP still have a long way to go, because they gave us a competitive series against SEM9, but they still haven't shown us the win. And you could make the argument like, okay, well, SEM9 are not entirely prepared, but RTP not entirely prepared, but so isn't SEM9. Like SEM9 are not going full out. Well, talking about these two teams enough, let's take a look at our first team's introduction. We have Reached the Peak. And their team had pretty needs no introduction at this point. We've said their names a bunch of times now. Gun, CLB, Tenmo, Yoye, and Guilty. Yeah. We've seen them a bunch. We've seen how flexible they are. But at the same time, there is a need. Well, don't laugh about this, Obo. Don't laugh.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
This is no laughing matter. They are a flexible team. Sure. They're contortionists. They put their legs behind their heads. You know, they're double jointed.
Yeah, it's at the point where they're so flexible. I feel like they're going into game every single day and they're selecting their fill, and then they'll just see what the algorithm puts them as.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. And if that works out for them at some point,
so far it has not.
That's a story worth writing about.
We'll see.
So far, it might be off to a rocky start, but you know, that's okay for us. The path to the peak is filled with rocks. That's just how it is. Oh my god, I've been influenced. Yeah. I've been influenced by all the other casters. I feel like I've just made like a Husky Contra-esque type pun. It's probably especially Contra-esque, right?
We'll put that one on the counter. We've made many Reach the Peak puns here today. And looking at their roster as well, right? This looks like a standard roster for them, but it's gotten to the point where they don't even care about the standard roster lineup, right? Once they draft their champions, they just go like who wants to play what, and then they swap it up accordingly. To be fair, we saw LFO do that yesterday as well. SSK told us in the interview he finished the draft, and Rich said, I'm not swapping, I want to play Ranga. I don't know if that's what's going on with Reach the Peak, but we'll come back to that in a little bit. Let's take a look at Team Watermelon.
And with Team Watermelon side, I can't recall who it was, but one of the players, the first play that we saw in the intro video, I've never noticed this before, but there's this little subtext that says, wow.
I actually never noticed that, but that makes a lot of sense. That's cool.
Right?
I know they're trying to colloquialize a lot of things.
Cool little addition there. Well, either way, here we have Zinkai, Vendetta, El Major, Skelipedal, and Smurf, a team that I believe has some of these players are also competing in another regional competition coming up.
Are they actually? Oh, you are referring to the SEA Games, I believe.
Right, like another regional competition. We have a team that is pretty much at the forefront of the skill ladder in Wild Rift Esports in SG at least. I cannot attest to how it is on the MY side, but I think with the internally...
Well, the MY side is just entirely SEM9, right?
Well, whoa. Phantom6 currently both outrank Watermelon.
No, in the MY side.
Yeah, well, Phantom6 is like half. Well, Phantom6 is a mix,
Well, that's
I suppose.
true. Yeah, that's true.
Like they are really close, as close to a mix as you can possibly get. But you can say it's a two-horse race if that's the way you're trying to go about it.
I do believe the way that the SEA Games qualifier works, and I won't get too in-depth about this, so don't worry, is that Malaysia had a qualifier, Singapore, I'm not exactly sure what the situation is there. I won't speculate, so let's take a look at the head-to-head instead. CLB against Vendetta, it's a good matchup, it's an exciting one.
Yeah, no, for sure. Because CLB is someone who has been looking to try and be that hyper carry role. You know, he's come in from a different region, from the Chinese region as a potential pro player there who wanted to try and get some experience in another region to see how much impact he could make. Going into this one, so far hasn't quite been the case. I think there have been some issues developing the newer players. You know, there's some dissonance there. But and then now up against Vendetta, Vendetta being one of those high impact jungler types, you know, really looking to try and execute on a good level to the extent that Watermelon are willing to play full funnel comms, stuff that we haven't seen in Wild Rift at all, just to make Vendetta more viable.
And I think back to the days of like 2017, 2018, when the funnel meta was a thing in League of Legends PC, these were the guys that were willing to pull that out as well. I do remember, I think it was collegiate leagues, we saw some of these players play something along the lines of funnel meta as well. I'm not happy to see it back, to be honest with you. I don't think it's a good strategy. And even when we look at Vendetta and his team play it just doesn't look clean, does it? When they put it up against, who did they play against?
SEM9.
Was it TODAK? Yeah, they played against SEM9. Well, that was a disaster, right? SEM9 just rolled them. Even TODAK nearly shut down their funnel strategy by just picking on your funnel champion. Just going in, cheesing you early. Watermelon weren't aware, they weren't prepared for it. Let's take a look at the predictions. I think despite saying all that, if you just don't pull out funnel strategies, maybe even if you do, you still pull out a win here today for Watermelon. I'm staunchly on Team Watermelon. Here we go.
Well, it looks like everyone has their faith in Watermelon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no one is still on the same camp as RTP. Well, that's fine.
I've been
base
burned
camp is set up
many
there.
times.
Your stats have been pummeled almost.
Yeah.
You know,
Half of my wrong votes are just me voting for RTP. Just yeeting it on RTP.
So are you not concerned that right now today RTP are gonna win again just to spite you? The moment you vote against them.
I was concerned about that, but I voted against them a couple of times before, and they were just like, "No, we're not gonna win regardless." So we're good.
Okay, fair enough.
My betting on RTP is basically like a analyst equivalent of betting it all on black, just YOLOing it all in, and it has not worked well for me.
Fair enough. And when you bet it all in black, you know, and the ball spins and it rolls around and it hits like that one green square, how do you feel?
I don't want to talk too much about this because I know nothing about roulette and I'm afraid I embarrass myself. Mine is just like it's as far from the black as far as possible. Like that's all I know about roulette. Yeah, it spins and then like it lands on like the red or the black. You know.
So we have like a couple of ideas here for RTP and Watermelon. I mean, Watermelon have been willing to play that funnel strategy for a while now. RTP, in my opinion, looked pretty decent when they were trying to make the Graves execute well. But when they've started trying to deviate a little bit away from that, I'm feeling a little bit not so confident in that. They don't have my vote of confidence when they try and play for stuff like the Olaf. I think it just doesn't seem to fit their playstyle very well. Much rather than continue the trend with more aggressive options. Lee Sin has been something they've been trying to go for, Jax as well, but I think Jax overall has been falling in priority. I think a lot of teams have kind of gone like, well, we figured this one out. We don't really have to worry so much about this. we can go for the Fiora, if anything, or just even something like the Camille.
Jax has been banned a decent amount as well, but yeah, you're right. He has been kind of figured out. It takes a while to get online. It's a bit of a slower pickup, and I do believe it was a key factor in the reason why their game against SEM9 was so close yesterday, because you had Jax Lulu. That's an insanely easy combo to execute. If your Jax is in the game, he just needs time, he scales. He's pretty hard to kill, but it still doesn't matter. At the end of the day, SEM9 were cleaner. RTP, I feel like individually across the board, they just made too many mistakes, getting caught on mid-wave numerous times, taking odd number fights. It's just not a good sign, right? So looking forward to the game against Watermelon here today. We know RTP like to brawl. We know Watermelon like to brawl. The difference is Watermelon actually wins those brawls.
Fair enough. And while we have that match coming up, I also do want to take a little bit of time to talk about some of the other matches that we have, because we'll be doing this first half with Upcar Esports and LFO. And Upcar Esports were able to take a win off of LFO before. I personally did not find that win particularly impressive. It was more along the lines of LFO made a big mistake, and Upcar Esports were able to capitalize off of that. So major props on them for being able to do that. But it didn't. They don't really have my vote of confidence, because they weren't in much control of that match anyway. That being said though, up against SEM9, Upcar Esports have been looking much much better, and that is a more recent match, and perhaps we need to use that as our benchmark for how Upcar Esports are going to be.
Wait, Upcar Esports? Where are we? Where are we? When are we? Upcar Esports I'm playing right now? Am I tripping?
Upcar Esports, that's why I said I wanted to talk about the next match, not just the match directly in front of us. You zoned out. You weren't listening to me. You never listened to me.
That's the thing,
You never
right?
listened to me, Ovo.
It's like,
oh
it's like
goodness.
those old couples. After a while, you just gotta tune them out. If not, you just get annoyed about every little thing. Okay, we can talk about Upcar Esports. You want to talk about Upcar Esports? We'll talk about Upcar Esports. Upcar against LFO. Well, what is there to really talk about? LFO are gonna win 2-0. Easy clap.
But what happened? How Upcar Esports didn't have the most convincing win. They won a match off L4, but it wasn't in a very convincing fashion. But they beat SEM9. They beat SEM9 in a pretty good way as well. You know, the first match was a little bit closer, but I felt like the second match was looked better for Upcar Esports, even though both did go on for quite a while. But they knew how to close out the matches. Does LFO now face off against a new and improved Upcar Esports?
Okay, the way I view it is, if you want to know how to beat Upcar Esports, just watch Playday number 7. I think that would be week 3, day 1, right? The start of this week. And the matchup that they played against Team Watermelon. Pay close attention to the picks they played in game 1. The Lucian, the Fiora, those were instrumental in their wins. Now you look at the next 2 games where these picks either banned away or picked away from them. They look disjointed, they look like they don't have the firepower, and I feel like Upcar Esports, they're highly reliant on Coffee to be aggressive with Lucian, a pick which allows you to play unlike almost any other Dragon Laner in the game, as well as Zisune on Fiora. I think one of the only champions he's competent on.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That actually does answer my question pretty well. So
you happy now?
That goes to show. When Leonard does decide to listen to me, we can have some meaningful conversation. But when he just decides that, you know, I'm nagging,
I could just meme on you. I could just meme though. Like, why would I? You know. Wait, but did Phantom6 beat Upcar though? That's what I want to look at right now. Hold on a second, bear with me. I'm gonna pull up the stats.
No, Upcar Esports beat Phantom6 2-1.
Yeah, that was really odd to me, right? Because Watermelon just showed the formula on how to beat you, and then Phantom6 go and lose to you. Let me go watch the VOD right now as we speak.
Like it went as we speak. It went both ways. The first time Upcar Esports and Phantom6 played together, Phantom6 won pretty handedly, right? Yeah. And Phantom6 did get on a pretty good win streak after that. I think they won like the next 5 days or so. But then they went up against Upcar Esports again, and then they lost 2-1. I mean, we can test that theory. We can hypothesize right now, alright? So don't look. Do we see Lucian, Fiora taken away from Upcar Esports, or do they play it? And is that what was instrumental to their win?
Okay, well, clearly Upcar Esports, they play Lucian. That's what I know from looking at the VOD right now. I cheated. I'm sorry, I already had it open. But they lost
that
the
match
game
was
one.
a loss.
Yeah, so
that
they had
match was a
Lucian
loss.
and they lost that, which is crazy to me because I feel like that was a big part of their wins. So how did they win the next 2 games? I don't know. Let's find out.
Next 2 games they got Lucian.
You watched the game?
Phantom6 got the next 2 games. Phantom6 got Lucian, and they banned away Fiora.
Yeah.
The last game they didn't pick Lucian at all.
Right.
They did ban away the Fiora. So Lucian was available in the last game. Does not matter. Upcar Esports had so much tempo anyway. But this was because they all went to Tristana.
Wait, how did Phantom6 lose game 2? Oh no, okay. Well, in my books, this was a 2-0 for Phantom6. Okay, because if you look at game 2, if you look at what happened in game 2, that was just crazy. It was just an Elder Dragon flip, and they lost the game with Baron. in their pockets. Well, actually, it was kind of close. I guess it's not really a tournament.
It was a
but
close
it was
match.
a really close one. Yeah, it was a really
Yeah,
close
and they know how to play out these really tight situations so well. Like, that
Sure.
is literally their superpower. If you have any superpower in the world, Upcar Esports' ability is to punish you on really risky coin flips, right? Like, that's what happened with LFO too. LFO was in their base, really, like, ready to end the game.
Oh, yeah, I
They step
remember
too
that.
far forward, Coffee hits like a 4-man ultimate,
Yeah.
boom, it's done, it's over. Like, they kill your carries off. Same thing happens to SEM9. Like, every time SEM9 wants to, that is Upcar Esports' superpower, and no team. And it's so wild because they vary so greatly. Like,
Yes.
they can beat the likes of Upcar Esports and Phantom6, which in my opinion are top 3 teams, but then lose to Watermelon, right? So they have this huge upswing and downswing. You can never know what's really coming up.
So this Tristana pick, I'm gonna touch on that for a second before we talk about the draft that we're going into here today. I love this Tristana pick because I feel like they've diversified their repertoire a little bit here. They've
one.
added a new champion that can both scale and do early game damage and jump in aggressively for Coffee. Yes, hi.
They've added in one extra
Granted, there's like 30 champions in Wild Rift. One is like
there's that diversification.
there's like 30 champions in Wild Rift. Adding in one is like a lot already.
No, I want to see Battle Karma. I want to see Battle Mage Karma.
We'll get there soon.
Pretty soon. I
Yes.
think that's going to like shake things up. Howlbreaker going to shake things up. Divine Thunder
Yeah.
going to shake things up. Well, let's take a look at how RTP plan to shake this match up.
Not
First, we get
very
rid of the
much.
Morgana. Pretty stable. Pretty stable. A staple ban
Yeah.
that we've been seeing in a lot of our matches. And Watermelon going to get rid of the Olaf, something that CLB has seemed to be preferring recently, alongside the Lee Sin.
Yeah, get rid of the Lee Sin, get rid of the Olaf. I think that's going to be a good call. Get rid of the Jax as well. If you're Watermelon, I want you to just target ban CLB here. He's basically the only win condition of this team. I talked about how I feel like God on Baron Lane is underwhelming. Yuya yesterday had a very bad performance as well. He constantly got caught out on mid-wave by SEM9. Tenmo, he has good moments here and there, but he doesn't know when to group. He's always on the side wave. CLB is the one that consistently really wins them skirmishes, I would say. Even then, it's a stretch, right? Because they lose like 90% of their skirmishes. So target ban the jungle, I would say it's a good call here. Yeah,
Good
Six is
options
good
to
ban.
get rid of the jungle bans, but also getting rid of stuff like the Galio because it takes away some of the agency from Camille, which has still been one of those high
There we
pick
go.
rate champions. And then RTP immediately default to another jungler. But this just opens up all the options for Watermelon because now they get to decide how they want to deal with the Jax. Whether that means they want to go for something like the Lee Sin, so they just kick him away, or they want to play for the Fiora so they can deal with the split push. You only have so many options left available for them. I think Watermelon a bit spoiled
Oh,
for
boy.
choice because
They
there
forgot
we go.
about
They're
that.
starting to pick
huh?
up the hyper carries. The
Yeah.
hyper carries start to come into play. Bring in that Yui, boost it up.
This is a good ban setup because it really forces you into a bit of a bind. You have to decide, are we going to first pick the Jax or are we going to first pick the Yumi because we're going to lose the other one for sure. Watermelon, I think they're more than happy with this trade because you can pick up a carry for yourself and you have your pick of the litter, right? Like you said, you don't have the Olaf Yumi combo to counterpick the Jax, but you have Kha'Zix, you have Fiora, you have Lee Sin, and of course you have Zed here, I think, for El Major as well. I hope that we don't see Vendetta play Zed jungle again. He might want some redemption, but frankly, I don't want to see it. And yeah, we'll see. I do want to point out the Greg is banned. Every time that's banned against Watermelon, I think El Major, he breathes a sigh of relief.
It's not back on Gragas here.
Yeah.
You get to play something else for once. But then what happens here? I think is they probably try and prioritize the set anyway, right?
Yeah.
So
That's good.
he just goes from Gragas duty to set duty, and it's well, I mean, you really never get to win, I guess,
Yeah.
here for El Major.
You gotta pick your
Guy just
poison.
has to play whatever he wants. But maybe with the Zed, he does get to play something different. So let's see what happens. For RTP side, they're actually going to grab the major enchanter. They grab the Lulu and then try and pad it together with the Corki, giving them a little bit more early game power, trying to mitigate some of the weaknesses that we see from this Jax.
Yeah, and that was exactly the comp that they ran yesterday against SEM9 as well, right? This is a good, easy to execute combo. You just buff up your Jax, he goes crazy. They didn't manage to win against SEM9 at the end of the day because SEM9 is just a little bit cleaner, that much more structured as a team. Watermelon, though, they live in the chaos, they thrive in the chaos, they embrace the chaos. So if this game really devolves into a clown fest, I could see RTP pulling something out of the hat with the Jax Lulu combo. Of course, Vendetta is gonna go back to that Fiora, very effective with it.
Yeah, Love seeing Watermelon go full on the chaos, but part of that fun is also when they play stuff like the Darius and they just hit those combos, you know, the 4-man decimates, 5-mans, you know. That's something that Watermelon have. They have that star power. They might not be the most macro-orientated team, but when they get in these really tight, really crazy situations, like their mechanics shine through and they have that star power, which is why Vendetta has become such a household name for Wild Rift junglers at this point.
Yeah, honestly, they're just really skilled mechanically. Honestly, the macro isn't bad either, but it's not like their standout point, right? It's not what sets them apart from other teams. What sets them apart is the ability to just play out these team fights so well, so cleanly, and then to have the players be able to come in and clutch it out. Interesting bans coming in. They're targeting God's champion pool. I feel like he's been underwhelming on most of these champs, but you want to get rid of the stable champions, and that allows Zinkai to have a very good time to try to target that lane here. Oh, Zinkai is playing Yuumi. That makes a lot of sense. I was gonna say it kind of hurts Watermelon to have Smurf playing Yuumi because this guy's been very impactful with his roams and his engages. So what's your solution to that? We'll just let Zinkai be the one to play the Yuumi then, and then we'll have Smurf roam around Rakan. Nothing changes.
Kind of never doubted that, to be honest. And he actually has surprisingly good laning against a lot of Baron lanes, especially for those that are kind of still available at this point, right? Stuff like the Garen.
You could play
for
Jax
example,
into
Yuumi surprisingly does quite well. Yeah, I suppose Jax could be a potential option against the Yuumi, but even then, it's if the Yuumi plays it well, it's not a massive loss in lane, so quite a safe pickup for Watermelon here. If maybe RTP
that's a tough matchup as well.
Now that one is starting to get a little interesting.
Yeah. They really throw down the gauntlet here, right? They're saying, we're trying to put kill pressure on your Yuumi. You try to pick this crap into us, we're going to try to punish you. I'm trying to think of a world where we see some flexes. Is there a world we see Zinkai play Lucian and we see something crazy like a Rakan Yuumi bot lane? I think doubtful, right? But knowing Watermelon, you can never really put it past it.
Well, yeah, I think that is a pretty reasonable statement.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think Watermelon. Well, actually, I guess with Watermelon, they really could just do whatever.
You know, if it's
I'm gonna leave it.
Because it's Watermelon, I could see a world where we have El Major play Yuumi mid, Zed jungle, Fiora top, and then Lucian Rakan bot lane. It's honestly, I wouldn't put it past it.
Fair enough. I mean, that is that sounds like something that is possible for Team Watermelon.
Yeah, it's not good. It's just a Watermelon thing.
Once we get that confirmation,
We'll see.
but then again, Zed jungle.
It's terrible. I don't think it's good.
How does it scale? It doesn't scale up at all. It doesn't just have. It just doesn't have to impact.
It's the same thing as Zed, right? When you get your items, you're gonna do Zed things regardless. It's just why would you want to play this in the jungle, right? I don't know how good his clear is though. That's the other thing.
Well, surely.
I don't want to find out.
I guess it could be comparable to the Fiora. I guess that is.
I guess
that is reasonable. It could be pretty comparable to Fiora. So at the very least, I mean, that much is given.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of things that we definitely want to look out for. I think now with the Irelia trying to play for that aggressive lane, I was actually going to say I was hoping for something like an Akshan maybe in the Baron lane. They're really just trying to have like out pressure the Yuumi, have some form of engage, so they are able to constantly pressure the cat. But actually going for the
Irelia is one way to pressure. Yeah.
Same principle, same idea. Get that kill threat there. Make sure that you're constantly pressuring the Yuumi. Make sure that the Yuumi doesn't get a chance to start snowballing before you want to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, and knowing the players are RTP as well, I think it's very likely that we see Tenmo pilot the Irelia. He's been the Irelia savant. He's been very mechanically skilled on that. Got a couple of solo kills here and there as well, I can remember, despite still losing the game at the end of the day. So it's possible we see them go for a bit of a Flexerino themselves. Put the Irelia in the hands of Tenmo, move him up to the Baron lane, and then maybe we see God play Diana in the mid lane. You never really know.
Yeah, it's two teams that are incredibly wild that could be willing to play anything at all at any given point in time. So you're just kind of left to wonder and figure out what they want to try and play for.
Yeah, it's a guessing game really, but production will tell us soon. We have the cheat codes here.
We have the cheat codes. We get to find out. To find out and see how that one plays out. I think this is. I'm trying to look at the numbers right now, trying to figure out like how many more matches they can try and win to get the scoring necessary. Okay, here we go.
It's normal. Wow, it's normal. That's crazy.
Okay.
No swap ups.
Play for the normal comp
from either of these teams.
RDP do as well.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty much in the players. And not Tenmo piloting the Irelia. That's interesting.
Yes. God has played it once before, I think. I don't know how that game went, but Tenmo's one stood out to me because I remember him getting solo kills.
So might be looking to see if God can have that similar impact in that regard.
He's definitely gonna need to, right? Because when you pick a matchup like Irelia, it's really hard to execute in a game like Wild Rift. You really need to find some sort of pressure on the Yuumi, because we know what happens once Yuumi gets out of lane. He just latches onto Vendetta, and he's gonna have a grand old time. We know Vendetta can 1v9 games. He definitely has the tools to as well in this game. Now, Elmajor gonna be on the Zed. I want to see how well he does. He's been a little bit lackluster on champions like Jace, where he has to carry the game. He's been very impactful on utility champions, so let's see how he performs on this Zed.
How does this work? So when you have with a loss, you get -2 points. With you minus a point for every loss that you have. 2 points for every loss that you have.
The points don't matter.
No, it does kind of matter, because like that's a good indication. Yeah, that's a good indication for but they need to get into the top 6.
Sure. Wait, who?
Right.
Reach the peak?
RDB, yeah, reach the peak.
Perish the thought.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to stay a little bit optimistic about it.
Okay.
Well, I think we're gonna get a little bit of time to think about that, because we have the video to guide us into this match, the first one of the day between Reach the Peak and Team Watermelon. And here we have it, the start of our next match and the end of week 3 coming soon. It's the first match of day 3 of week 3.
Yes.
Wow, it's been 3 weeks. Can you believe it, Omo?
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's been a bit of a slog, frankly. I want to see playoffs. Get me there, please.
Just get into playoffs.
Get me to playoffs.
Whatever you do, make sure the guy gets to jump into playoffs quick.
They try to trade back. Look at this.
Pretty strong start. I mean,
Yeah.
Lulu doing very well to chunk out Scarlet Petal, and kind of what we were expecting from the Lucian, but a surprisingly good response from RTP here.
Yeah, decent trade back and forth, but Watermelon, they still have the honey fruit, and this could very well be a double flash angle for RTP. The moment you grant entrance in, they kind of have to flash away.
Well, I mean, they both sides have the
Oh
honey
wait,
fruit, but
I thought they
actually
took
give
it
all
already.
to. They actually give it all to Yuya. Guilty actually doesn't get the top up at all, so still at strong risk. I mean, look at what's happening. So much damage coming across. That being said, though, it's going to be the exhaust on Smurf.
What are we looking at here? How are you 1 HP?
Well, we're looking for a dive right away. Vendetta's just gonna walk in. He has the repulse. Just doesn't even use the repulse. Just dashes into the lunge. First blood over the Watermelon up at the top side. And down the bottom end, they look for the secondary engage to get the flash away and the exhaust away from Yuya.
Yeah, that was just a disaster across the board for RTP, isn't it? We talk about stack and dives. We're getting stacked and dived on by Yuumi. That cannot feel good. The long shot there as well. I feel like if God had some more health, it might have played out differently. All he needed to do was let the wave crash in, not be at 1 HP, and maybe he wouldn't be dead there. So that was a bit of a misjudgment of the situation. And of course, we know Lucian Rakan is gonna go aggressive. CLB wants some though.
Jumps over onto
he's
Scarlet
good.
Petal. Actually tries to move on to Smurf, but easily dashes out with the Battle Dance.
But this is gonna give a little bit of a nice timing to RTP's bot lane to get the resets in. Nice play there from Elmajor. Wow,
Backs to
clean.
re-engage and jumps in with the Ignite. Takes down Tenmo.
Yeah.
Clean. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's really clean from Elmajor, but you can't ignore the fact that Tenmo as well has the barrier, has the flash, opted not to use either of it.
Might be concerned that even with that, we just see the counter flash from Elmajor, or perhaps with a level 5. Just not convinced that he was going to survive anyway.
True.
Worry about the death mark potentially coming through and expanding the summon spell unnecessarily.
Look at this.
We continue to see some heavy aggression from Zinkai. Just walks in the face of God, zoned him off the wave entirely.
Yeah, that's the kind of Yuumi play I love to see. Keep in mind, as a Yuumi, you're not a support. You're not helping your team. You are the damage dealer. Be the change you want to see in the world, Yuumi players.
You are removing half your kit.
Yeah,
Literally
exactly.
half your kit is based on the fact that you attach onto another player.
Yeah.
You remove that from yourself and still win lane. Yuumi needs enough.
I mean, apparently Yuumi needed a buff. That's what the.
Why does Yuumi get auto attacks? Just remove Yuumi auto attacks.
Yuumi needs the auto attacks. You shouldn't be saying this. You shouldn't be propagating Yuumi anti-auto attack narrative, because that's already the problem that we have in our society today, Grandin. Yuumi players need to auto attack more.
No, Yuumi players just don't auto attack. We get to see a world where Yumi players just don't do anything except attach other
Please,
players.
no,
like
anything
in
but that.
Parasite.
Yumi players are already degenerate enough. They need to at least be forced to auto attack. You know what they should do? They should nerf a healing and give her like a +20 buff to autos to really just incentivize you to have to play aggressively. Oh, nice play.
Here we go, Lost Chapter. They actually get a stun
that.
back. God holds on for now. Comes in with the Vanguard's edge. A good amount of damage back onto the same guy. But a beautifully executed dive will find Watermelon their 3rd kill of the game.
Did you see when Zinkai used the final chapter? God hadn't even began the dash yet. But they knew that God was gonna dash because the last HP, the last bar of health on the cannon creep was about to die. You know Irelia dashes into that one and he starts the flawless duet. Great read there from Zinkai. They get the turret without even needing the Rift Herald. They'll still be able to pick that one up soon. And Irelia being level 5, having less gold than Smurf on this Rakan, that's never a positive sign.
Yeah, well, it's just barely more than guilty at the very least. RTP are looking to try and trade back for this turret. Watermelon are going to send Scott a pedal to deal with this, but it's going to be difficult. Culling being used. Counter-Strike does not block Culling damage, so you have to watch out. CLB flashes, and Watermelon, they're chasing after the kills now. It's Almajor's time to shine. Gragas duty, no more. Get him out, Gragas jail.
Get him out of Gragas jail. He's able to play the Zed, and you love to see it. I feel like Zed is such an important tool in the kit of most of these mid laners. You need to be able to play this champion, and Almajor definitely exhibiting proficiency here. I'm lost for words. God,
God's not having
time.
a good game.
Yeah.
3-0-3 right now. This is going to be Rift Herald started up by Watermelon, and like you mentioned, they got this turret without having to use the Rift Herald. Now it looks like they have the chance to use it in somewhere like the mid lane, open up the map more. We even start to see Almajor down in the bot side, prepared to start dealing with these side lanes. Start looking for the split push. Package was expanded without being able to find any value, so RTP losing a little bit of that early team fighting power.
Yeah, losing some of the team fighting, but it's fine because RTP, what do they want to do? Well, I say it's fine, but it's really not fine. I'm trying to, like, you know, find some kind of solace here for
positivity.
them.
We're positive.
Yeah.
Positivity.
I mean,
gamers.
you have the Jax, Copium.
Jax Lulu, still a combo at the end of the day, still able to get something done. We see what happens, you know, even when Vendetta's running the Fiora,
it's 6
running
minutes,
the Jax.
Brandon, and he has no Triforce.
But you still have stuff like that. Actually, a little bit of a dive happening. They're looking for the polymorph, perhaps here. Actually, get the wild growth first. Dodging out for the turret damage, and Smurf walks into CLB. The flash away won't save him. Counter strike, leap strike, all the strikes for CLB to take down Smurf, and you get their first kill on the board.
Almajor's W must have still been on CD right there. A bit of an overdrive. They were lacking the damage to kill Guilty because of that Lulu ultimate. Doesn't matter though, Vendetta, he's having a grand old time here. I feel like he'll be able to deal with anyone that comes to him because of all the matchups.
Oh boy, here we go. Triforce incoming, Obo. Triforce incoming for Selby.
Triforce incoming. And that was thanks to the overdive there from Watermelon, a little bit of a misstep. And CLB, he gets some gold. He's back in the game, halfway to his bark.
Doing a good job of establishing some vision towards the entry points for Watermelon. Maybe trying to make a dive happen bot side, you know, return the favor a little bit. But Watermelon, they don't really care, I think. I mean, Almajor just kind of standing there along Smurf saying, you can try and dive us. It's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna work. And CLB now working together with Temmo to try to just push down this turret, but Vendetta is here, so is Zinkai.
You get the equivalent. There we go. Final chapter comes in. Nice dodge away from the moonfall to jump back in over on the Temmo. They dodge away really well. That's the ultimate finally proc with the grand challenge. Guilty starts to walk in. Vendetta looking low. They have to get Smurf's assistance quickly. Get the knockout back in. Scuttlepedal to finish off the kill with the charm. The quickness will pull back in Guilty. Culling out here to finish yeah with the flash in just to secure it. No honey fruit will save you. A triple kill for this ball.
Can we get a replay for that? But what I want to see is not the team fight. I want to see where Yuya uses Valkyrie. And if Yuya uses Valkyrie to get closer to the fight, then my brain is just exploded.
Oh, wow. Diving guard. He doesn't care. A lot of damage comes across Vanguard's edge, but he does just dashes back out away from turret, but the turret will tag him anyway. The slow from God will reset his kills 1 and 4, but he's back on the board at least.
He's on the board. He's got the kill. Still sitting at 5,000 gold, a little bit behind this Yumi, a little bit ahead of Smurf now at the very least. But it's not a positive sign when you see a Zed start diving your Irelia on the side lane. Now 2 items picked up for the Zed, 2 items rapidly approaching for Vendetta, for Scarlet Petal, and of course for CLB as well.
Dragging up Rift Herald available as well. Watermelon starts to position themselves in the mid lane. RTP are doing the same. They actually have CLB off on the side of the map. I think Elmajor is going to be the one to match that.
That's a better match.
The rest of the team are looking to try and get their way into the mid side. That's the
Oh,
Rift Herald. That's the
huge.
knockup on the 3, but Vendetta can't follow up. It's too early on to look for that engage. They should be able to find this mid lane
the
turret.
polymorph.
Guilty actually loses a lot of damage quickly. HP dropping low, finds the kill for Watermelon. Now they try and dash in, that's the moonfall. But the Valkyrie doesn't find much value at Tenmo. He's trying to trade back, but the Ignite's gonna do too much work. He finds that first kill, Zinkai flashes away. He looks for the heal. He survives just barely here.
Why didn't Yuya just immediately Valkyrie back over the wall? He used the package to get away, and then why didn't he just come right back and help Tenmo out? He was popping off.
Tenmo will at least find some kills back for RTP, but Watermelon, not only were they able to prevent the split push of CLB, they were also able to get the mid lane turret and now this dragon.
Yeah, to get the dragon, and what we like to see is the El Major Zed matching the CLB's Jax. That's a good matchup because the Jax has a hard time chasing you down. The way Jax likes to trade, the way Jax likes to play within the lane, Zed is a very good answer to that, and we saw El Major be able to just chase CLB out of the lane.
Looking to try and farm up a little bit now. Second Rift Herald on the map. They have to start playing for this one. A little bit more control for RTP towards this, but you have to wonder how much of that is truly control and how much of that is just Watermelon playing it a little bit safer. Anytime they go for a fight here, I think RTP just kind of suffer.
Yeah, everything has been going the way of Watermelon so far. RTP, they've been getting some consolation prizes. Guilty.
Oh my goodness, the damage on the Guilty is so quick. They weren't able to find the final hits to finish that one off, but that's just able to Protopel. Exhaust out from Yuya to slow Scarpel's advance. But the rest of his team here to backing him up. Another kill, and that is the mid lane opened up. Rift Herald go. Did Rift Herald go with the Watermelon already?
Yeah, he picked it up.
looking for a chance to jump in here. Might get taken down, but he dashes away with the Living Shadow. Gets intercepted by the final hit from Zinkai mid-air. CLB is fuming after that one.
And look at Scarlet Battle. He's trying to take the 1v1 here with God. No, he wants none of that.
God does at least trade back off on the other side. Looking for a fresh beginning. New start.
Yeah.
Says, top lane is not for me. Bot lane is my best friend now. He gets 2 turrets in that time.
Yeah, a lot of gold influx as well. That's great here for God. Of course, CLB, that was a bit of a heartbreaker for him, dying mid-air, not able to get the kill on El Major. Look at the gold, actually. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see a bigger gold gap here for Watermelon.
Yeah. RTP did a good job of holding up. But I also do believe that this is in part due to... You know what this is, Omo?
What is this?
This is... God just broke up with his ex and has now moved towns to the bot side.
Right.
It's like, oh, Zinkai was a terrible ex. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah,
now
Zinkai was very abusive.
Yeah, exactly. Kept hitting him. You know.
Not only that, he called his friends to come and hit him.
Well, CLB is gonna have to face off against the same fate because all the friends of Zinkai are here to play against him. CLB gets taken down. 3 on the top side. Then looking to collapse in a Scarlet Petal. We see the calling come in. Flash away from Tenmo, who's looking for the re-engage here. Gets the Crescent Strike once again. But they don't have the tools to re-engage. Not with Elmajor jumping in onto Yuya. So much damage comes across, but he still survives. Smurf looks for the double man knockup. Pulls attention away from guard. They're looking to try and find a re-engage, but not able to dash in. No good targets to use his Q on. God just kind of has to back off.
Yeah, God just backs away, limps away from the fight after using the flawless duet. Nothing to be found here. Watermelon, they're getting wins across the board, but they're not converting on it. They're getting kills, they're getting pickups, but RTP, they're being allowed to get too much space on the map. They're getting too many turrets. The fact that the kill score is 417 and RTP have the same number of turrets as you should be concerning for Watermelon.
I mean, Watermelon aren't doing a bad job, but it is RTP's ability to hold on. Like, look at what happened. They reset and they immediately went bot side. The same time El Major reached bot, RTP were there. They were prepared to stop your split push, and that's something they've been doing really well, holding on to their turrets. It's something that they've been able to seemingly improve on tremendously since the last time we've seen them.
Yeah, and this comp definitely does them some favors as well, right? Having 3 champions that could potentially split push and duo on the side lanes, you just really have to avoid this Fiora-Yumi combo, right? Other than that, you can take on most anyone. Baron in the eyes now for Watermelon, though. They have the Herald as well. This might be the first time I see Baron buff and Herald used together.
Started at spawn. Watermelon trying to finish this one out. Vanguard's edge over on the Scarlet Petal to get a flawless duet, but beautiful knockout on Smurf stops the engage, but the Moonfall will pull some attention away. God goes down. Vendetta now to pursue, chasing after Guilty, finds the flash of the Lulu, and Vendetta popping off once again. A triple kill even after the Baron started. Now is their chance to start using this. Rift Herald has been procced. Now perhaps going for the Baron, maybe the Dragon. Kind of have to wait and see.
Yeah, they want the Dragon here. Inferno, always a nice pickup. I don't quite fancy that usage of Rift Herald, but it is what it is. I think it was timing out as well. Now CLB knocking on the base doors.
El Major's here to play again. They're going to actually cut the wave instead of going for the kill, but it doesn't matter. CLB was able to get Inhibitor anyway, so despite everything, they've managed to open up an avenue for themselves to play through in this bomb side.
Yeah, that's crazy to me, given the game state, given the kill score being 521. This rat gaming here from RTP has been paying off to get the bot side turret. I want to point out an interesting item. Nashor's 2 here for Tenmo. I feel like you don't get to auto attack much in the fights, so his main goal should just be to hit turrets, just like his teammates.
Look, I'm gonna say you call it rat gaming, but in the Chinese Zodiac, the rat came in first.
Yeah,
in
no,
the
it's
entire
not an
race.
insult.
Oh my goodness, where did Yuya go?
I don't know. He just died. He had exhaust
Where
and
did Tenmo
flash,
go?
but he just died.
Oh my goodness, I don't think anyone was expecting that amount of damage. Yuya popped immediately, right? Not even that much damage on Zinkai. It is just a surprising amount of burst damage for Vendetta and Zinkai combined. They get that first kill. Now they go for the Baron Asher. And this is going to be super important for them because now they have to have someone dedicated to deal with the split push in the side lane. Super minions flooding in from the Dragon side. They're looking for an engage now on the CLB. Get a little bit of vision on the Guilty with the redemption. But that's just about it.
Goodbye, God.
Solo kill for El Major.
We can really just stop casting at this point, and all we need to do is a constant in memoriam of RTP. In memoriam of CLB.
He gets the red buff though, that's a win. Oh, they're trying to dodge the wave. Okay.
Alright, who's next? Who's next? Let's place your bets right now.
I feel like given the map state, Yuya is gonna die next.
Oh, come on. I was thinking it was going to be Yuya.
Okay,
as well,
I'll take
especially since
Yuya
Amazon's-
in 20 seconds.
Okay, I will
You
take
like those
it.
odds?
Oh man, I can't.
You like
I
those
can't.
odds
Look at what
again?
happened. Oh, I can't. Flashed away from Yuya. He tries to
Oh,
get
he's
back on the
alive?
turret and chasing after a little longer. The
No.
exhaust out for Yuya, but Almajon here to finish it off. Culling being used and prepared. They get the slow back on the Tenmo.
Yeah,
Now he's
yeah.
stuck on the turret by himself. Watermelon failing to have the execution to dive him out, especially the rest of RTP here to play.
All right.
But there are 3 members trying to survive under the turret. This is so sad to watch.
Alright, hear me out. Next one, it's gonna be CLB in 30 seconds. In 15 seconds.
But Selby just respawned.
Yeah, that's
How's
why.
he gonna die?
No,
right
bro.
after. No! Tenmo takes the record. He goes down first. That's the
you
turret
see?
falling. Over on the
CLB
other end of the
died.
map. Vendetta along with Zinkai will finish off CLB, who was out here trying to defend turret. No mana left. Guilty. He's gonna have to flash away. Vendetta misses out the chance for the lunge. God under turret, under Nexus, in fact, will just barely be able to survive and leaves trades back for Vendetta. But Watermelon are here to end the game now. They have all the tools available. Yuya respawns, but I don't think that saves them. Not by a long shot.
You see, Grandin, if Tenmo didn't dive in for that wave, not knowing they were there when they obviously were, CLB would have been the next one. But Watermelon,
Package being
they want to
used,
end the
this
game.
could actually cut the wave long enough.
But it's
I think
very
they're
much.
gonna go for the recall.
Oh, it's actually enough. That's crazy.
Scarlet Petal tries to dash back in. After
Oh,
Flash
no.
Culling comes in, Almajon to finish it off, but the
Oh,
turret chases
no.
after. The bullet will take down the 2 carries.
MVP Nexus turret here for Reach the Peak. I feel like this Nexus has gotten half the kills of RTP. Yeah, I think half the kills of the team. Honestly.
Oh my goodness. What a set. What a set. And RTP actually giving us a good fight. You know, despite everything that's happened. No, I
They're
have
in the
to say,
game,
I have
right?
to say.
At least they were in the game for longer than they had any business being.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at any given point of time, you know, the game could have ended much earlier. God, actually, let's take a look at how many turret shots how many shots the turret fires. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think that's like 3 on Smurf. Keep in mind, the turret already killed Vendetta.
Yeah, already killed Vendetta. Okay, then Scarlet Petal takes a lot of damage. This is just Scarlet Petals by himself. And then 4,
2.
and then 5.
Yes.
It was 5 and a 6. He was looking for that 6 shot.
It was close, but the key factor is it got 3 kills. Vendetta, El Major, and Smurf, all victims of the Nexus turret.
Nexus brutality,
Yeah.
as we start to see Vendetta brutality. It's looking equally grim for RTP. They say, you don't have your Nexus here anymore. Now it's an even fight. We're fighting on my turf. Vendetta jumps in very deep, very quickly. He falls, but he trades for one. Zinkai dashes back on the Scarlet Petal to survive. But Scarlet Petal, he's going a little bit aggressive. He's dashed in the wrong way. He's decided he doesn't want to live anymore. And somehow RTP pulled back in the triple kill. Nexus be damned, they just do not need it.
Oh no, what's going on here, Watermelon? They had a little bit too much fun. You lose 4 members, and with that, you're gonna lose your Elder Dragon as well. Not if El Major has anything to say about it.
Surely should be Baron as well. El Major is looking for this potential steal, but unfortunately cannot find it. He tries to dash back into the Dragon Pit, but will go down, staggering their respawn time.
Yeah, that hurts.
This is a little bit unfortunate.
He's gonna try to pick up the TP. That will help a little bit. Maybe Baron will drop as well. We'll see if our TP can fix the waves.
He didn't go for the Baron?
I think they still can, but it'll be a 4v5 fight. See, look at this, right?
Even in a 4v5 fight, it actually looks pretty decent for Wildland, because now they just get to run in. I mean, if at least they went straight for the Baron, there's no one they can teleport in right away, so they all arrive around the same time, hoping they can maybe burst it down fast enough. I mean, that fight was just Vendetta having fun, no?
Yeah, Vendetta had a little bit too much fun there. He went in basically 1v5. Sure, he had 2 supports, Smurf and Zinkai
I didn't cut you off because Baron started. They do manage to secure it. CLB is the one that grabs the Baron for his team. Vendetta now tries to walk into the pit. Polymorph and Wild Growth actually boost up CLB significantly.
This is why I hate Watermelon games sometimes. I still have no doubt that they are gonna win in the next 5 minutes or so. It's just that the game gets dragged out for another unnecessary 5 minutes.
Well, RTP, I get to prove you wrong.
They're trying.
Now,
they sure are trying.
Now that you voted for Watermelon, RTP trying to damn this to give us a well-executed play.
If that's what it takes for them to get a win, I will always vote against them. You're welcome.
You are welcome, RTP. Omo will make sure that he'll do whatever he needs to make sure you guys get a chance to win. Elder Mountain actually does seem like a very effective Drake against Watermelon's composition. We'll have to see how much value this finds.
Man, look at the push.
Is not looking to continue pushing. He actually start challenging his recall, but he's gone to continue now.
The Lulu shield eats the entire culling.
Here we go, that's the engage. He jumped onto Tenmo as well as Guilty. Didn't finish Guilty off first. Tenmo pulls in Scarlet Petal, who goes to try and buy time. Smurf loses so much health in the process. You're actually out-dueling Scarlet Petal for a moment. And narrowly missing out the chance for the damage to finish that one off. Guilty gets picked off quickly. Tenmo falls as well. And suddenly things aren't looking so hot. CLB, he's on the turret. The redemption comes in. They want to take him down. But El Major survives still for now. Vendetta will get locked up in place. The Vanguard's edge being used. God, now has to take on Vendetta. Going into stasis on both ends. The Flawless Duet just slightly ill-timed. Means Vendetta dodges away from the stun, and that's all it took.
Surely that's game. Just buy a TP and TP in. Even actually, you know what? You don't even need to. I think the minions, they got this. Give them a little bit of time to work. No TPs necessary. They're just gonna run it down mid, and our TP is so close. Yet so far.
10 seconds on Yuya and Guilty. They have the waves pushing in quite quickly, so should be able to finish this one off, but it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be close. They move on to the Nexus, and with 3 seconds left in the respawn time, as RTP can only watch as Watermelon win game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was close, right? And we've seen RTP in this scenario before. It was a similar setup against SEM9. It looked good, so close, yet so far. And Watermelon, they pull a win from the jaws of defeat yet again. I mean, they were in full control the whole game. They nearly threw it away.
Whoa. Omo. They pulled the game away from the jaws to defeat, but they walked into the jaws to defeat themselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. There was no incentive, no prompting. They just strode into the jaws of defeat. They were just like, yeah, let's have some fun, and then Vendetta just dashed in.
Well, at the very least, a big congratulations for Watermelon for that first win, but you still have another one.
Don't.
You still have another one that you need to win. That's true. I don't know what I'm doing. Why am I congratulating
don't
Watermelon
encourage
for
that
win?
behavior.
That win in particular, yeah. We need to see you guys win cleaner games. RTP did a good job actually holding out, and they actually nearly pulled back to some extent. I know you said in your mind you had no doubt, but I felt like there were some situations that were a little dubious. I think Vendetta was getting kind of close, and they almost took down Scarlet Petal. Well, let's see what RTP have in store for us for their second match. We're going for a quick little break. When we come back, this series resumes.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. I'ma ball till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. Hit my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop it. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. Cause this is my moment.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
We're ready to go back into the next match between RTP and Watermelon. And as always, you know, you have me, Brandon, here with Omo. We're going to take a look at this one. While Watermelon, they had a fun time. Let's put it that way. They had a fun time.
They always do.
In their games. We always have fun watching Watermelon. They are a treat. They are a delight. SEM9, literally a watermelon, right? They are they're refreshing
It's
snack.
one of the best fruits.
What's with the obsession with fruit-based names? Like, there was a point where they were every kind of fruit,
Yeah.
like rambutan.
Yeah, they were playing at the
We
League of
had-
Legends servers, and their IGNs were for various fruits, right? And they would call
Yeah.
themselves Rambutan 123, Watermelon 123. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I think it's just one of those 2000s random era things.
Fair enough, fair enough. That being said, I'm a melons kind of person.
Okay.
Right, like honeydew,
A melons kind of
watermelon,
person,
you know.
huh? I see you.
Get out of here. I never want to talk to you again. Disassociate
Okay.
myself from you.
Okay.
Stay away from
No,
me.
I got it. Yeah.
No, stay away from me. You don't get anything. Never. But there are different types of like
Sure.
subtypes of fruits, right? Depending on like the kind, like I think it's like based on like how their seeds are, or like their skin or something like that.
Is that how they
Something
classify
like
it?
that.
I don't think that's how the classification works. I like melons too, though. I like the honeydew. I think that's a melon.
Right.
Wait, dude,
yeah.
what a melon's a melon? It's
Yes?
literally in
Has
the
any-
name. No,
Has
my brain
anyone
just
ever-
didn't process it.
Has anyone
just
ever
connected.
contested this?
I just
Where
connected the
liter-
dots, yeah.
I literally just said that I like melons, like
Yeah,
honeydew, rock melon, watermelon,
Oh.
and you just like
Cantaloupes?
that. Isn't that just like the like honeydew or something?
Yeah, it's kind of like a honeydew, right? It looks like a honeydew. I don't know. I like it. It's nice.
No, but have you seen those like Japanese like square melons?
Oh yeah, it's so weird. I don't really want to
No,
eat
but
those.
it's just like grown in like
I know, it's like foot
a
binding,
can-
but
like,
for melons.
But I see you've learned something from my stream
Yeah.
as well, right?
Twitch.tv/gamenism.
Let's like look at the stats from that game, but I want to continue this conversation for a little bit. But you know, it's like the watermelons that they sell, like the square ones, are so expensive. It's like $80
Yeah,
for like
it
a
is.
watermelon. Who pays $80
No, but
for a
Japanese
watermelon?
fruits are just like crazy expensive. Do you know like the Japanese grapes and everything like that? Those are so expensive.
That's true. That's true. Like the apples, like it's
Yeah.
several dollars per apple. Like that is so
But
wild.
it's
to me.
so good. It's a
It is.
delicacy.
They really are. They really
Yeah.
are. But like the square watermelon is supposed to be like you can fit it in your fridge.
Yeah.
So you can slice it like
Oh.
bread.
Oh.
And yeah, you slice it like bread.
Yeah.
And you just leave the rest in your fridge. Just like wrap it up.
Well,
and
but you
then
can't
just
play
put it
football
there.
with it.
Do you play football with watermelons?
Do you not?
I personally no, I haven't.
Well, at least I've never let a watermelon play a football with me, like RTP did this game.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, 37-15. Yeah, the score looks really one-sided, but a lot of that happened towards the tail end.
Yeah.
I'd say RTP were
No,
pulling
I mean the
back a
score
little
was
bit more.
always one-sided. It's just we're not looking at turrets killed.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Actually, but RTP actually had a good amount of pressure for a lot of the game. They were able to break open the bot side inhibitor, and that actually helped
Yeah.
them, I think, stall the game a lot more. And they were actually quite close. Like Yuri was reaching a point where he actually was looking pretty good damage-wise.
Yeah.
But I think this might be a point where Sagi disagrees with his cocky build, because he mentioned this is not the cocky build that he believes is most effective, right?
So what is the cocky build he believes in?
I forgot what it was, but he said it wasn't the Solari build. I think that's what he said.
So
like,
then
it
Black
wasn't supposed
Sleeper
to be.
build probably.
Maybe, might be, but like the idea was that, you know, there's like he said that cocky, it can be a good pick on preference, but probably with like the other builds. So maybe that's what all RTP have to kind of adjust. Maybe if that's like a simple bandit fix, because they were really close to killing Scarlet Petal.
Yeah,
Right. Like
yeah.
they were in the mid lane and they almost killed Scarlet Petal. They were really close to killing Vendetta, almost.
Yeah.
I guess.
The Lulu helped a lot.
Absolutely.
Oh, I just noticed as well. Look at Smurf's items. He's a bit all over the place. Huh? He's got the Dead Man's, he's got the mask, and then he's got the Death Cap.
He was going for I think he was going for Gunblade as well.
Yeah.
He was pretty close. He was like a little bit away from it. And said, "Hey guys, don't finish the game yet. I'm this close to my item."
Well, it was a relatively close game in terms of objective. RTP, of course, getting the last Baron as well as the Mountain Dragon Elder Soul. I don't know what you call it, but at the end of the day, Watermelon, they prevail just through their team fighting, as they always do.
As they always do. But that is also a bit of a weakness, you know, when we take a look at some of the way that teams play it out. When you have teams that are just better team fighters, like SEM9, like All4, to some extent, I would even make the argument that UCE are a really good team fighting
Sure.
composition, good team fighting team. And so when you have that direct confrontation, you know, sometimes we see Watermelon kind of slip up a little bit because they can't keep up with that tempo. Oh, yeah, here we go. Those are the spicy numbers
This
you
is
want to
the
see.
important statistic.
Good amount of
40k.
damage from Watermelon. Yeah, Vendetta really is that continuing to be that hyper carry. I wonder if RTP just want to have to. You mentioned earlier. Wait, hold up.
Okay,
hold up.
okay, I'm holding up. What's
Did
up?
you Watermelon? You told me that to beat Upcar Esports you need to grab Fiora Lucian.
Yeah.
Watermelon just stealing that strat.
Yeah, I guess. They played it
Is it-
against Upcar. They won 2 games, and I guess they figured, hey, these champs are pretty good.
Yeah, they just gone like this is literally what happens when your matches are basically scrims for these teams. Are basically just the scrims for these teams,
Yeah.
right? Like that's what basically happens. They just go into every one of the matches and see what sticks, and then they went, "Oh well, that was a pretty good match against Upcar Esports. We're just gonna play Lucian Fiora from now on." And
It works,
I guess
right?
it works.
I mean, we had a couple interviews with Smurf, and he says the way draft functions for this team is they just go into draft, and they're like, what do you want to play? What do you want to play? I want to play this today. I don't care what you say. I'm picking it. And then I guess now that they have the Fiora Lucian opener, that's their go-to. it's like, okay, what are we playing, guys? Fiora, Lucian, let's go.
I wonder if teams are actually going to try to explore some of the picks that we've seen from Upcar Esports, because they have been trying to make the Cannon top side work.
Yeah,
At the same
that
time, I
ain't
think
it,
they've also
Chief.
been they've also been trying to look to make Tristana as a potential option to replace something like the Lucian, and hoping that, you know, they find a hyper carry that can perform in that function. Because in almost every single one of their matches, I'm trying to think if there are any matches that we haven't been seeing the Vayne ban go through. And if not picked against Upcar Esports, I think that continues to be the case. I want to see the direct provocation. I want to see a team let the Vayne go and just play that one match out. See if Coffee
Playoffs.
can really have that
We'll
impact.
see it in playoffs.
We'll see it in playoffs. Why is it in playoffs? Why can't we see it
Best
now?
of
Why would
five.
they wait to
Because
playoffs?
you want to play best of 5. Best of 3
you
is
want
too
play-
volatile.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
In best of 5, you open it for a game. If you smash it, it's game over. The series ends right there.
You know, I was like looking at some like I was looking at Kendo, right? And in Kendo, like you have like a
Kendo?
5-man team, like Kendo. You know, like the Japanese, like with the
Oh,
bamboo sword, the
Kendo,
shinai,
yeah.
right? And they have like 5-man teams, and
There's
they
teams in Kendo? Kendo is a 5v5 game?
yeah,
Genuinely?
it's 1v1v1v1v1. It's like
Right,
it's like
so it's a free-for-all.
yeah. Well, not exactly a free for all. It's like 1v1 and then 5 times. Right. So you have
Okay.
your 5 matches, being played.
Yeah.
Your first match is like your opener, right?
Okay.
So you generally send someone who's like pretty decent.
Okay.
You know? But it doesn't have to be the insanely good. Your second match is kind of your throwaway. Like
You
if
put
you
the
lost
noob
your
there.
first match. Yes, that's why you put
Okay.
your least experienced player usually,
Right.
because like it doesn't really matter,
Right.
Right. Your third match is your reversal. So if you lost your first 2, your third match is where it matters. And if you won your first 2, then you close out your third match straight away
Right.
without going to your 4th and 5th.
Right.
Then your 4th match is like a strong match but slightly weaker than the third. And then your 5th match is like your captain. It's like your ace
Your
in the
best.
hole.
Okay. So this is really interesting because the way this whole thing works, this reminds me back in the day of the StarCraft tournaments that teams used to have. You would have team versus team, and then you would place 5 players against 5 players, and then you would have one player who's just really good, typically someone like Flash, someone like Yellow. They would just come in and they would all kill. And that's where the term all kill comes from, right?
Hey, you nerd.
Yeah, you're such a nerd. You're talking about Kendo. We're at a gaming stream here. Let's talk about StarCraft, dude.
A nerd, man. You're gonna talk about a StarCraft like you're not a massive nerd whose status.
Okay, can we poll the chat right now? If anyone's in Twitch chat, is Kendo more nerdy or is StarCraft more nerdy? We're here in a gaming stream. Obviously,
You
Kendo is more
are
nerdy.
asking which is more
Yeah,
nerdy.
Kendo.
That's unreal. You're literally
True.
attacking people
Yeah.
with a bamboo sword.
Yeah.
And
Do you
you're
see how
asking
fast
which
their
is more
fingers move
nerdy?
on StarCraft? That's a sport, okay?
Have you seen how fast the sword moves? That is an
They
actual
burn like
sport.
300 calories a minute playing StarCraft, I guarantee you.
Oh my god. Well, with the way their brains have to
Yeah,
fire
that too.
off, probably,
Yeah.
yeah.
On a gaming stream talking about Kendo when this is a literal example from StarCraft as well.
Come on, man. The explanation is so much more interesting, Kendall. What do you mean all kill? Who cares about
All
the
kill
all
is such a cool concept. Imagine you're playing in a 5v5, right? Everyone on your team has died. You're the last player. You're the star, like you said, the captain, the ace. You come in and you beat all 5 of the players on the opponent team. How cool is that? How sexy is an all kill? It's a cool story.
Sure. It is a cool
Yeah.
story, but I still stand by the fact. I attest to the fact that the Kendall analogy is just better.
To each their own.
Not to each their own. To each their own.
Yeah. Teams can keep
Commanders,
drafting
bro.
cocky, and you know what I say? Live your best life.
Man's out here playing like video games. Like you've been playing MMOs since you were like
Yeah.
13.
Yeah, pretty much.
I was outside doing things.
You know what you are, Grandin? You're literally that meme where it's like, while you were lifting weights, I was studying the blade. You know that meme, Grandin? That's you. That's all I have to say.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
That's
goodness.
the end of that.
Yeah, I've tried the. Well, I don't know what that one's called. Like in Aikido, like you have like the wooden sword, but I don't know what that one is called. Well, it's okay. We get to go into champs
There
right
we go.
now and just take
Right
a
on
look at
cue.
RTP and Watermelon. Here we go. Watermelon are going to continue to be red side. RTP, I think, want to be blue. They want to stick to having that first pick. I'm not sure how well that pans out for them, but it will start this Gragas ban. Interesting.
But they want the Jax again, right? Maybe the Jax, maybe the Yumi. Definitely one of those 2 pickups.
Yeah, but the Jax didn't seem to work out that well for them before. I mean, the Yumi does still seem like a really strong pick for them overall. But then we also saw that it doesn't seem like the Lulu is any weaker. Maybe just means that you won't be able to lane as well as the Yumi. But then again, we already see the Yumi laning super well.
Yeah.
So
Long sword Yumi,
Which is
thing of nightmares.
so very surprisingly. Whereas on Smurf side, of course, I think you are right. We want to see him have that strong execution focus, that initiation on the side of Watermelon. You know, he is that person that we've been looking to have that. I think we just get rid of some really strong staple bans. The Gragas Morgana set, basically, and everything that you would expect to see. Honestly, from red side more often than not, right? Like, these are red side bans.
Yeah. I mean, these are all first pick worthy champions, but RTP, they throw down the gauntlet, they take the Z away from Almajor here. I think it's a good pickup. I think it's a good pickup for sure. You don't have the Jax first pick option, but that, you know what that means, right? Yumi, the cat, just goes over the Watermelon.
Yeah, it just looks like the same thing again. Like, you get to go for something like the Lulu, something like the Yumi, something like the Fiora, and you just replay what we just saw for Watermelon. I think they're trying to test out different things now. Honestly, if you ask me, like, they've already made the thing work the first time around. Now they get to try to test something else out. RTP side, they actually open up the Yumi for you, so what do you want to try to go for?
What is going on here? No one is picking Yumi, and to me, that is just... Okay, there we go, thank you.
There we go, finally.
Yeah, it shouldn't be dropping to second phase on blue, but it is what it is. Watermelon, you know what they like to do? You know what they are right now? They're no longer a team that plays based on their own accord. They are now like the symbiote team. They take whatever you play in the last game, and they suck it into their draft.
Wasn't that like a Venom movie, like a show where like the other symbiotes were like together? I didn't watch this, so I wouldn't
Venom
know.
2? I didn't watch Venom 2. Sorry.
I don't know.
Yeah, Venom 2.
Wouldn't know. So I tried making a
You don't
pop
watch
culture
anything,
reference, hoping
Brandon.
that you would get. I was hoping you would catch it. Yeah, read a book you did. Well, actually, you have been. You have been.
No,
so...
I haven't. It's been like a month since I picked up the book.
Oh my goodness, you're disappointing us all. You're disappointing TJ especially.
Yeah,
TJ is already.
So he recommended me this book, and it's a bit of a bore. So
He's already incredibly
slog.
disappointed in you because you're always late to his podcast meetings. So like he's already incredibly disappointed in you. Now you're not even reading the book that he recommended to you.
esportstj.com for your esports podcast needs. You're welcome, TJ.
Well, continuing on, Watermelon banned out the Corki, which was a bit of a problem for them. Yoyo had a good performance on that, and now they get rid of the Fiora, so kind of removing some of the options for Watermelon. But frankly, Vendetta can play whatever he wants. Like he'll play Kha'Zix, Rengar, like anything left available. He'll play Master
He's
Yi.
played Darius. Remember in C Champs when he played Darius jungle?
Didn't he like actually do really well?
He did really well.
with
Yeah,
Darius
he did really well. I don't remember if they won the game, but he definitely did well. It's just like
Yeah, that's what I
he can
recall
play
as well.
You know what? Oh, please don't show me Funnel again. I don't want to see Kai'Sa jungle again.
Is that what's gonna happen?
It's not fun.
Is that?
It's not fun to watch.
It doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like it's fun.
Yeah,
you dash
I
in,
don't
then what do you
enjoy
do after that?
Yeah, and
They
you know
actually
the
get rid of
crazy thing
Kha'Zix.
is yesterday when he played, like 2 days ago when Vendetta played Kai'Sa jungle, he didn't buy Shawnias. And you know the way this guy likes to play. He just likes to go all
Yes.
in. He bought Proto Belt, his team had no frontline, he would just be the one dashing in every single fight, and he would have no Shawnias, and he would be there 1v5 with Proto Belt. It's just absurd. This team they're just having a bit of fun. Having a goof and a gaff.
They're going back for the Orianna, just
Okay.
playing for a staple pick, trying to deal with the Zed. They're going to go for the brand, so actually pulling a page out from like the Chinese region's handbook.
Yeah.
And just looking for a mage bot laner, something that's able to clear waves, has a lot of damage. Still works out pretty well. We'll have to see if we can match up to Wynn's abilities. For now, though, also going for the Akali. It's an interesting pickup,
No,
especially since I
God,
don't...
please, no.
Okay, there we go. You get confirmation. That does seem like... Okay, so Darius jungle, I believe?
We might
Orianna
see...
mid, Kai'Sa
No.
bot,
Here's what it
Darius
is.
jungle.
I know these guys, right? I know how their brains function, and I'm gonna tell you right now.
Okay.
It's Darius top,
Lulu?
Kai'Sa jungle, yeah,
Lulu
Lulu
Brown
mid,
bot?
and Ori brown bot.
Ori bot, brown bot. All right, you know their brains too
Yeah.
well, so you get to have a little bit of insight to where
not fun.
things are going to go for Team Watermelon. It's interesting. It's interesting. Let's put it that way.
It's interesting for the first 5 minutes, and then they start running it down and doing dumb things, and the game drags out to 30 minutes long, and then it's no longer really fun.
It's interesting with a capital INT.
Yeah, it is. It's very interesting. On the other side, though, I like the draft that is coming out from side of RTP. You get the Akali into Darius matchup. That's nice. You get Bran, you get Yumi, Camille. Strong picks overall. Good matchups in some lanes. Let's see if they have what it takes. The draft isn't bad. Much better than last game.
Yeah, I would say it is an upgrade, right? Previously, they were looking to try and deal with every individual issue alone. They were trying to deal with the Yuumi by picking up the Irelia. They were trying to deal with the mid lane. They were trying to deal with the Lucian by going for the Corki. Like, it seemed like every pick they were going for was in response to the enemy picks. But that's not what blue side picks are supposed to be for.
Yep.
Like, you're playing blue side, you're trying to push your individual playstyle. We weren't seeing that. This game seems much more conducive. Let's see if RTP can execute it.
Let's take a look and let's see if RTP can execute it. I feel like the draft is good. The draft looks strong. On the other hand, I'm not a fan of Watermelon's draft yet again. It's just one of those things where it's a bit all over the place. They're playing what they want to play, and they don't have a true jungle champion yet again.
Well, they get to have something at the very least, so I guess that's all you get to be content about. At the very least, they pick something in the jungle. They could have maybe... Knowing Watermelon, like, they seem most likely to be the kind of team to play, like, 3-man mid or something like that. Like, some kind of, like, weird 3-man mid strat. And then, like, the two other laners will diverge out from the mid lane to go and farm, like, 2 sides of the jungle camps and then come back in mid. And then go out and then back in. Like, if there's any team that would pull these kind of strats off, it'd probably Team Watermelon.
That was the true funnel strategy back in the day. Back in League PC 2017 or so, that was how the true funnel strat worked. You didn't have a real jungler. You would play a dual mid, basically. You would play a standard bot lane in a dual mid. So you would play something like, I think a very popular
like
one at the time was
like,
Xayah, right?
Was really
yeah, it was like Lucian
no,
Braum, Xayah Braum, things like that was very popular. And then this AD carry, the Xayah or the Lucian, they would take Smite. So they would farm it. Oh yeah, Master Yi was another one, right? It's so annoying. I hated that.
Master Yi Taric was the ultimate combo.
It was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But I don't think Master Yi is as good in Wild Rift, of course.
Oh my goodness. Is Darius mid and Kai'Sa jungle?
That's not better.
Back at it again.
Actually, you know what? That is better. They're so smart. This is a much better matchup for Darius in the mid lane, and this is a much better matchup for Lulu in the top lane.
Alright, well, break it down for us. What happens here in these matchups?
Okay, because you wanted to dodge both matchups, right? Both matchups were favorable for RTP, because like you said, on blue side, RTP were getting counter picks, which is not what should be happening, right? But it's what happened, what transpired in this game. In the Akali versus Darius matchup, Darius can't auto-attack you. It's very simple. It's the same thing. Darius trading patterns just function so badly against Akali. You're so mobile. You just really play a fool with him, and he can't do anything against you. Well, you swap that up now. Now, Lulu, who was previously afraid of getting one-shot by Zed pre-level 5, is now having a grand old time against Akali. I'm not sure if Lulu E reveals Akali in Shroud in this game. I'll have to double-check on that, but it should. And if that is an interaction as well, that's going to be extremely favorable for that matchup. And of course, Darius, he's a brick wall. Zed can try his best to break him down, but he's going to need a couple items for that.
Alright, fair enough. We're getting ready to jump into our second match between Reach the Peak and Team Watermelon. Just one more win for Watermelon, the closest one out, and Reach the Peak need 2 back-to-back to find their first win in the group stage.
Let's see
how this one goes.
It does reveal Akali in Shroud.
Oh, there we go. Stats. Confirmed information.
Google, man.
No fake news from Momo.
No fake news
right?
here, yeah.
And we got a pretty standard start, is what I would like to say. But look at what happened here. They actually rotated the top side. What's going on from Watermelon?
I don't know. You tell me. I can't analyze these games. They're just doing what they want. Oh, okay. I know what they were doing. This is trauma. This is trauma from yesterday, or the last time they played this Kai'Sa jungle against TODAK, where they got level 1 invaded. So they got traumatized by that, because Vendetta died in that interaction. And they're just having Spurs come in. Yeah, slowed everything down. But they are just playing these matchups. They're just role swapping. It's going to be Xingkai playing Lulu mid, and it's going to be Elmajob playing Darius.
Were they trying to big brain them and like dodge the matchup by doing their own lane swap? Because they were like, surely the Akali matchup, they know that they want Akali was there, so they're gonna bring Akali mid and Zed top, right, guys? And they were looking for this false confirmation, and now we just go back to like standard lanes anyway.
That might be the case, but I feel like that's definitely overthinking if that's the idea.
Okay, well, might be the case. If we get a hear from them afterwards, would love to hear their thoughts. Now, the mid lane, it's going to be RTP that find the jump back onto Watermelon, returning the favor. 2 kills on the board, 1.5 minutes in.
Yep, it's a typical Watermelon experience. They're doing their own thing. They're having a bit of fun. Vendetta and Xingkai, they get punished for trying to brute force that wave. Of course, Camille and Zed are going to be stronger at this stage of the game.
Peep their latest album coming out 14th of March, the Watermelon Experience.
There's a ban, right? What's the ban? The something experience. You know what? Let's not talk about this. Twitch chat already calling us boomers. We can't do more boomer jokes.
That was a joke.
No, Brandon. No more boomer jokes. We've got to rebrand.
Well, we're in with the kids. Leonard even has a TikTok.
I have a TikTok,
well, once
guys.
again, we see mid being the target of focus. Vendetta's going to get collapsed on. Level 5 available for RTP very early on. El Major here to make a counterplay. He jumped back in over onto Tenmo, but a Yumi provides some shielding. No ultimate backup for El Major, but it's still looking to trade back from this fight. Ultimate barely comes back on time for El Major. Now he gets to play the fight the way he wants to. And a double kill out for Darius.
How clutch was the experience there? Zinkai just hitting level 5, getting the ultimate on El Major, allowing him to hit level 5 and get the reset. Coming in so clutch. Let's take a look. Let's break this one down. Vendetta heal level 3. I told you guys, this funnel Kai'Sa, it's not fun to watch. It's pretty brutal. Vendetta comes in, or rather El Major comes in. They get this first kill down onto Tenmo. Look at Zinkai's experience bar right now. He takes over the 5, saves El Major, who also takes over the 5. They get the first reset down, they get the second reset down. Nowhere to run for God. Yeah, you have Barrier, you have Flash, but there's nowhere to go. He spends the Flash as well.
Perfectly timed on those, that EXP, yeah. It's just so clutch.
So clutch, yeah.
Crazy stuff. But Tenmo does get a couple of kills over onto Vendetta, so Vendetta is still level 4. Just hit level 5, and you can start to see a little bit behind in gold compared to CLB.
I wish they would stop playing this. I wish they would stop playing this Kai'Sa. It's so boring to watch, dude. And it's not even good.
The Camille is doing really well though, which is a little bit interesting to see because CLB so far has been playing pretty greedy, right?
Yes,
he wants the resources, he's trying to farm up, get hit that side lane. Now playing to be the initiator, trying to gank, trying to be active in the map. He's actually had a lot of success.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success, and a lot of that is the mid lane 2v2 as well. Granted, the fight comes in.
Yeah, God gets caught out. El Major's got you to heal up. You don't want to jump in too early, though. God could have been punished there, but he missed out that chance. Smurf on the turret. The turret won't be able to do enough work. That's 2 kills to the top side, but now the collapse coming back in. Vendetta looking for the engage of his own. He dashes in exactly what you were saying. He loves to play aggressively. He loves to dash in. Finds that first kill.
Let him dash!
Guilty shot dash in. He's trying to get to you. Oh my goodness, hit by the polymorph. He even uses his heal one more time to buy a little bit more time. CLB, team player, man.
So you know in the movies where you always have those war movies and there's always a scene where one guy is injured or something and he says, go on, leave me behind, I'm not gonna make it. And then the other guy's like, no, I'll never leave you behind. We just saw the inverse of that, where one guy's like, please save me, I can make it. And then CLB's like, no, you're not gonna make it, you're dead.
You watched Train to Busan, right?
I did watch Train to Busan, yeah, a while ago.
Right. Okay, so remember that scene. So this is all the earlier stuff, but remember that scene where they were trying to get in and they were refusing to open the door.
Yeah, I kind of.
And they're using the baseball bat to try and break the door at that point, and they were like refusing to let them in. Like that's what happened. CLB was like, "No, stay away from me. You're infected, 100% guilty. Stay off of me."
And Twitch can't call us boomers because that movie came out in 2016.
Has it already been 6 years?
I know, that's crazy. No, but you can't say that. Please don't say that. That's such a boomer thing to say. Dragon fight. Dragon fight.
Dragon fight, we already saw Rip Carol go over the RTP. They had the tempo advantage there. El Major secures the dragon. But now CLB's in a bad spot. We see Tenmo trying to dive into the back.
Oh, no, reset.
Nice ultimate from Zinkai. Tries to give them the shielding they need. A little bit more topped up from the honey fruit. El Major gets to walk away.
Yeah, and the dragon ultimately goes over the watermelon, but we're seeing a much closer game. It's pretty much neck and neck right now. Herald dropped mid. El Major, that was a bit dangerous. If he ate the brand Q, he would have dropped. He might still die.
Dive again, finds it with the shoot as well. The adaptive healing, but a burn. But walks into the pillar of flame, and El Major misses a chance for the kill there. Smurf forces the flash away from Yuya. Tenmo barely survives.
Action across the board. We're seeing fighting in every single lane. No one wants to let up. No one wants to let any inch of ground really slip up to their opponents. Watermelon, they're still a little bit ahead in gold, a little bit ahead in objectives, but still, look at the standing gold available on the map for RTP. Top lane turret, 120 HP, mid lane turret, 120 HP. A stray gust of wind would knock those over. Watermelon, they gotta be very careful.
But RTP do have a little bit more tempo as well. Oh, yeah, you did say Watermelon have to be careful. Well, that is true. So Watermelon do have to be careful. A lot of towers could go down very quickly, even without having to get that second breath tower. They can just do it organically by themselves. Sure. So Watermelon have to be very careful about the way that they're dealing with their late assignments, especially since we saw what happened last game, right? RTP were able to split push really well there. This game, Not as great of a split pusher, but he still have the Z as well as the Akali. So yeah, not too bad as well. Not the best, but not too bad.
Not the best, but not too bad. Yeah, that's a one way to put it. That's a consolation prize right there.
So I guess now for Watermelon, they just sort of start looking to prioritize their next dragon. I think Inferno will be very nice for them. They did get that first Ocean Drake. Elmajo actually narrowly got it for his team because the smite went down early and he auto-attacked the dragon to secure it. And CLB was in the pit with him, so like that was terrifying to witness.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Brendan. I didn't catch a single word. What did you say?
I just said that I said that Elmajo narrowly got the dragon. Like he auto-attacked the dragon
yes,
to get
it was
it, and
very
CLB
close.
was in the pit with them.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think it was a smite that got it,
scary.
right? Was it a smite that got
No,
it?
Elmajo auto-attacked the dragon.
Oh, okay.
Both
Thanks.
junglers were
It
kind of
only
there.
took you
but
3 explanations for me to figure out what you were saying. That's on me.
Not sure that's a. Okay.
No,
was
I
gonna
just
say not sure that's a
received
feeling on
news
my
that my
part.
family was having hot pot tonight. So you can understand that my worldview has just been changed. Everything now no longer matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like this match
You
no
get it,
longer
right?
matters.
Yeah, I don't care
Yeah, of
anymore.
course, of course.
I'm having a hot pot tonight.
Well,
Oh, he
CLB
didn't get the hook. He didn't
what's
hook
the upper
him.
hand? What's the upper hand?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess a lack of experience. I don't know. It's one of those things.
Like Ragus. Body slam and intercept.
Body slam into slam. Well, he won't have that available. I feel like that should be a permaban against them.
You start to see RTP expending a couple of defensive spells. Watermelon try to commit a couple of people down to the bot side.
Yeah.
But if they were coming up in 20 seconds, would be nice for Watermelon
boy.
to have
He
open up
did.
the map a little bit more. Elmajo's been caught out, caught an X-Tag ultimatum, and tons of damage out from Tenmo as well. They finish off that kill in very clean fashion. That's a turret open to them.
Yeah, it's another turret. It's another influx of gold. Mid lane solo. Yeah, could posture very aggressively here, but Scarlet will get away. I'm gonna be real with you here. The game state right now looks very winnable for RTP.
Oh, absolutely. They're actually going to continue on with this push, so now things are looking
Yeah.
a little bit unfortunate. Watermelon definitely have to look for the engage now. They get the catch on the
Oh.
area. That's what they need. But Vendetta, he's dashed too far. He's transforming the Raptor. Aggressively auto-attacking the Raptors. He's angry. He's mad. Why do you make your nest here?
You don't get it. That's all part of his plan. He wanted the Raptors.
Oh
look
my
at
goodness,
Elmajo.
he wanted the rep. Elmajo starts to run away. Tenmo this time around doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't have his team. Sees him go down. CLB trying to make some distance. Dash away where he can. But they think we should be looking at this dragon coming up pretty soon here. Wow. Fancy moves for Vendetta. He flashes away from the tactical sweep. Entirely unnecessary, but it looks better on screen.
It looks better. It's all about the flashy plays. That's what these guys love. That's what we love about this team as well, even though it's not the cleanest way to play the game. Still, we see a 2,000 gold lead for RTP, but Watermelon, they've got the intangible value of these two dragons in their back pockets. RTP, I'm going to be real here, they're doing
Four
a very
turrets.
good job this game of side laning and trading
They have
objectives.
4 turrets here.
Yeah,
Omo.
well, they're going to lose one now.
That should close up the gold gap quite a decent bit. But Watermelon only get that one. Like, all that fighting only amounts to one additional turret and a dragon.
Yeah.
RTP have opened up the bot side once again. Just seems to be their favorite place on the map.
Yeah, it is, right? Last game, that's where they broke the inhib open as well.
But having a little bit of difficulty trying to really take down the mid side. Were able to do it in the end while all of the action was happening. But they took quite a while to get there, right? You really have to pull Watermelon's attention away if you want to be able to siege these turrets up. I think it's as a result of being relatively short-ranged. No marksman to help you with the sieging.
Yep. That's a big thing, right? One of the reasons why marksmen are so important in the meta is that they hit turrets, they hit objectives for you, they hit dragons. Sure, you don't need a marksman to kill dragons, to kill barons, but marksmen are so important at killing turrets. It's gonna be hard for RTP to push, to siege into Watermelon.
Is that why Vendetta's playing Kaiser jungle?
No, honestly, in Wild Rift, it's much less important. The value drops significantly, but the real reason he's playing Kaiser jungle is, you want to take a guess, Garrett?
For fun?
He felt like it, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Great performance.
Anything on the side of Watermelon, so to all the other analysts and color casters, right? So anything that you want to rationalize on the side of Watermelon, why did they pick X? Why did they pick Y? Because they felt like it.
Well, this only really matters if Watermelon make it into like the next stage of
Well, they'll make it in the
competition,
playoffs for sure.
right? Well, yeah, but they have to make it into like regionals.
Oh, well, that's never gonna happen.
for other color casters to like have a discussion. It's like, man, why did Watermelon pick these things?
True. No, but what could happen is other color casters preparing for like C-Champs or whatever, they'll come back and do prep for like SEM9 or LF Org with a mix set, and then they'll see a Watermelon.
Oh no, El Major, buddy, this isn't real. He's been taken out.
Kind of got Yumi right there. That champion's not balanced, huh?
Response out from Smurf.
What?
Decided to walk in there. They actually take down CLB, caught in the transition.
Yeah, but Tenmo has been getting caught. CLB has been getting caught.
Wait,
Vendetta.
what's this? Vendetta loses a lot of health quickly. God, wait, he's been baited in by his team. He doesn't want to be there. Why is his team baiting him in?
Yeah, Akali doesn't want to fight without the ultimate as well. Same thing with Guilty yet again. No one wants to save him. No one wants to save this Yubi.
Yeah. Walk in, save him. No, the door closes on Guilty's life once again.
So once he got CC, there was no way for him to go back in, right? But there was a timing window that he could have picked him up. Goodbye, Tenmo.
Tenmo is looking for that pickup, and she dashes back to one of his shadows prior. No. Where's the burn? He lives.
No, that's so close.
CLB, you don't want to fight this, do you?
Ooh, look at Vendetta, the fancy feet.
Oh, he misses out the stun. There's no stun. Vendetta, he's chasing the tactical sweep. A little bit more damage to the plasma shot. No kill though. Tenmo now gets to chase in. Has the flash. That's the living shadow. Can he get it? Whew. What a game. What a series.
Yes, that's one way to put it. We're seeing a game for sure. I like that Vendetta hasn't bought the Proto Belt yet, at least. The last time we saw him play Kai'Sa jungle, at this point in the game, he had the Proto Belt for a while already. It was like
watch him immediately buy it. Oh, Hourglass!
Yes! All it took was a Camille and 2 assassins for you to buy Hourglass.
Well, you watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
I'm actually rewatching it right now.
Captain Raymond Holt. I feel vindicated.
That's exactly how I'm feeling right now, I can tell you.
Couple of nice little pickups, and Ziggy
Baron.
has actually been able to pick up the uncensored and Sapphire Flowing Water.
Yeah, but Baron,
so now they get a lot more damage. So Baron's been started up on spot effectively 14 minutes in.
Goodbye.
RTP not away, it's gone. No vision top side. They wanted to go with Dragon instead.
Hey, teams that play against Vendetta's Kai'Sa, let me give you a nice little pro tip. They're gonna rush the Baron. On spawn, they're gonna rush it.
What else is the Captain Rain good for?
Yeah, I mean, what else is the passive good for, right? If you want more pro tips, sub to my Twitch channel or something, I don't know. Maybe I'll give you a pro tip for every sub.
Vendetta actually goes dash in over onto Yuria and probably wants to pop the Hourglass now. Shockwave doesn't get much value, but then needs to start repositioning. He's going to start trying to kite away from God, gets a bit amount of damage.
Oh my God!
Finishes him off. He's so much lifesteal. The sustain is unreal. He lives through all of that. It's a triple kill. And somehow Vendetta escapes them narrowly. That's enough for them to close out the game. They get Baron and on to the next as they go.
Well then, Vendetta with the fancy feet, that's why you picked the Kai'Sa jungle. You play 15 minutes of gameplay to give us that one highlight moment. You know what? We'll take it.
Padding the stats to get one extra turret out through all of that, but there we have it. They finish this one off 2-0 in a very close game this time, but they will finish this one off.
Yeah, once the timer hits, once the items come in for Vendetta, he goes crazy. And if you pay attention to that last series of events, right, we'll notice the highlight plays. The highlight reels will always have that moment where Vendetta pops off, gets the quadra kill. But what we don't notice, look at that replay again. Look at what happens there. Zinkai walks into the turret and dies because his AD overdive.
Well, that is pretty much the life of I want to say like that's a support player, but that's not like a.
Oh, I'm back.
That's not like an
Sorry,
actual
I froze up for
player.
a second, but I'm back. Yeah, what's up?
All right, fair enough. Okay, I was just gonna say that Zinkai, he's not an actual support player, but he's playing support effectively.
Yeah, he played Yumi, he played Lulu.
Yeah, he's basically playing support at this point, and I have to say I really do enjoy this as a marksman player myself. The fact that you get two sides. You know, I actually saw this like crazy tweet the other day about like on the like amateur scene for like challenger players. Like this guy's been scouting for players,
right?
And then his DMs are something like 5 top laners, 8 junglers, 9 mid laners, 4 supports. 30 challenger 80 carries looking for a team. Like that is
this in Wild Rift?
No, not for Wild Rift. This
PC.
is for like, yeah, this is for PC. Okay. But I think the idea actually still stands.
Yeah.
To some extent, it's like this idea of like wanting to play marksman. I don't know. I personally do enjoy marksman a lot as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can be fun to play when the games are going well, when your team's helping you, but it can be very brutal to play from behind.
Yeah, it is very difficult. It is very difficult. There's like a lot that needs to be done to actually try to execute on that level. I feel like Smurf is getting like off easier because like support duty is also partly on Zinkai at this point. It's like I only need to do half the job. Now I get to just play like Braum, Rakan, you know, have fun initiating, and then have someone else is healing for me, right?
I don't know how much of a fun fact this is, but on League PC, Zinkai was a marksman player. He was an AD carry player, which is part of the reason why he's been playing so much Lucian top, right? And he laned together with Smurf quite often. So both of these guys, from playing AD and support together, they're now double supporting Vendetta.
We actually get to have the stats for the end of that one. I'm quite curious how much damage Vendetta was able to do. How does he have so much lifesteal? I don't get it.
I couldn't tell you, honestly. The Blade of the Rune King is really the only lifesteal. I guess it's because he just does so much damage that he'll lifesteal as a result of that.
Because like it was just so insane. He was taking damage from Yuya, he was taking damage from Tenmo, Cell-B, and he just lives through all of it. And the rest, and it's not like they don't have damage. Like look at the items.
Was there a font of life? Was there a font of life on Lulu? I doubt it, right? But maybe?
No, I don't. Lulu was dead.
Oh yeah, that's true. He died to the turret, right? Died to the turret.
Yeah, he died early because Vendetta was diving in.
He's like, I'm going in, boys. Back me up. Zinkai's there,
it's
waddling
so
over.
Crazy. Like they just saw how much healing he had. I mean, this is why I also feel like LFO liked playing the Kai'Sa so much with Raven. But bringing it to jungle, I mean, it's just a crazy premise.
It's just the player wants to play it, you let him do it. When Vendetta's delivering MVP performances like this, I feel like Watermelon right now as well, they're taking turns to get MVP. They had a week where they entirely drafted Zinkai Lucian top, he got MVP. Scarlet had a standout week on Mages. Brand and Morgana, 0 deaths in 2 games, MVP. Now they're saying, Vendetta, it's your turn. Maybe next week
but
it's
Scarlet Petal has
turn.
2. Scarlet Petal has 2 MVPs now.
Is there a way for us to look at the list of MVPs?
Yeah, I have the list of MVPs. What do you want to know?
I want to know who has the most MVPs on, or like
Zorveki has the
most...
most...
On Watermelon.
On Watermelon,
Yeah.
Scarlet Petal has the most with 2.
Ooh.
Smurf has 1, Vendetta has 1.
Okay, well, after today, Vendetta's gonna have 2. Wait, Zinkai has 1 as well, right?
I think so, but it's like down the list and
Right,
I can't
okay.
see that far down.
Yeah. Okay, well,
Yeah.
after today, Vendetta's gonna have 2.
The fact that Zoraki literally 30,000 damage. Whew, spicy. The fact that Zoraki literally has like 3 right now.
Yeah.
Just kind of shows like, you know, A is like their playstyle, but it's also like how much impact he has.
Yeah.
Like these like junglers right now have so much impact in the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think if you go through the list, you really do see a lot of junglers stand out. SSK is there with 2. Zorveki is there with 3. We'll have Vendetta there with 2 soon enough. It's just a jungle matter.
Yeah, true. It's a world of junglers and
We just live in it.
We just live in it. They get to play whatever they want. If they want to play, here's the thing. If they want to play stuff like Fiora,
Yes.
they get to play that. Barrel laner stuff, entirely an option to them.
Play
They want to
whatever
play
you want.
marksman. They want to play marksman in jungle. They get to play marksman in jungle. Whatever they want to play, junglers truly get to dictate it all. It is unfair. My bot lane pool is incredibly tiny. Every game I play, if Omo tells me just play Varus, Morgana, Ziggs. Play one of these 3, and then
I'll carry
let
the
someone
game.
else carry it.
I'm
And
the
then-
support, right? So I'll carry the game.
and
Marksman,
it's,
you're not the carries anymore. Your time has passed.
we're just there to be utility.
Yeah.
It is you literally press one button every couple minutes to hit stun in like a critical fight. That's all you do. Junglers
much.
get to dictate everything.
Supports.
Supports get to
Underrated
dictate
role.
everything.
Yeah.
Underrated role.
Undervalued
We
role.
actually do give quite a
Well,
lot of
Rich
MVPs
has
to
2
supports.
support MVPs, but other than Rich,
Yeah.
Oh, Winter and Rich both have 2
Winter as
support
well.
MVPs.
No,
you
supports
see,
actually get
is
quite
that a
a-
coincidence that the top 2 teams have the most MVPs on both their jungle and their support? It's not a conspiracy, guys. Those
It's
roles
just
are
the way.
broken.
It's just the way the meta has been kind of shaping up for us here. We actually see like a little bit of variation in like some of the other regions, but like for us here in Southeast Asia, this is pretty firmly set.
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like every region has very high value on... Sorry, let me rephrase. Every good region has very high value on jungle and support. I'm not saying we're a good region, but like our top teams are pretty decent. And the reason I have to put that disclaimer in there is because I've seen some crazy things in NA.
Oh, we actually get our interviewee ready now. We get to talk to El Major about how his game went. And I guess the first question really has to be, how does it feel like out of Gragas jail?
Is he here? I don't see him. Oh, there he
No,
is.
he's
What's
coming
up?
up.
Hey,
Here he is.
yeah, we can
You guys
hear
hear
you
me?
loud and clear. What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay. I was telling Omo, this has to be first question. It has to be first question. How does it feel like to be out of Gragas jail and get to play actual champs again?
I think it feels good. I hope more team ban my Gragas so that I don't need to play Gragas anymore. lah.
That would be great. That would be great. So I know there's a bit of a backstory with how you joined the team and how you met the guys. Could you tell the viewers at home about how you met them and how you joined the team?
So previously before this I was in team EBZ, but then unfortunately we didn't qualify. So I reached out to Vendetta because I played with Vendetta when we were in Campus League. Yeah, and then
So you guys went to the same
I think
school,
yeah, we went to the same school. And then one day before the roster lock, I think he messaged me back, and then then that's when I play mid lah. Yeah.
Very, very typical of him. Very last minute, usual stuff. So how does it feel? How does it feel coming to a new team, playing with these new guys? They've been playing together for a very long time, right? So you're like the newest addition. So how does all of this feel? Do they like guide you, or like how does that work?
I think it feels good because there are plenty of experience around here. So yeah, they give me guidance, and then all I needed to do was to go to the side lane and clear wave. Then suddenly I win. It feels good.
The sad life of a mid laner.
Good way to put it. Good way to put it. But you had a good performance on the Zed, right? Like you were able to take on Tenmo pretty well, even when you tried to play the Diana. Do you have any preferred matchups actually? Like what are some champions in the mid lane that you really want to pull out when you're not a Gragas jail?
I want to take out Freeze. Don't tell the other team. Next time I take out.
Okay. Excited to see that one. Hopefully no one bends it away.
No, it's perfect because now every game they're gonna waste one ban on Fizz, right? That's the strat.
But then if they waste a ban on Fizz, they don't ban Gragas.
Well, then it's a small price to pay.
So I think you guys now, you're probably tied for third place at the end of the week. You're looking like you're most likely going to playoffs. You're going to have a good seed into playoffs. Do you have any expectations there? Do you feel stressed? Do you feel excited? How's all of this?
As usual, I think we are always relaxed because we always play for fun. So we are always confident. We are always chill. I think there's no stress at all.
That's great. That's great to hear. Well, MVP is ready. Who do you think it's going to be?
It's definitely Vendetta.
Yeah, that guy's so selfish, man. Getting the whole team to support him.
Oh my goodness, truly selfish. Let's take a look at the MVP stats because I think we need to back up some of this information. There we go.
Look at the damage per minute.
Just
1,000.
all the numbers.
That's the highest DPM I've ever seen.
Look, but he's literally taking all the gold. Like 1,132. He's literally absorbing spot. He's a magnet, and all the gold in the map is just like gravitating towards him.
Yeah, and look at the damage taken as well. Because of the high support he got, 1,000 damage taken. Quite a tanky boy as well. But the most important statistic that I have to point out here, his kill participation, 69%.
Just don't ever speak to me again. I keep telling you this, never associate yourself with me ever again. You keep coming back, but big congratulations to Vendetta. But I feel like the whole team was instrumental in that win, and they were looking good. They were looking good.
Actually, I have one more question for you, Amajor. Did you play Darius before? Because you actually look pretty clean on it. Did you
No,
practice
I
Darius
don't.
before?
In ranked game, whenever I feel top lane, I will use Darius. So.
Right.
Yeah.
But you've never screamed with it or anything, right?
I mean, we don't even scream, so I can't really take out the Darius.
I forgot about that. Nice.
I was gonna ask something, but I suddenly forgot what it was. Oh yeah, so Omo was saying like your communications when you guys were in your draft are basically who feels like playing what. When you guys were in game 2 and then you had picked all your champions, were you guys just like shouting like, oh, I want to play this? How do you come to Darius mid lane? Did you just say I want to play Darius mid?
Actually, that's sort of true lah. I feel like playing Darius because we were using Kai'Sa. Then when we were watching the WCK, the T1 they were using Darius top. So I think I felt like playing Darius so we just went with it.
Nice. I'm glad you're getting to play some of the champions you want. I'm glad you're out of Darius Joe. I hope to see your fist soon. And I think that should about conclude the interview. Thank you so much, Elmer John, for joining us. It's been a great time talking to you.
All right, thank you.
Love that guy. He's so cute.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
It's like, he's just like, I'll just go to the side lane. Thanks for carrying me, guys. You know, it's just like peace, like sunshine and roses. I love the energy. I love the energy.
Legit, me too. Awesome guy. Great interview. I mean, most of the guys on the side of Team Watermelon, they're all like pretty bubbly as well, so it's nice to see.
Yeah, it's very important because like they're the kind of team that even when they're losing, they don't really tilt that much.
Yeah, like
they're
you said, right?
still
No
able
stress.
to like work well. Yeah, no stress. Because like what the stakes are involved for them. If they make it, them like that's a great thing.
Yeah.
Like if they get to continue the competition, amazing. But if they don't, it's like okay, well that's fine. I mean, what's the expectations anyway? They're not even scrimming, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they all have full-time commitments, right? They have school, they have work, they have university, whatever it is, and then they're coming in here. They're getting tied for third right now, sitting at a 6-3 placing without even scrimming. Yeah, I think you're happy with that.
Yeah,
It
fair
could be
enough, fair
better,
enough.
right? But I think it isn't too bad right now.
Well, I mean, their losses were at the beginning. Right?
Yeah. Well,
That and
yeah. And their losses were to like LFO, SEM9, and then one other team.
yeah, which is literally like quite literally like their main competition to beat. And frankly, if they were beating them right now anyway, that is concerning a little bit. I did put Watermelon above SEM9 at the end of the competition. That's why I had put them. So I guess you know I'm here to be proven wrong, I suppose. I know you had some words about
well, they're not scrimming. They're not really doing any of that. So beating SEM9 will be
that. But
a tall
positive
task.
energy. But
The
positive
power
energy.
of friendship
Though.
might carry them through.
Exactly. Like it is literally the protagonist buff.
Yeah.
Like Vendetta just gives me the vibe. Like the whole team just gives me the vibe. Like they are the protagonist. Like it's the hero. Like it's the hero's party. Like he's collected them from around like the starting like the beginner villages. And he's assembled his party, and now they're doing the boss raid. Like they have to fail a little bit at the start, right? So they fail a little bit at the start, lose to the big bad villains at the end, and then beat them
In
when it
playoffs.
concludes the story.
In playoffs.
Exactly. In
But you
playoffs.
see, the thing that's lacking in all of these stories, there's always a training montage. There's always a training arc. These guys don't train.
Oh.
We're missing that key step.
So here's the plan, right? I'm gonna hit them up, and I'm going to begin your training montage by the time we go into like week 5 or something. So that week 5
You gotta
and then
time
week
it
6,
just right.
just right, where they're gonna peak. Because like they need to, like these training montages, you always go dark, right? It's never like on screen. You never get to hear anything about it. It's always like, they go dark, they go off the grid, and it's like the grizzled guy sitting there. It's like with his hand behind his back, he's like stroking the beard, and
You're
it's like
painting a very
yes.
visual image for me.
Yes, it's like to beat the enemy, you must first learn how to beat
And that's you?
yourselves.
That's you?
That would be me. I'm going
Boomer?
to hit them up week 5.
Boomer, self-admitted boomer right there.
I do what I want. I do what I want.
Could be worse, could be worse. Well, that's it for the first set of matches. We do have a very exciting second set coming up. We talked a bit about that, right? LFO against Upcar Esports.
Yeah.
We gave you guys a bit of a teaser. I'm excited for that one. Hopefully it's a fun one. I'm looking forward to my hot pot dinner, so get this out of the way.
So we're going to see how that one plays out.
Yeah.
Now, should be able to jump into that quickly and take a look at how that one is going to go.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
the main
how-
thing I want to look up for that matchup as well, right, is I want to see the bottom lanes faced off. The last time these two teams played, I don't believe Beyond was there for the side of Upcar Esports, and I definitely think that this team leveled up tremendously with the addition of Beyond. So I want to see how Coffee and Beyond face off against experienced, strong, mechanically skilled Raven and Rich.
Because we saw them go undefeated once they switched over to Beyond, right? Up until that match against Watermelon. So we'll have to see if this is going to be the difference maker in their match against LF4. We're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, it is going to be that series.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Well, if you missed us, don't have to miss us anymore. We're right back
Nah,
here
no
with
one
more
did.
action in. Damn, I just want to have some fun here, Omo. I just came up with a fun little
Alright, go
line
for
to
it, go
say
for it. I'm sorry to
when we
cut you
came
off.
back. No, it's over. It's
I've ruined
done. I
it?
give up. You've ruined it. I've given
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry.
It's all
We've
meaningless.
got one more break.
It's all. No, but we don't come back for that break anymore. I can't say it because we don't come back for it.
No, we do between games 1 and 2.
Ah, that doesn't count. Like that one's like
I'm
so
sorry.
short.
The next
It's
time.
like,
The next time.
well, now that it's ruined. I'm Grandin. This is Omo. Upcar Esports LF Org, something. Week 3, day 3.
It is what it is, you know. But the matches are still gonna be a banger, at least. Oh, I'm excited for that. Aren't you, Granted? Chin up. We've got some good matches.
No, I mean, you know.
Even after we're done, we can watch
Sure.
SEM9 Phantom6. That's gonna be good too.
Yeah, I guess,
Yeah.
but like,
Come on, chin up. I'll buy you some ice cream later.
Oh, you sure?
For
I
sure.
get ice cream?
Pick your flavor.
You go invite me for? Do I get to come over hot pot?
No, absolutely not. But you gotta pick your flavor, at least. I'm not quite ready for you to meet the parents yet.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
okay,
think we're
okay,
at that
okay.
stage in our casting relationship yet.
I feel like we will at some point.
I hope not! But yes, let's move on from that. That's a very scary thought I want to get out of my mind. How we doing today? What are we in for?
Upcar Esports
Yeah.
and LF Org. Upcar Esports have been on a pretty good hot streak.
Oh,
They just
yeah.
lost their match yesterday against Watermelon. Oh no, we beat Phantom6. They lost their match against Watermelon on Friday, but apart from that, they've been on a really good hot streak since switching to Beyond in the bomb side. They've been winning basically all their matches. Oh, we're actually gonna pull up some trivia questions for you guys before we continue with all of this. I wonder what it's gonna be this time.
I don't
We've had some
know.
interesting questions.
Yeah.
We've had some interesting questions.
Oh, okay, this is alright.
What is the name of the map for the all-random, all-mid match? A. Summoner's Rift. B. Twisted Tree Line. C. Howling Abyss. D. Dark Forest.
Well, the funny thing about this one is the map does change sometimes, right? Like, they have the seasonal map sometimes.
True, that's true. But I suppose like the expectation is that well here's the thing. For
Okay.
Wild Rift as it stands, we've never had seasonal map for
Oh,
ARAM
that's
yet,
true.
right?
Yeah, you're right.
So this is Wild
Yes,
Rift trivia.
yes, that's
It
true.
is,
I did
you
not
know,
consider
there's one of these options does not even exist in Wild Rift. Two of these options.
F.
One of them is like it's like a trick.
Yeah, I
But
just
it's
want
such
to do a eulogy for Twisted Tree Line. You weren't very fun, but you existed.
You were great for farming EXP when making Smurf
Yes,
accounts.
that was your one job. I remember the Valmore back on Twisted Tree Line. Do you remember that one? The giant spider? That was cool.
Yes. And if you dance in front of him, like your whole team dances in front of
Yeah.
him, he dances with you.
Oh, I don't remember that. That's cool.
I actually played quite a few Twisted Tree Line games.
Yeah.
I'm also the kind of guy that played Dominion.
I'm not very surprised.
If you didn't know. Well, let's pull up our first team's video. We have Upcar Esports. With Upcar Esports, we have Zisune, Arashi, Ravens, Coffee, and Beyond. Beyond coming in has been a great addition for the team. You can oh, I just want to say, you can really tell like which players went to the photo shoot.
Yeah, you see, to all players at home, this is why you find a way to get to the photo shoot.
That's true. That was a lot of fun. And I think for a lot of these players as well, like the newer guys, like this is their first time going for a proper photo shoot. Even
Yeah.
for some of the more professional ones, might be their first time going for an actual photo shoot.
Look, I'll be real with you here. The photo shoot that they did for casters was one of the first photo shoots I had as well. As a caster,
Fair enough.
not as a player, right?
As a caster, but you've done like some like other roles as like
yeah, I've
talent,
done like tons
as
as
coach.
players.
Yeah, but like as actually like for like talent, they've had this like
One of the first,
few
yeah,
times
one
that
of the
we-
first. It was
yeah.
nice. I was happy with how the photos turned out. Should have gone on weight cut before it though, but that's my mistake.
Yeah, same. It's all right. You know what? Lessons learned. Mistakes
Yes.
made. Lessons learned. Next time around.
Next
but
time
the next
around.
time we do a photo shoot, we're gonna be amazing. But Upcar Esports, I feel like at this point we've kind of like squeezed the narrative like bone dry, and we have to save a little
Yes.
bit for playoffs, right? Like we need to dump that stock in. We need to dump the bone in the broth in the water
Please,
and
I
start
haven't
boiling up that
eaten,
stock.
Brandon.
Start boiling up that
Have you had
stock for like
breakfast?
playoffs. I haven't had anything at all. We're on the
Yeah.
same page here. You know what? So I'm starting to like tantillate us a little bit, trying to enjoy ourselves a little bit, get that mental imagery in our heads. Because for Upcar Esports, it could kind of go both ways. They're either gonna turn out to be a delicious bowl of broth at the end of this competition, or they could end up being. We could put them under too much pressure. Because now they're in the pressure cooker. They're up against the teams like LFO, SEM9 Phantom6. Yeah, I can see almost it's like this is a bit of a stretch. He's like, this is a bit of a stretch, but he's letting me go with it. They're up against some of the
can tell I'm
strongest teams
zoning
that we
out,
have
right?
in this region. And they're in a pressure cooker right now. They either turn out to be a great bowl of broth or just a mediocre bowl of broth.
I've always wanted a pressure cooker. Well, the
Fair
pressure
enough.
cooker themselves are ready. Let's take a look at LFO.
On the LFO side, we have Tipper, SSK, CWJ, Raven, and Rich. And I actually would not be able to tell you that these guys did not all go to the same photo shoot.
You're right, actually. I know. My theory is that Tipper and Rich did go to the photo shoot, but they went in Thailand. You see?
Did they have like a plan for them in Thailand? Like that's awesome.
I'm not exactly sure, but I would assume that that's the case. Yeah.
because it does look really high quality.
Yeah, I'm pretty
and,
sure.
yeah,
that's
I
what they
mean,
did. Because
with a
there's
bunch
the
of, like,
ESL
those visual
Thailand as
bites.
well.
With a bunch of like the visual bites.
Yeah.
For LFO, like I love like the little hand, like that little hand slap thing with like CWG and like SSK and all. Yeah,
So
it's
cute.
adorable.
Yeah, well, these guys, they've known each other for quite a while. Tipper and Rich, of course, the newer additions to the team, but Rich has played with this iteration of the roster a couple of times before in the past. I think that was last year, first split, if I'm not wrong. Something along those lines, before he went over to
Sure,
EVOS,
I mean,
had a great
I was,
success.
I
when he
was
came back.
there.
Yeah, you were there.
I mean, I was there. I saw how it went.
It went alright, it went pretty well.
No, I mean, they dominated
Yeah.
the SG side,
Yeah,
right?
but then it's just the SG side, right? Like, it's so easy. I'm just saying facts, it's just facts. Like,
Now
that's
that
why
we've
we need
combined-
SGMY, that's why we need MYSG. We need to combine and overcome.
But we're still pretty tiny,
Yeah.
compared to like the other regions. So we only get like one seed into regionals.
Yeah, but-
so like we have a lot to prove. Like we need
Exactly.
like next split, we need to like show them like, hey, you guys can't sleep on us. We need more seeds into the
Yes.
competition because guess what? Like we are real competition as well.
Yeah, honestly, a bit of a chip on our shoulders, right? For teams like SEM9, for teams like LFO. It's a bit of a shame that we won't see one of these two teams represent us at a regional. And, well, we're just gonna have to start by proving ourselves, right? We'll just have to start with either LFO or SEM9 going there, making a good showing, making a dent. And then we'll come back and talk about this again.
And it's too bad as well because we're in a region right now that's still looking to be one of the strongest in the world, right? So when they're playing up against the other strong regions, like it continues to be that massive barrier.
Yeah.
If you can win this, like you're very likely a playoffs team in Worlds already. So let's take a look at a head-to-head between our two players. Upcar Esports have Arashi and L4 have SSK. I guess we're really focused on jungles today.
Yeah, well, we were just having this whole narrative about how broken jungle is. If you look at the DPM on the side of SSK, 860, pretty high. And I think this statistic actually tells the story. Well, it tells the story that I wanted to tell, right? Because I'm manipulating it. But Arashi, 60% KP, I feel like he's been a driving force. He's been the engine behind a lot of Upcar's successes in team fights and engages. He's been unafraid to work in tandem with Beyond in the early mid-game, to roam the map and to start fights in the mid-game. Whereas SSK, he does play a little bit more selfishly. We see him quite often side laning, getting some farm for himself, and it pays off at the end because look at his damage numbers.
Yeah, he gets to have more damage because he has more items,
Yeah.
more money. Arashi here to play for the team, as all good junglers should. I'll just put it that way. That being said, though, you know, it's not as if Arashi is afraid of playing for the aggressive jungler anyway. He's more than willing to play for the Rivens, the Camille's, the Kha'Zix. Like, he will play whatever he wants to play in the jungle as well. Quite similar to Vendetta in that regard, I would say. SSK, more willing to take the bullet, in my opinion, to play for the team a little bit more. But like you mentioned, his playstyle inherently is more aligned to the side lanes anyway.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more selfish, right? And I think part of that is the instincts, that's been ingrained in him from years and years of playing top lane. So coming in, transitioning back to the jungle role, it's something he has played before. But keep in mind, his roots are as a top laner. So of course, some of those habits will die a little harder.
That's true, but then you also have this incredible Baron in the form of Tipper, who is quite literally probably a league above everybody else in the competition
100%.
right now. And so we, you know, you have this like big contrast. It's like, oh man, what happens now? Like, do we have this impact coming in? If SSK is off in the side lane, does that remove some of the agency from Tipper? So I think it's like very careful not to overstep into what they want to try and get done for Tipper in the side lane or anywhere else for that matter. But let's pull up the predictions that we have for this match because I think it is quite interesting. I think we're a little bit split on this one, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh,
no, we're not that split actually.
The egg with a spicy vote there. I like it.
I was expecting a little more faith in Upcar Esports. That being said, it's not going to come from me. You know, what am I saying? It might have been different if this was somebody else, but it's literally the two of us, and I'm played super safe, and you are clearly like an LFO fanboy.
Yeah.
So I guess it's only down to like Contra and the egg to
There's
change.
always a misconception that I'm a fanboy of certain teams. And people always say, Omo is so biased. Omo is a biased caster. Well, here's the truth, guys. I like good teams. I like teams that aren't crap. I like SEM9 too. I like them because they're good. It's simple.
Fair enough. He's a clout follower. He only wants like to follow the good teams. You know?
I'm a hype train follower, 100%.
Hype train follower. Yeah. Once they start going on that win streak, he's like, oh, with them they make one loss, and then suddenly he's like, man, this team is dead to me.
If you see Upcar win this match, I'm gonna come in tomorrow with a tattoo of an upside down car on my chest. 100%.
You happy about T1 going like 14-0 then?
I'm actually not a big T1 fan. That's one of the few times that I'm against the trend. I think they're like 15-0 now. Yeah, but I've never really liked T1 because they're too overhyped. I'm a Gen G fan though. I like the hype around the Gen G roster.
So he needs like the right amount of hype. Like not
still
too
a little
much
bit
hype
hipster, you know?
That everyone comes into play.
Exactly.
But like which is why he's like a fan of these like quote unquote minor regions.
Yeah,
because we're part of the greatest
That's how I get to
region.
be a bit elitist about it. You wouldn't even know these teams.
It's just like come on, can you name me like 3 of their matchups?
Tell me 3 of Tipper's favorite champions. If not, you're not a true fan of LFO.
Yeah, it's you know that's how it goes. You know, he's gonna pull out like his phone and he's gonna show you. I've been following Tipper's account since like 2017. Like
actually, I'm not, but yeah. I know Tipper streams a lot though on Facebook Live, so this guy's really on the ball, and I think he's quite interactive as well. Of course, it's gonna be in Thai, but still, you can watch the gameplay. I remember after they won a Summer Super Cup, I think it was, I tuned into Tipper and Valdez's stream a couple of times. The mechanics on play from this guy, insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Let's take a look at our champion select because that's coming up now. That you get to see how well they're able to execute on these.
Yeah, let's take a look. I mean, I feel like the Yuumi ban is going to be a big one here. LFO, they are big-time Yuumi players. Rich is a big-time Yuumi fan. UCE, though, I don't think Yuumi is really in their wheelhouse, so maybe we see it slip through.
But it'd be a massive loss for Tipper to have to autofill on that Yuumi effectively, right? Like, you don't really want to have Yuumi piloted by Tipper. You'd rather have Tipper just play anything else.
Yeah, Tipper is never going to play that Yuumi, 100%.
So it does kind of restrict them a little bit in that sense, you know. But at the same time, I guess you could always like bring that over to like the mid lane with like CWJ, because we saw what Watermelon could do. You know, you could play Darius mid, you could play anything mid you want to.
Just funnel your farm into your jungler with your Yuumi mid. I think it's a bit of a stretch, but we'll see if anyone pulls it out in the future days. There we go. UCE banning away the Yuumi on blue side. I feel like that's a necessity, and it always is an indicator that says blue side Yuumi ban. We don't play Yuumi.
But Rich likes to play Thresh as well, and so he's
Yeah.
really comfortable on different types of initiators, whether that's going to
His
be the
Leona
Rakan, whether
has
that's going
been
to be the
cracked.
Thresh. And so we get to see LFO with so much flexibility towards what they want to play towards the bot side. I think with UCE, you know, probably just want to try and get rid of some of the more staple ones. LFO actually leaving up the Vayne for now. I think this last man should be that Vayne, unless they leave that open and then first pick Vayne. I would love to see that.
Oh, it's open. You've
It's
been
open.
asking for this, Brandon. When are we gonna see a team let Vayne slip through? Are they gonna first pick it here today?
Well, you said it. BO3 might be too volatile. It doesn't seem like they care.
Oh, they
no,
want the
but then they go
Fiora.
for the Fiora.
I don't blame them. It makes a lot more sense, right? It feels like such a trap that the Vayne is available that you want to go for something safer, and the Fiora has
Okay,
been a
LFO.
great staple pick.
Pick Vayne. Pick Vayne. That's all I'm gonna say.
I feel like they won't. I feel like they want to test the limits here. I feel like they want to see how far they can go. Make UCE pick this Vayne. And then
Okay, they go for
test
the
it.
Gragas instead of the set, which is fine still. Okay, go for the grain for the
Very
Gragas and the
standard
Ribbon.
stuff,
Yeah,
yeah.
still pretty standard.
Yeah.
This opens up the next picks for Upcar Esports, and yeah, could go for the Vayne now. How about now?
I think they do. I think they surely do grab it on 2-2-3, and then that means that at least LFO won't be able to double counter pick you bot lane. They'll only get one piece, and then you get to ban the other piece of the bot lane. Let's see what it's gonna be though. This is the last chance. If you don't
Like,
take it here, it
everyone-
might get banned. There we go. There we go.
Finally! Oh my goodness! I was at the edge of my seat. Like my heart was prepared to drop. Like if they were not prepared to play Vayne, like Coffee, it's like if you're not prepared to play Vayne now, I don't know
When are you gonna
that's
play it?
ever-
Well,
yeah, when's
this
it
to
ever
me
gonna
this
come?
reads like a Draven angle, but we'll see.
Well, LFO, they have a bunch of options. Even if they
Yeah.
don't want to go for something like Draven, could still go for something like Kai'Sa. Could even go for a mage bot lane still, and just try to burst them out or do something there.
A bit let down, but it's fine. That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, this just looks like it's going to be like farming Gragas and fasting
Yeah.
Senna at this point, right? So it kind of actually shows off a little bit more on LFO's side. But then again, that being said, it is a strong pick. It's just kind of, you know, not as flashy as maybe we were hoping for.
The good thing about the Vayne here, though, is that you're happy playing to Senna because it's not a lane which I would say pressures you tremendously. You get a lot of time to free farm to scale, which I think Coffee is going to be happy with.
Wait a minute. They banned away the Fizz. This isn't Watermelon. You know this is LFO, right? They're both SG region
CWJ
teams.
has played one game of Fizz, I believe. It didn't go great, but he... Actually, I might be wrong. I
And
think he
that's
did.
what you're worried about? Not the Diana? Not like another assassin? This Fizz pick? Like this Fizz counter Vayne? Is that why I'm missing out
I'm
here?
targetable, maybe. I don't know. I don't have 5,000 games on Vayne. I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing here. Twisted Fate
Sure, I'll
being
give
banned
it.
away as well. Interesting bans. I guess it's because mid lane champion pool is kind of targeted already. The Z is removed. Beyond that, what champions are you truly afraid of? I guess really just the Diana, right? And I know Vayne is pretty happy playing to Diana, so...
Vayne going into Diana. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
What is this gonna
You see
be?
the
What's this pick here?
Olaf ban removes another jungler from the pool, and so they grab maybe the next possible option.
Graves.
Camille
SSK
is still
Graves.
open, but they've gone for the Graves instead. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because now you have a double marksman setup. The Senna can now go basically full supportive build. He can go for the Black Cleaver, etc., etc. And SSK will see what he wants to go for. A little bit of flex
Wait.
potential here from Sada UCE. I do like this. Morgana and Galio can both flex support depending on what matchup you get. It's more likely, I think, that you get the Galio support and the Morgana mid, though.
It's just Camille here, right? Like, is
Could
this
be.
not just like a
Yeah, it
really,
would be a really
really
good
good
Camille
composition
angle.
from Upcar Esports? Like, it's just a
Yeah.
great composition that they have.
It would be a really
Camille
good Camille
Galio
angle.
combo. You get to funnel up the Fiora. Vayne gets to be that secondary carry.
Well, this
Okay,
isn't bad.
okay.
It's not bad pick,
Satisfying.
right? Yeah.
And it's tanky if that's what you're trying to go
Exactly.
for as well, right? Because if you need like that front line, then yeah, I mean you have that option.
Triple marksman.
Triple marksman. Okay.
Talk
okay.
about doubling down.
LFO.
They're tripling down.
Can we see can we get a Jin Ash game as well? Like,
Oh,
can we
you're
see, like,
tripping.
5?
They picked one game of Jin. That's it. That's it for them. But
What is it like? Does NA used to play like 5 marksman or something, right?
did they really? Well, it's NA.
I
We
can't-
don't talk about that here. If I had to do a prediction for the lineup here, I do think it's gonna be CWJ on Lucian mid. That would live, of course, Tipper on Riven, and then there will be a Senna Gragas bot lane. So a pretty standard draft all around. It's just the Lucian Graves matchup, or not matchup rather, but pairing, which I don't really like.
Fair enough. It might be that. It might be the case there that that kind of gives that opportunity over.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like look back over at LFO's composition because there's some parts that I'm a little bit concerned about, particularly because they have that Riven who is going to try and look for some of those like team fighting moments and try and jump in, but also because they have like the Graves as like a jungle pick potentially.
Yeah.
I don't really see how well they're able to deal with like split push, especially against like a 1-3-1 kind of setup from Upcar.
It's going to be very reliant on just Tipper's individual mechanics and his ability to just outplay a Fiora, Galio in the side lane.
Oh, so it's fine then.
I mean, I think he can do it, right? Because he's just so good. But sometimes his recklessness scares me. He never backs away from fights. He always takes the head-on fight. He sees two people coming in to fight him and he just says, you know what? Let's test my luck here. Let's see if I can outplay them.
It's winnable.
It's winnable, and he's a Giga Chat. We love him for that. But I do think LFO's comp here balances once again on a nice edge. We said that a lot. They play a lot of high execution comps where they really are reliant on their mechanics and on their finesse to pull off a win. On the other side, though, I feel like this is just a very easy, very solid draft to play off for Upcar. And honestly, I favor it here. I think it's easier to win. I think they have good chances to win. They have clear win conditions. I'm rooting for Upcar in this game 1.
Let's see what Upcar Esports have in store for us, because like you said, there is quite a bit they could deliver. Yeah. At the same time, though, they have to be a little bit careful. This is going to be one of their tougher matchups. This is round 2 against LFO, and the last time they faced up against LFO, I think I've mentioned this multiple times at this point, I felt like while they were able to eventually eke out a win, it wasn't them in control. We actually get to see something quite similar in LFO's composition, because the last time they played Tipper similarly was on the Riven.
Yeah.
Right? On the Riven, they had the Gragas, but that time they had Lee Sin, I believe, so some variation there. But Upcar Esports are the one that drastically changed the composition. Like, it's entirely different from the last time they faced.
It's a very protect the Vayne comp, right? You've got a tanky jungler, you've got a Galio for peeling, you've got the Black Shield. They're just all aiming on Vayne to succeed, and failing that, they have the backup plan of Zisune on Fiora. I think that's one of his more competent champions, like I said, so I think he's going to do quite alright on that. But is he going to win? Probably not, but is he going to be able to hold his own? I think he should be able to. Let's see. I do want to bring up a quick point as well, right? We talk a lot about how Tipper likes to play the game, how he likes to side lane a lot. One thing I'm looking forward to is I'm waiting for Howlbreaker to get released, and I want to see Tipper buy that item every single game.
I think that's going to be so impactful for a lot of these teams, right? Because it opens up a number of options as well. I think stuff like Tryndamere just suddenly shoots up in priority, and we see an incredible resurgence in just the impact of Baron laners. Even with teams like Phantom6 with Yoshi, I've been liking more and more how well they've been able to execute with a more aggressive style Yoshi. Not that Garen stuff, not that Darius stuff, because he just gets smacked in lane with that. But when he's actually taking the fight on, like he played against Upcar Esports in the Camille game, they won. They started playing Garen, they started losing. Well, that's enough talking. Let's jump into the game. Our first match between Upcar Esports and LFO. The duality of man, Upcar Esports, having fun, enjoying themselves, memeing out. LFO, they're super cool. They don't care. They're swiping their hair.
They're the bad boys here.
They're the bad boys.
Wait a minute, what are the lane assignments? Look at this.
CWJ is gonna pilot that Lucian in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That means that Coffee gets to go to the mid side to deal with that.
That's really interesting. I like that a lot. Ooh.
Tipper. Zisune!
What is Zisune?
Ignite, buddy. He just wanted to get some control back, I guess.
Sending a message for sure.
Yeah, let Tipper know, hey, you don't get to do that here. We can ignite you too.
Oh man.
CWJ up against Coffee.
This mid lane matchup.
Touted as the best Vayne. Thousands of hours on this champion.
Yeah, but is he able to play mid lane, right? That's Tipper!
Oh my goodness! So close, but it's Tipper you're up against. He minimizes, maximizes everything.
Yeah. We've seen Tipper play so many of these 1v1s down to the wire. And this time around, he comes up on top, solo bolo onto Zisune.
Watch out for Arashi.
This is a win for
posing
LFO.
SSK, but it's not great for Upcar Esports to continue this.
Yeah.
Only thing they had to be concerned about was perhaps the chance of the Sedge turning it around. So walk off, back off.
That's the downside of the Vayne mid, right? While it's great for you individually and you save your teammates from a potential...
Arashi is so low.
This is just gonna be a jungle kingdom, man.
Watch what happens. Rich actually been pulled in. That's the Winter Wall of a lot of damage. The heal comes across. Raven actually has to stop him, block everything for the Gragas, but he goes down because of it. Flashes
Oh my
back towards the
goodness.
Honey Fruit, grabs it in time, and you cannot believe what you're witnessing.
A little bit too aggressive there, eating 2 turret shots. Rich, level 3, will stay alive, forced to recall. But look at the game state right now. Jungle domination, the name of the game. Look at that!
Oh
top
no,
gap.
Tipper!
Solo bolo, top die.
Level 5. This isn't right.
He hit level 5 right on time, pops the Exile Blade, whatever they call it, and just slices the
That's how you
Sune
know.
down.
Imagine not knowing skill names, you know.
What is it called? I know she has a spell called Broken Wings, and then that's it.
That's a spin.
Her
right?
Q?
That's like her Q.
Right.
Then it's her key burst.
Oh, Key Burst. Okay,
Yeah.
Weep.
Alright, LFO. LFO. I mean, what
It's a
can I
top
say?
gap, it's a jungle gap.
No, you don't have level 5 fancy Suna. You have to be careful. Even with Arashi running in now, that's the 1-2 with the face
that-
break. No flash. Pulls in Tipper. Finally, they get a kill back.
The slam dunk from Arashi. He might get shut out of his own jungle, but that kill's gonna be big. That's gonna allow him to just be aggressive. Look at that.
Wait, they're walking in on Ravens. Where's the Black Shooter? Wasn't there in time? They just finished him off. The burst from Rich. That's why you run Electrocute Gragas.
It must have been on cooldown. No way Ravens did not Black Shield those extremely telegraphed spells. I feel like it had to have been on cooldown.
For sure, I think they just timed it really well. Once
Yeah.
the Black Shield was down, they knew they had the opportunity to go aggressive. Uses it perfectly. They walk in, finish off that kill. And things are starting to look painful for Upcar Esports. Coffee could be the changing force for that, but not if he doesn't get a lead in lane.
Yeah, well, he can slowly scale. That's an option. But the world is exploding around him. There's fire everywhere. His lanes are going terribly. It's gonna be a tough time here, right, to try to recover. I think UCE, they have great scaling, but the point is you need to get there. You need to get to the point where your scaling matters. So far, they're not on a good trajectory for that.
Good macro, rotating to the mid lane, trying to set up on either objective, depending on what the enemy team goes for. You can just rotate for the other. That being said, though, Upcar Esports sees Arashi recall for now, so it actually stalls it out a little bit longer. Tipper goes back to the completed Black Cleaver. I'm a little bit terrified for Upcar Esports now.
Yeah,
one
full
item
items.
on Tipper is...
Whew. Full items on everyone on the side of LFO, whereas you look at their counterparts, UCE, only Coffee has the completed item here.
Run away, CWJ! Grab the fruit! Grab the fruit!
so
CWJ,
close.
no!
So close, grabbing
Coffee
the
with
fruit
the solo
would
kill
save
the
him,
side
yeah.
lane.
If he hit the fruit and then popped the Carling, that would have saved him.
But had to find some value back there with the Culling, so could actually go for that. He jump onto Raven, now looking to try and finish off the center. That's a little bit more damage. You just need a little more to finish that one off. Tipper, he's jumping in through the back, just looks for the key strike so that they can get that kill confirmed.
I thought he would have
They're
tried to
walking
force
back.
something from Ravens as well, but he didn't
Still
want
have a little
to.
bit more. Still have a little bit
Oh,
more.
what is this?
Key burst.
Oh no,
Almost
Beyond.
takes down Beyond. Wait, Beyond.
Okay, that's it.
careful
He gets
there.
out, right? The fight surely ends here.
Rift out started. They have vision of this.
Zitsune tried to solo it?
He tried to go around where he thought they had no vision.
He leashed it
He
for
tried to go
them.
be-
That's what he did.
He tried to go. He tried to go around it.
Alright, LFO will say thank you for the leash, and Rift Herald goes over to Raven. They're gonna walk over to the Dragon. They're gonna get this one as well, surely.
Double objectives. Tipper has some strong lane presence up against Zitsune
yeah.
right now. They're just going to continue resetting because the longer this dragon is available, the longer this dragon is alive, the longer Upcar Esports have to try and contest this.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You force them into tough spots. You force them into uncomfortable situations. The signs of life are there though. Coffee getting that solo bolo on the Vayne. It's gonna be big. 4,500 gold. He's in a pretty good spot for sure.
Is there any particular attachment to the word bolo? Can you use like any rhyming word with solo?
Sure, why don't you try?
Solo wolo?
What is a
Solo
wolo though?
golo. Why is a bolo?
Well, bolo has already become ingrained in like my mind, so it makes sense.
So yeah, so if I change that first letter to any other consonant, does it change anything? Solo Tolo, Solo Golo.
I
Solo
feel,
Yolo?
I don't know why, but I just feel repulsed right now. It just feels wrong, you know?
Something
Don't reinvent the wheel. It works.
You don't know if you could be doing even better.
Well, so far it's not. It's not been doing any better. Solo Zolo? Hey, that's pretty good.
I don't understand how that's any better than anything else.
Because I said it. I like it. Alright, well, Rift Herald gets
Alright.
pop mid, but they're not reinforcing it. They're just using it to keep UCE locked down while they go take Zisune's turret. Very cheeky.
Okay. Do manage to stop that in time. Just not in time, but before he gets any more damage on the turret, he will be able to finish this turret there. Instead of looking for first turret in the top side. Nice counter engage coming through from Upcar Esports to dodge away a lot of the damage. But Zisune's been taken down. Facebreaker pulls them back in. Barashi not tanky enough and not with enough damage.
Look at
LFO
Coffee.
with 3 kills. CWJ might be able to finish off. Copy the flash away. The kite into the bush. Dodging vision. Not enough for the burn. Not enough from the ignite to finish off Coffee.
So very close right there, but using the invisibility, that means CWJ can't auto. That's why Vayne is such a great duelist. I'm gonna say something very boomer right now. Call back to the days where SKT won their first world championship with Piglet playing Vayne. You know what he did? He didn't team fight. He side laned the whole game because Vayne is such a great duelist. Let's look at this team fight. Good engage to start things off, but Zisune too low. He dies. No follow-up. Ravens get zoned off. They don't have the damage. They should not be taking these team fights without Coffee.
They want Tipper here, but it's gonna be difficult to
He's out.
execute
Good
on.
job over
He's just
this.
gonna be able to jump over
Oh,
the
the
wall.
condemn.
They actually get the condemn off onto him. He has to flash over the wall instead. A little bit more vision.
That's cheeky,
not
right?
them-
Because you know he wants to Q3 over the wall, but you just condemn him out of it into the wall.
Flash or flash though? That was the flash away from Arashi.
Yeah, that's big. That
Decent
flash is
trade
big.
overall. Yeah, decent trade overall. Rich is actually going super aggressive now. It's
Oh,
not
boy.
going worthwhile for him.
Um,
He's taken out by Coffee.
Yeah, they're just feeding him kills right now. They're funneling kills into him. Now Raven in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, have to watch
Oh,
out for the
boy.
counter gang. They get the showstopper, finish him off right outside range of turret. Now on a
Yeah, I don't
rampage. Signs of life indeed.
Beyond signs of life at this point, surely. Just greedy plays from LFO getting punished. And this is what we always talk about. LFO, they play on multiple lanes at once. They will take fights with numbers disadvantage. Is that a good thing? No, but will they do it? Yes. Why? Because most of the times they count on their mechanics to try to outplay you. Not gonna be the case this time around. Getting picked off one by one. UCE, Coffee sitting 4-0. Not quite top net worth, but he's not far off.
You got that adrenaline shot pumped into your veins. When your heart is pumping. This Upcar Esports. Beyond signs of life. Now they're doing cardio. 140 BPM.
Well, speaking of cardio, I just did cardio the other day after recovering from COVID. I feel like my lungs shrank like 30%.
It is a respiratory disease, so
Well, I mean,
I'm not surprised.
yeah, right.
And I need to get back into cardio as well. Well, LFO, they're running.
Arashi
laps
needs to
around
get
Upcar
back into his
Esports.
jungle.
Arashi needs to run away. He's gonna get taken down. It's Rich that finishes off the kill.
Look at that, SSK and Rich both competing to see who can snipe it. Raven as well with his ultimate. CWJ as well with his culling. But ultimately, it was Raven that got the dunk there.
It was Rich, you mean?
Oh yeah, Rich that got the dunk there.
Yeah, no, we don't spread fake news. We only give factual information.
We always fact
Excuse
check. Yeah.
Always fact check. That's why we have each other.
Keep each other accountable.
Well, it's mostly just me for you, no?
Yeah, you keep me accountable. I just do my own thing.
Yeah. LF4 doing a good job of isolating Upcar Esports from their own jungle. That's a lot of golden EXP lost, right? Which is not ideal for them at all.
Yeah.
Arashi actually opts for the Triforce build, so a little bit more damage, but not very tanky, so still finds himself susceptible to get burst out. Best case scenario, I think, for him now is that if he's able to get one pick off and then die, I think that's the best case scenario. Worst case scenario, he doesn't get anything done at all. Sune's been chased after, they're looking to finish him off, but good dash away, flashes as well.
Yeah, gets the Ribbon ultimate out at least. Look at the map state right now. I want to point out something to you, Grandin. While the net worth of Coffee is growing, while he's getting farmed, his teammates, they're suffering. They're getting choked out of the map. He's the only strong point right now. 4-0 on this fade. Everyone else's networks are suffering. Look at the top lane, 3,000 down. Look at the mid lane, 3,000 down.
Wait, CWJ, he's gonna get killed up again. He's called for assistance. He's called for the help from
no.
Raven, but it's not enough. Rich is chasing after for the kill, but watch out for what happens here because even with your damage,
he missed.
it's not enough. He misses the shot off the coffee, and it's a double kill for the Vayne.
It's the Coffee show right now. Every roll is down on their counterparts, except Coffee. He's the only one that's up and go, and he needs to
It is
perform.
quite literally entirely on Coffee at this
He's
point.
dead.
Tipper is actually here to respond. The Ignite should finish him off. Tipper's dashing over the wall, flashing over the wall to finish the kill off. Arashi flashes away
Nice
as well. Tipper
interrupt.
intercepts the Justice Punch to finish off that kill. It should go over to Tipper. SSK was trying to go for it. Tipper uses his ultimate to secure it. Oh, it's so cheeky, so cheeky.
Man, how clean is this Tipper though? Just getting a huge shutdown, and now suddenly he's back top net worth, top of the charts.
I want to make like a joke, but I feel like this is just like brand awareness for if I say this. I was gonna make
Do
a
it.
joke about like cleaning supplies. No, it's just a bad joke, and it just I'm just gonna drop that. It actually goes quite well overall for Upcar Esports to begin with. Like just over like Coffee is just one person. If he had more mana, more HP, like this fight again could have still gone Upcar.
Definitely the case, right? But Coffee already got chunked out. It took two members to get him low on health, low on mana. CWJ and Rich both paid the price in blood. Both paid it with their lives to get him low, and ultimately, SK though in a bit of trouble. Wait,
Nice
Raven?
dash over the wall. Beyond Pulse, Raven back in. Raven gets hit with the condemn.
damage.
Pulse the ultimate back through. Culling gonna be expanded. Culling in a retreat, but now it's Tipper in to join the fight. Arashi. Oh no, Zisune gets taken out. What's the ult? No ult from SSK.
No ult from SSK, but look at the residual damage. Look at the giant amounts of AoE. Wait, what? Where was Rich?
What? Rich?
Caught behind enemy lines there. They're gonna start
Coffee
up
will
the
finish
Baron
off
though.
that kill. They do have double marksman. Triple marksman, in fact. We started off, and this is giving them some inclination. They jumped on the Coffee as well as Arashi. Look at that taken now. They go together,
No.
try and join forces. But SSK will rotate from one kill to another, from Arashi straight back to Coffee.
From Arashi straight back to Coffee and straight back to Baron Nashor. No pressure gonna get relieved here for UCE. Once the pedal is stepped on, LFO, they don't tend to let up.
Upcar Esports are giving up this one. They say there's no chance we get the fight for this. We're gonna go back into the mid lane, try and execute something there instead. And there we go. There we have it. 14-minute Baron. Very similar to what we saw from Wildmelon,
Yeah.
but a very different game at the
Look,
same
we've
time.
been seeing similar trends, I would say, from both LFO
Early
and Watermelon,
Barons.
right? Early Barons is one of them. Another one is just doing whatever the heck you want to do and then winning a team fight and winning the game. Both of these teams just living their best life here.
Also delaying the first objective spawns.
Sure.
I will say that I find that quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been saying, right, Dragon is a bit of a bait objective. It doesn't win you the game. It sets you up to win the game, for sure. It gives you leads to win the game, but it's not a game winner. So when you flip the game over Dragons, well, that can hurt you, right?
Well, have you seen 3.1?
We'll talk about that when we get there. Howlbreakers also exist, though, so when you go down for Dragon, maybe you get Howlbreaker.
Once again, it's Rashi and Coffee standing by the blue
Oh,
buff
no!
and looking for the wall card. Gets condemned back instead.
He didn't land it on Coffee. He was trying to go for a one-shot.
Facebreaker pull back onto Rich, and once again looking for his Gragas as the target to focus. Raven's going to go down here as Coffee chases after. It's
So
going
deep,
to be
so
the
deep.
Vayne finishing that one off. SSK
No
needs a
way!
little bit more damage to take down Coffee. They're all looking so low. No health bars left on any of them, but just no ability to finish off these kills. They take down the bot side inhibitor. Now looking for the mid one as well. They start taking some trick damage onto the Nexus, so Upcar Esports need to be careful. Have to stop LFO from continuing this aggression. But they managed to reset in time, and now they're looking stacked back up again. Tipper gets pulled back. That's the ultimate that's been saved by Arashi, but he just dashes out of it entirely.
And it's just a giant AoEs coming out from the side of LFO. It doesn't matter that Coffee dives into your backline to kill Raven. Your team is already basically dead. Everyone gets chunked out. They want a little bit more, though.
Do whatever you want. That's the
They should
story for
all live
LFO, and they stay mid lane for as long as they want. Arashi grabs
no.
that kill back onto Coffee once again, looking for the condemn, looking for something they can find. Tipper survives by going to stasis. They try and jump back onto
no.
Coffee. He just hits them through the wall. Look at his auto attack range. Look at Coffee. He might get taken down. CWJ's been caught. And Zisune pumps the Grand Challenge, gives them more healing. Tipper was in stasis, they didn't have the means to finish off that kill. SSK wants to take down this turret now, but LFO have overstayed their welcome. It's time to head back.
You see, it's the same story yet again. Did they need to do that? Did they need to dive you? Did they need to jump over the wall? Absolutely not, but will they do it? Of course they will. It's LFO we're talking about here. They're here to have some fun. They're here to have a good time and try to outplay their opponents while they're at it. Why not? Bit of a misplay individually coming from some of the members. They nearly took down Coffee, but now 9-2-1. He's nearly full build.
Really nearly full build, but he's also gone for the proto belt. Typical Vendetta syndrome.
He has the proto belt, and I think this time around it kind of makes sense because he has nothing that he really needs to Zhonya's. I guess if Rich dives on him, the proto belt will function similarly. Look at Tipper here. Look at how he dives in. Yeah, the black shield is the big thing, right? He dives in, he's the front line, and look at this back line damage. CWJ and SSK pummeling out the DPS.
Actually, not able to finish off Arashi there. Oh, that's so close.
Really close, yeah.
Reposition a little bit better. Coffee misses the chance to finish off Raven as he goes back into the Shroud because that was the only thing that was keeping him alive at this point. Baron spawns up once again. Upcar Esports position to the bottom end of the map. LF4 are taking control of the mid lane. They want to see just one through. Pepper, he flashes forward, but like we mentioned, the black shields are probably need to address. Zisune loses a lot of health quickly. Needs to start flashing away. This is the traditional LF4 aggression. Rich looking to take them down. They pull him back, trying to buy some time. Tipper nearly loses his life, but they've already found the 3 entry kills. Coffee very low in the process. SSK chases after, but Rich gets his revenge and finishes off Coffee. Finally, that's LFO with the full team ace and winning game number 1.
A very typical LFO game. Getting 90% of their leads, losing the 10%, and then just closing out the game in a nice team fight anyway. Why don't you? Coffee, extremely fed on that Vayne that game. But yet again, I never felt like LFO were in danger of losing.
No, I mean, they just decided that this doesn't even matter to them anymore. Like, they would just go in and take a fight. Like, macro, what is that? We don't care about that anymore. We're just gonna go all in, and you have to respond to us. So, good call coming through from LFO, I suppose. You know, it's just kind of throwing macro out the window and winning a fight because it was looking a little scary. I'm not gonna lie, right? Tipper flashes in. That black shield was super clutch.
Oh yeah, 100%. The Black Shield has been on point. Tipper has been trying to go for these montage plays, right? The one-shot montage-driven plays onto the Vayne. And who can blame him? Because if he nails one of those, he one-shots Coffee, and that's so much space bought for your team right off the get-go. And the problem right there is that even though Coffee was huge, even though Coffee was tremendously fat on that Vayne, every single other lane was just bleeding out. And you look at him farming up, but his teammates just got no farm, and they just died to AoEs.
Well, this game may not have been the game that Coffee was looking for, but perhaps next game will be. We're going to go into a quick little break. When we come back, perhaps it's Coffee Part 2.
action. We give you pure satisfaction. And yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious, they the warriors, we the warriors, we the
Here we go now. Here we go now.
We're back for the sequel, Coffee Part 2.
What is
Some
the
say the
coffee part
sequels are,
2?
some say sequels are always worst. I'm not sure I subscribe to that theory. Either way, I'm Brandon. Here is Omo. We have the second match in this series between LFO and Upcar Esports. Upcar Esports were able to take a game off of LFO last time around. This time, I think LFO are ready to close it out in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, LFO, they look a lot cleaner here today, right? Even though they made so many individual mistakes, which they are known to do, they still managed to have a relatively clean game where I felt they had no real threat of losing. And we got to call back to the SSK interview as well, right? You said they're looking like they're here to put on a 2-0 today. The last time we spoke to SSK, they say, you know, after we win one game, we tend to get a little bit cocky. It definitely shows in their plays. Hopefully we don't see that here today and we see the 2-0 because I've got a hot pot dinner I need to get to.
Yeah, you have a lot of stuff you need to get to. Like
Yeah.
you're so busy with your stuff. I'm sure the
Yes.
players are as well, right?
No,
Like
they're
a
not.
lot of them have like half.
They're not. They have
How
nothing.
how are they so free? It's crazy. Like you look at Watermelon, all of them have like such like massive commitments,
Yeah.
like time sinks. LF4 are like
They're
so
turbo
free.
chilling, yeah.
It's crazy. Upcar Esports, I haven't got to really talk to them. I should hit them up after this one and be like, hey, how you guys doing? You know,
Yeah.
It's like find out a little bit more about them. I love to tell this story, like whatever it is. You know,
Well, I
trying
can
to-
tell you what they're not
like,
doing. They're not doing NS for sure. And they're also not winning the series, so that's two things.
That is doubtful. And I feel like you are discrediting the expert analysis when he feels that they will win this series. He can't even
He's the
defend
underdog.
himself.
He's rooting for the underdog. Shout out to DA.
He can't even defend himself right now for like his justification. So like you're really just going all out. Like you're
Hey,
kicking the guy.
granted-
The guy's
In week 1, I rooted for RTP to win SEM9. Think about how foolish I look.
look. Well, yeah, but then like now you've become the evil that
is
you
true.
did not want others to be.
Yes.
Like
I
not
lead
only
others
is he-
to a treasure I cannot possess.
that the guy's not only down, like he's comatose, he's like bleeding out, and you're just like curb stomping the guy anyway. Like that's what you're doing.
A bit
Like, it's
graphic,
terrible.
a bit gruesome there. Just like what they did in game 1. Retire back in.
I am a graphic kind of person. I'm a visual kind of person.
Yeah, you
right?
had a lot of visual descriptions today.
I feel like I can do things like audioly, like with like audio.
Yeah.
But like overall, I still feel like I'm quite a graphic, like visual kind of person, you know.
Okay, I see you, literally. But that's cool. Let's talk about game 2. What do we have coming up? Do you think Upcar stand a chance? You said it was gonna be a 2-0. I think it's gonna be a 2-0. It's a pretty stacked desk we have, huh?
Yeah, I mean, LFO I think have been looking really good overall,
Yeah.
and if they continue in with like this trend where they are more serious, I think that is ultimately going to be like the deciding factor, right? Like how serious they intend to take these matches. If they are planning to be serious, I see LFO winning the matches quite outright. If they want to play it a little bit more, let's say, enjoyably, then we could see Upcar
Happy
Esports
game.
pull a game away. That being said, you know, it's a far cry. Coffee has gone back over to his vein,
He's
and
got
then
his
he was
vein.
able to succeed quite well on his vein, but the rest of his team wasn't able to keep up. Whereas if he's taken a back foot with stuff like Oriana, then his team gets more time to shine, and we've seen it actually work a little bit better for Upcar Esports. So it might just be like a bit of a bait when they go for something like this, like that vein is pulling more attention away from things that need attention.
Well, look at the post-game stats. Definitely Coffee individually had a good day, but his teammates were suffering, notably Zisune dying from level 1, constantly getting solo queued. Arashi on his tank as well. You managed to get into the fights, but what can you really accomplish after that? And that's the downside of this Triforce set build as well, right? You're just so squishy, and LFO's comp, boy, do they have damage.
Yeah, LFO just stacking all the marksmen they could possibly fit in one composition. Frankly, I think they would have wanted to go for something for Rich as well if they could have fit it in. But I think the Gragas does them a pretty good job as well. Had a lot of good moments as the initiator, as well as sometimes as the disengage. But we started to see things start to fall apart when Tipper started finding 2 solo kills at the start of the game. And in the bottom side, they were solo killing Ravens and Beyond as well.
Yeah, I mean, every single lane was just winning, right? Except mid lane, the only lane. They swapped Coffee in, gave him a good setup. And, I mean, I guess it was a relatively successful game, but if he wasn't able to carry his team to victory, does that count?
Well, here's the thing, right? Arashi here in this game was being pulled around every direction of the map. He's gone up, he's gone down, he's gone to the mid lane. Like, he was all over the map this entire game, but his kills and his score don't reflect that at all. It is the only time he actually finds success is when he's playing through the mid lane, which just goes to show like he was spending a lot of time on the side lanes, and that is just fine. It's not giving him much value. Maybe they need to readjust like what they want to play in the top side, because if the Fiora first pick isn't of value, then maybe they have to play a tank or something.
Yeah, I feel like against most other teams, the Fiora first pick has a lot more value, but when you're playing against Tipper, he mechanically challenges you every step of the way and he outplays you every step of the way, then it's gonna be a hard game for your Fiora. Like you said, maybe double down, pick up a second tank here, back up Arashi with something that has a little bit more utility that might give you an easier time. But with that said, we see what happens as well when people play tanks into Tipper. You also get punished. So what's the solution here, right? There's no winning.
Yeah, like every moment that you try to go into it, he's always like dancing around the edge of the limits that he can try to execute on, right? You think that, oh yeah, I'm gonna be able to win this fight. Level 1, you just see Tipper run in with the Ignite. Zisune ignites him back. Just uses the Ignite because he's like, man, I can't believe I'm losing this level 1 trade. They walk away, they reset, they come back, and Tipper solo kills him. And then he comes back and Tipper solo kills him again. It's like, you can play a tank, but Tipper will do this to you anyway. So you have to be so careful about this. There's no easy solution for Zisune here. I feel a little bit bad for him because it's looking kind of rough. But he can't run away from this because no matter where it's going to be, whether this is going to be now or it's going to be later where he's up against Yoshi, RH, and all, then he's still going to be up against some strong Baron lane matchups.
Yeah, I'm really not envious of all the MYSG top laners, especially the newer ones who come into the league, and in your first competitive experience, you have to play against Tipper in the same circuit. It's not fun, it's a hard challenge, but I feel like they can learn a lot from that, and I hope that we see most of these Baron laners get accelerated in the MYSG scene because of this challenge, because of this experience.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. A few things to be mindful of here, I suppose, are going to be how to play out this coffee pickup. Because if you want to switch up your like Ravens and coffee, it's like switch up their lanes.
Yeah.
When coffee gets a strong matchup, you might have to like consider how that plays in overall. Because then if that weakens the bot lane synergy, we saw Ravens and Beyond at pretty significant risk of getting solo killed a lot of the time. That's a problem.
Yeah, they really were, and I guess part of that maybe is inexperience as well, because it's normally Coffee down there playing together with Beyonce. And we also talked about this. I want to see how Coffee and Beyonce will do into Raven and Rich, not how Ravens and Beyond will do into Raven and Rich. That's not the lane matchup that I want to see. Maybe with the Vayne, it's proven to not work against a team like LFO. Maybe it's time for you to go back to something that has been working a lot for you, like that Lucian, like that Tristana, and challenge that Dragon lane a little bit.
So a number of things to be aware of. I mean, I
You
feel
were
like
listening to me, were you?
No, I heard exactly what you said. I heard exactly what you said. With the coffee and the Vayne and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just thinking like, like we've kind of run its course on like what it could be. With what it could be said. Like it's there. It's firmly in there. We've basically said everything we could.
Yes.
And now it's just time to wait for the second one to start, because that's I guess about it.
Have you watched The Batman?
Have you watched The Batman?
Well, I was supposed to watch it, but then I got COVID, so I haven't watched The Batman.
Yeah, and who are you supposed to watch it with?
You, I guess, and some other casters. Yeah, that's true. We got tickets to The Batman, but I wasn't able to go watch it. Yeah, it was a private screening of The Batman too. That was so sad. And I'm looking at all the memes of The Batman, and I'm like, so sad.
Well, guess what? I was also sick at the same time you were, so I also did not get to go. Well,
unfortunate.
Surprise, surprise. And if I didn't go then, you really think that I would actively go and watch Batman by myself?
Oh yeah, you're one of those guys. No pop culture experience, just reading books at home. While you were studying your books, I was watching The Batman. That's
you know what I just watched?
What did you just
yesterday?
Watch? What did you just watch?
In Time.
What is that?
It's that show with like Justin Timberlake and like Olivia
Why would you watch that? Isn't it a really bad show?
My sister wanted to watch it, but I've just watched it like after how many years of it being out?
Yeah, it's like really old, but it's
like
not a must
like a
watch.
decade of it.
You see, that's the thing in pop culture. There are movies that are like must watch, have to watch, like should watch, and In Time is like all the way at the bottom of the list with like probably shouldn't watch this.
Fair enough. Well, we actually have Champs Night coming up. I won't finish the point though. If you ask me, should you watch In Time? No, but
don't.
You could.
But why would you?
I think Justin Timberlake looks really good in that movie. I guess that's
Justin
probably
Timberlake always looks good, and so does Olivia Wilde. But that doesn't change the point.
It's just sole motivation, I guess.
Well, if you watch The Batman, Robert Pattinson also looks good and has a legion of fangirls.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I think Raven probably does as well.
Yeah. Can confirm. Has a lot of fans.
Can confirm.
Yeah. Tipper looks really good as well.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Apparently he's really tall too, so it's like, tall, dark, and handsome. He's got it all going on for him.
These are the bad boys.
Oh,
for the bad boys.
100%.
And bad boys, they don't play Lulu. Ban Lulu.
Rich has played Lulu.
Oh, okay. So Richard always gave me the good boy vibes anyway.
Well, a little bit, I guess. A little bit, yeah. Riven banned away. That's a good one, right? Get rid of Tipper's comfort pick here, and Vayne being banned away. We just destroyed you on Vayne in one game, and we're gonna remove it. Interesting.
Well, I wouldn't call that destroy.
CWJ literally got solo killed
like multiple times.
Yeah.
The team got destroyed, but if the team didn't get destroyed and the Vayne did Vayne things, that was gonna be a problem, right? So, I guess LFO took the bullet for everybody else and just let Upcar Esports have a game on Vayne to see how it would go.
Yes.
And the overwhelming consensus is
he's good at
ban the Vayne.
Yeah, he's pretty good at Vayne.
He's good at Vayne. Just ban Vayne.
Maybe when we get to playoffs, we'll see it banned away again. I think this is just LFO. Let's not be cocky. Let's not do the thing where we lose one game and end up having to play 3 games for no reason at all. Let's let Omo go and have dinner. Thank you guys. Very thoughtful with you.
Oh yeah.
Sude, back on that Fiora. I don't know if I'm frozen or if Grandin's frozen here, but someone's frozen here. We have the Sude on that Oh, welcome
I'm
back.
back. There we
I
go.
thought it was me for a second. I was gonna restart my call.
No. You're fine. You're fine. You're still good to go. Well, Fiora coming in here for Zisune,
Yes.
doubling down on this, but there's still other matchups you could play for, right? I'm trying to think of like what's a good Baron lane matchup for them to try and play in.
Well, they've removed the Riven, right? So maybe they're less afraid of picking this now. But you know Tipper, he has a million picks.
What's Tipper gonna go for? I feel like he's oftentimes trying to play for stuff like the Kali. You know, he's not afraid to play the Akali in some of these matchups here. But Akali doesn't do particularly well against the Fiora, right?
It's actually a pretty decent matchup. Basically, just think of duelists as having a hard time into Akali in general, because Akali can just go into Shroud and then just poke you, and she's so mobile as well. I think Fiora is probably one of the better duelists at facing off against Akali, but still, I think the matchup is pretty favorable. I like the draft so far from LFO, much better than what we saw last game. Gragas, Kai'Sa, Zed, very well-rounded comp. You can't play Kai'Sa into Vayne, so with Vayne banned away, that's a nice pickup. You see, though, I have a question. I want to see if Coffee ends up playing the Ziggs, or if Ravens plays the Ziggs, or if we even see Ravens swap down into the Dragon lane to play Ziggs again.
Coffee playing Ziggs is such a waste. Like, it's honestly such a waste
They
to have
have
Coffee
one
have
with
the
it, though.
pilot Ziggs. They have, but it's like, even like something like the Orianna, he's just so much more impactful. I'm not sure I really believe that Ziggs is the pick that they have to be going for.
Yeah.
Do ban away the Akali. So like you mentioned, it is one of those like better matchups to deal with the Fiora. So
But
wanna
where's
get rid
this
of that.
Renekton going? Is this going to be a mid Renekton into Zed?
I feel
That's
like
a
it might be
possibility.
either that or it might be that the Fiora is going into the
that too,
jungle,
right?
right? Yeah, so like there's still a number of things left available. Actually, it kind of makes more sense if it is the Fiora jungle and the Renekton top, because then you ban the Akali to get rid of the
Yeah, that does
particularly
make a
bad
lot of
matchup
sense.
there.
Actually, I think my read on this team is that it's probably going to be a Fiora top and a Renekton mid. I think that's going to be the case. But then you know what that would mean? Coffee's playing Ziggs.
Well then, yeah, that's not the best. Not after he's had that amazing game of the Vayne. Would be nice to see him continue that tempo. They actually get rid of the Alistar, which is a little interesting to me. I do think there are other options.
Well, Beyond did look good on it. To be fair, Beyond had some really great games on that Alistar, roaming the map, making ganks work, starting team fights off. Makes sense. Trash though, throwing down the gauntlet here.
Yeah, I guess that with the Rakan band as well, the Alistar band does take away a number of like the hard engage type supports. Really just down to Thresh Diona, I believe.
Oh boy.
Yes!
It's
I
a
love
Rich
watching
special.
Rich.
He loves this champion.
I love watching Rich play the Janna. Like, he's so aggressive with this.
Yes.
And then they go for the Tryndamere? Heartbreaker isn't out yet, bro.
He's been playing it for a while. He loves this champion, and honestly, he makes it look broken. Okay, so it's Fiora jungle, Renekton top. Oh, sorry, Renekton mid, and it's gonna be Akshan for Zisune. This is also one of his trademark picks that he plays a lot.
Are we sure that it's not going on Coffee somewhere?
No,
Really?
I'm pretty sure Coffee's playing Ziggs. I'm sorry, I've got no hopium for you.
That's too bad. That's too bad. Was really hoping that that would be the case, because I do enjoy watching him play that hyper carry position. And Akshan is not that far away from Vayne, if you ask me. Personally, like, it
I
has
mean,
a
he
lot
does
of
like half
differences.
the damage, but sure.
It does like half the damage, but you get to have like it's a lot of mobility. You have some kind of like stealth, I guess. It has some of the similar features as like the Vayne, I suppose. So could have been cool, could have been interesting, but I think they have decided to go back for something safer instead. I'm thinking here with the Ziggs that it does help them with those side lanes, clear them out quickly, and just get back together as a team to fight. I'm not sure what the intention is there.
I mean, at least I'm happy to see the fact that Coffee and Beyond are back laning together. I feel like these two guys are so effective, and I want to see them play into Raven and Rich, even though this time around, you're not playing a marksman on Coffee. At least he's back down, reunited with Beyond. Maybe with the Ziggs, I feel like one of the rationale as well is that when they're winning a lot of games, Beyond has the tools to roam the map, to make plays, to gank. This time around on Trash, he definitely has those tools, and knowing that the Ziggs will be safe in lane by himself, I feel like he'll have the peace of mind to get the roams in.
Yeah, well, safe is a subjective term.
Yes.
I feel like with the way that Rich plays, he is going to dive you as a Janna. You're
He
going
will,
to see
he
the
will.
Monsoon used aggressively to knock you into his team. Like, it is a wild bot lane when Rich is playing Janna. And In fact, you probably don't see Rich in bot that much when he's playing Janna. Like, he's
That's
kind of just off roaming all the time. I think the Tryndamere is actually a really nice pickup with that in mind.
Yes.
Surprised to say that the Jax was not prioritized at all here. It's actually the Tryndamere that's more favored by Tipper here, I believe.
Yeah, I think Jax is a Baron laner, just has a lot of flaws, so this Tryndamere makes a lot more sense, especially since it's a champion that he prioritizes. I think something that you brought up as well, the Janna roaming, right? That's something that people forget about a lot as well. Janna has bonus movement speed. She runs really quick. And on a map like Wild Rift, which is so fast, Janna can get places really fast. So being able to roam the map, help the team out, Rich is going to be really on the ball with that one. I'm quite curious to see especially how this Tipper Zisune Tryndamere Akshan matchup is going to play out, because Akshan should win that one early. But if he ever falls behind, if he ever dies, if Tipper gets 1-2 items, he's just going to run you down. There's nowhere to go.
That's true. Just no turret can keep you safe, keep you alive at that point. You just have to send someone else to deal with the Tryndamere, whether that's going to be Ravens or Arashi. Upcar Esports, I have to say, yeah, you hit it dead on its head. We see exactly that. The Akshan goes to the top side. Akshan goes to the top side with the Renekton going to the mid lane. LFO, they're going to play it exactly how we kind of imagine it. And with this Gragas in the jungle, SSK is now on more of a supportive tank duty. I don't see him playing it like he does. Really? He's gonna do it like Rich. Full AP Gragas?
Yeah, I think most of the Gragases do buy some sort of AP. I don't think anyone goes full tank anymore. We used to see that, right, with the Baron lane Gragases. But I think especially when you're playing against a Fiora, the full tank Gragas is a bit iffy. Like, she just runs you down, your body slam is useless, it's not a spell. So at least you have the cast.
But okay, so we at least also have the Kai'Sa, so I'm curious how that one is gonna play out, because with the Kai'Sa here and the Zed here, there are a lot of resources that need to be split up amongst the team. Alright, I guess that's it. We're gonna go into game. Let's take a look at how this one plays. Upcar Esports and LFO.
Third week,
and the last time we saw LFO in this position, they wanted to try and play towards the top side, I believe. We're looking to start a gank early. And Tipper's actually gonna run in on...
Yeah, forced to run away.
On Zisune, and it starts running away.
Nowhere to really go. Zisune should just not let Tipper back into lane. Yeah. But Tipper knows this, and he forces the fight because of that. I don't think Tipper wins.
He's still going for it. Yeah. He's actually winning this.
Wait a minute. Flashes. You don't win this, Tipper.
He takes the barrier away from Zisune, though.
Yeah,
is
you
it
don't
worth
win
it?
This. No, it's not worth it. No, this one is very simple. He just doesn't understand Akshan, I think. Like, he doesn't understand the champion that well. Because you cannot win. So the solution to playing against ranged top laners is very simple. Basically, we just all in them. We find a point to all in them. But you cannot all in Akshan at level 1 because his passive is so strong. It gives him the shield. And you just can't kill him. He has the shield, he has the barrier, he has the phase rush. The flash from Tipper was a tad overkill, and I think it's just because he misunderstood how to play against Akshan.
Yeah, I feel like if he just walked in like naturally and just kept hitting him, he would have taken the barrier from Zisune anyway. Instead, tried to commit there. Maybe he forgot that he had barrier and not ignite. Yeah. Maybe that was the intention.
I mean, I think it's just one of those less experienced matchups as well. You don't typically ever play against an Akshan, and it's a newer champion as well, so your PC League of Legends experience is not going to help you there.
I love how you go, like, if Tipper gets a solo kill, it's like, oh man, Tipper is the best player in the league. When Zisune gets a solo kill, it's like, oh yeah, it's just because Tipper.
No, but genuinely, like, that's actually what I think goes through his head in that scenario, right? Because I've been in these situations as well. Matchups that you don't understand as well, you want to test the limits, you just all in. Because think about it, if you're playing against a Lucian top, that's how you beat a Lucian top. That's how you beat a Vayne top. That's how you beat any other ranged top laner. You get on top of them, you chop them down. It doesn't work against Akshan. That's why he plays differently.
Just to see CWJ cut out position. Rich, the sacrificial lamb, pulled away, gets on the blast cone just in time.
He baits them.
Has value.
Yeah, bait it.
2 flashes for 1, but Upcar Esports have congregated mid lane. You ready for Sunday Mass? Upcar Esports ready to lead that.
Nah, I'm good here. I got hot pot. No mess for me.
No mess?
No. Well, I'm gonna be putting on mess.
Box season?
When is it not?
Perma box season.
Raven right now in a bit of trouble.
Standing up aggressively. Ravens, he's gone too deep.
Raven's in a bit of trouble. I thought it was Raven.
You thought it was, but it's
no,
Ravens that goes down in this case.
Dives a little bit too deep, yeah.
He wants to cancel the recalls.
It's a bit of a shame they didn't cancel any of the recalls. That could have been big here.
Yeah, slows down the timing significantly.
Yeah.
Tipper just walks back into lane now. We actually see a massive gold lead for Zisune. 1,000 up.
Yeah, Zisune is going to have a
impactful.
good time in this matchup for sure. Tipper, now that he's lost the first blood, he's going to have to scale. That's so cheeky. But that's a really good play. That's a really good play. You stop his base there. Yeah.
Now Tipper trying to run back is going to lose a little bit of time on that wave.
Yeah,
so he
he's
doesn't get the
choosing to
recall
stay.
anymore.
He's choosing to
Yeah,
stay.
he just doesn't get the recall anymore. And even if Tipper does start trying to stand behind the turret to block away the damage, it just gets him more chip damage on the turret, which he needs anyway at some point.
Yeah, and Tipper, he will be able to get the wave. He won't be forced to pop anything. Rich is here to back him up though, so he should be good to go.
So this is Rich opening up the opportunity for Tipper to go for the recall, because look at his HP right now.
Yeah.
Any more than this, he'll have to expend some spells, expend his ultimate, expend his summoner spells. Looking for a potential dive onto Rich.
I think he's good. I think
Fall
he's good.
this
He's got
way.
the monsoon. The thing about UCE's comp is it's really good at skirmishing, but you can't really find good 5v5 team fights. You don't have a tank, you don't have a clear engager. Trash Hook does not count as an engage spell, so you're good at making picks, you're good at sieging, you're good at setting up traps, but you're not really good at forcing these fights or forcing these dives.
You do want to try and play for the dragon though, which could be nice to grab. Ravens is off in the side lane. A little bit slow in the response from LFO. Haven't really been able to get much done here in the past couple of minutes. Both objectives are up. Tipper, like we mentioned before, is pretty significantly behind Zisune, but Zisune has yet to recall.
Yeah, he's gonna go back now. He's gonna be able to pick up a 4 item, and Rip Herald is gonna get started off though. So this is a big point of contention. CWJ is gonna get the rotation in first.
Oh, they're
that's
looking for the
big.
engage. Oh
You
my
see,
goodness.
that's the thing. You don't have anyone to face check. You don't have anyone to step up for you. Trash cannot do that. This champion does not do well in these scenarios. So just forced to give this one up.
SSK wasn't able to get that kill, but he was so close to it.
Yeah.
If he was able to get the ultimate off just a second earlier.
Yeah, if you got a better out.
But I suppose that is that difference, right, between having SSK on the Dragons versus someone like Rich.
Yeah.
They can try and dive in now, but have to watch out for CWJ. Zisune has to flash out instead. Ultimate for Summoner Spell Flash.
Aggressive redemption usage. Looks like we're gonna see a 5v5 here though. No ultimate for L4.
Oh my goodness. This is it. Full collapse in. That's the Pandora's box. The Dragon's down to 2,000. They want to finish this one off quickly. Big ultimate comes through from Coffee to find damage on the LFO, but no follow-up as Beyond gets taken out. You see the comeuppance, and Tipper will just tank it up. Says, I'll take responsibility for this one. That's my lane opponent.
That's the guy that I gave first blood to over here. Let me take it for you.
I'll take responsibility.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
like
gave
the
him that first blood
accountability.
goal.
They get a second charge. That's huge. Do they?
Smite?
They don't.
Smite?
They don't.
Cure it?
They don't.
Oh, they do not.
Look at this
Maybe a
though. Look
little
at
bit.
how big Zed damage is. Even without the ultimate.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Beyond was like
Yeah,
on no
that's
HP as well.
Trash doesn't really function as a true tank, right? So when you're playing from behind, when you're playing in even scenarios, it can be quite dangerous. Tipper though, a bit iffy here.
He needs to start running away. Beyond's trying to chase after. Tipper gets the heal first. Actually pops his barrier before wanting to use his ultimate. It's like that's more valuable.
Yeah, I think he probably didn't want to edge it with the ultimate again. That's where he messed up last time, so gonna play a bit safer.
What do you mean? He didn't have his
Oh
ultimate
yeah,
last
that's
time.
true. Well, I mean, I'm just
Just pre-level
wrong.
5.
Fake news.
Yeah. Fake news. That's the accountability.
Yeah, one-way accountability street. Well, Zisune is having a very good time, but I gotta keep in mind, I gotta remind everyone that there is a clock ticking. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's going tick, 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 tipper, 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 tipper. When this Tryndamere gets 2-3 items, he's gonna run you down.
Oh my goodness, Omo, what happened? You just like get
My clock
like,
went crazy. That's what happens
You
when
just,
Tipper
like-
gets 2 items.
You just jolted awake or something? Like you were falling asleep and started saying Tipper so many times that your brain just started
After the
lighting up like a
game
Christmas
today,
tree?
I feel like once Tipper gets 2 items, that's what Zisune is gonna hear in his dreams tonight. Oh, Smite fight lost by SSK, I think. Wait, he has a blue. Wait, I don't know if he won that. He has a blue. I feel like
I'm
Arashi
pretty sure it
won
went.
that, right?
It went to Arashi. SSK didn't even use his smite. There.
Ooh, just taking down the turret.
Oh, okay. They get a turret trade back. Tipper is
Man.
actually gonna hold on to his life here though. Once in execute range, Zisune could have finished him off, but the turret's in the way. Pesky turret.
Pesky turret. Well, he finishes off the turret, so the next time around, he won't have that to protect you. Tipper pops the ultimate, goes in.
Yeah, perhaps might have been a little bit too early. Gets the heal from the
Backup is
redemption.
here,
Rich is
though.
here to try and make it a 2 versus 1. In fact, Raven's here to make it a 3 versus 1. Unfair fight.
Yeah,
Raven
nowhere to go.
dashes around with the killer instinct. I mean, that's just Zisune shut down finally.
Well, Zisune has been doing a good job.
Opportunity back into the game. That's a protobelt. Dashing over on the
dead.
Raven. No flash, no summoner spells. He goes down to the Grand Challenge, and Coffee with the pickup credit kill.
They want Rich too. He's
What are we
lost.
looking
He's
at?
stuck
We're
behind
looking
enemy
at Rich.
lines. But
Rich
he
is
runs
running
so
for his
fast.
life. No, well, not if he runs to his teammate. Not if he runs over to the bot side. Try and make
Space
something happen to
created,
CWJ.
Grandin. He's out.
He's out. He's gone
He's
full
not
circle.
out. How did he die?
CWJ was overextended.
I don't know how
went
he's
for
dying in
CWJ
5 lanes
instead.
here.
He was trying to kill Ravens. Ravens pushed him off. Rich pulled 3 people bot. He dies.
That was quite the series of events that we just saw. Tipper getting in trouble a little bit again.
Tipper lost the Krugs. The Krugs were taken away from him. Now SSK looking to make this an unfair
man.
fight once again. Zisune will go down, kill over the SSK. Tipper not getting the money that he wants, but
Yeah.
now only 500 gold behind the Akshan. Much more playable.
With every death that this Akshan has, the timer speeds up. Trinimir is getting closer and closer to the point of no return, and of course credit to his teammates. Rich has been here to bail him out numerous times. SSK as well coming in for the second help, just helping hand.
I don't think that's a clock you're hearing, Omo. I think that's just
a fire
early
alarm
ons-
maybe.
No, I think it's just early onset hearing loss. Like, you know, you hear.
Oh,
you
I
have,
do
like,
have a bit of tinnitus. Maybe that's what I'm
yeah,
hearing.
tinnitus is like ringing. It's like
Yeah.
it just evolved to become.
Do you
like,
remember when we did this whole bit but with Fiora?
Did we?
Yeah, I did it once. I did the whole clock was ticking thing.
Yeah, you
It
did
might
the
just be
clock ticking.
tinnitus at this point.
It's just tinnitus. You know? Well, Dragon started up. Upcar Esports might want to get their ears checked because I think we do start to hear that clock ticking. Tipper is like run over.
Let's go.
SSK steals it away, but a death sentence will pull the Dragons back. He actually gets knocked
That's
away
huge.
to the edge of the pit. Big engage from CWJ as he looks to finish off Beyond. Zisune's in the back as well. Gets taken out by
Stop the
Raven
back,
this
stop the
time.
back.
And Tipper no longer has to rotate over
He's
the
dead,
team.
he's dead,
Will
he's dead.
continue to find some pressure elsewhere. Coffee gets knocked out by the tornado. Rich finds the opportunity for Raven to dash in. Unable to finish off this kill just yet. He's looking a little bit low, and Rich, he's bloodthirsty. He wants the kill, but they decide against it. CWJ gets taken down
Oh, no.
by Arashi off by the side. And now Rich, oh no.
Oh
This is
yes,
good. Flash
he's
in the wall.
out. He gets the
Again.
cannon as well.
How does he keep doing this?
You see, that's the thing. Janna's movement speed is actually so broken. It's something which people don't think
Unreal.
about a lot of times, but this champion moves so fast.
How fast can you get
This
Can
fast.
you get the Janet to go?
This fast, yeah. She's neon.
What do you have? Oh, I can't even see. Oh, he knocked back Arashi as well.
Just the AP Dragon has so much burst. And I want to pay attention to the follow-up, right? The second part of this fight here. Rich walks in, stops the recall of Coffee, or well, he stopped it himself. I feel like Raven's ultimate here was the problem. The killer instinct went to a poor position. If he went
higher.
upward, yeah. I don't know if it was out of range. I don't think it was, but if he went upwards, that would have been huge. He would have probably gotten a double.
Well, I'll give him the credit. Maybe it was out of range. Back in the mid lane though, they're looking at a second
no.
engage to take down Rich. Finally, he goes down. Arashi is starting to heal up a little bit as well. They're getting chunked out and poked out by Coffee, so it's been difficult to find their way in. Tipper gets the slow off to get the charge in mid, but not much more to be found here. I think SSK with a
I
very
don't know about
interesting
this.
engage. She sees himself get stunned up, and now they need to bail him out. A little bit more damage onto Ravens. Tipper is like, I'll take this for you.
Good buddy Tipper has tagged multiple comeuffances this game. Zisune though.
They want this. Zisune mistimes it. Won't be able to get the kill over onto Ravens as he grabs the shield instead. Tipper looking to find this kill first. Loses his ultimate, so he still goes down. Arashi popping out big now. SSK losing his life likely as Arashi tries to dive under turret. Oh my goodness, the body slam. It intercepts his lunge. He loses his life instead. Zisune.
Heartbreaking.
Truly unfortunate, but at least Coffee comes back in with the kill, taking out Raven with his ultimate. Rich defending this turret along with SSK now.
Oh no.
Death sentence, perfectly timed as the body slam
Oh,
out from
no!
SSK. Rich from the auto attack, he kills Coffee. This is unreal.
He's gonna
Rich,
kill Ravens.
absolutely bloodthirsty. Ravens running for his life.
Oh, that looked so good for Upcar Esports. They stopped they read Shinsekai like a book, rather. His body slammed forward, they hooked him out of it, but still, the Gragas, AP Gragas damage, it was enough to turn that one around.
Beautifully timed. And yeah, a little rough for SSK there.
Yeah,
Still at least gets the kills back, so not the worst thing in the world. But LF4 10-10 with Upcar Esports right now.
Look,
Little surprising.
the thing that matters though, this game has been very close for sure. The thing that matters though is the gold lead on this Tryndamere. It started growing. It's now 1,000 gold up over Zisune. That timer, that tinnitus clock, it's ticking.
You wonder if that's like maybe a benefit for musicians. Like if your tinnitus is exactly 120 BPM, like you think you're good.
I don't think that's how it works, Brendan. It's a constant droning in my ear. I hear it some nights when I like.
It's like a frequency, right?
Yeah, it's just like you
Okay,
turn
so-
the TV on to a channel that. Yeah, you see, we're gonna get called boomers again. It's like when you turn the radio to a channel that doesn't have anything, and then it just beeps. It just whines.
Okay, so like there's a tuner then, because now you know if you find out what pitch
Yeah,
your
maybe. What pitch is my
in,
tinnitus?
you have perfect pitch technically.
Could be. I'm gonna Google this right now. What pitch is my tinnitus?
I think you have to like test it out. You have to test it out and figure out what it is yourself. Upcar Esports are reconsolidating back mid. There is that mid lane turret available for them, so that's a very easy low-hanging fruit to equalize the turret score, get a little bit more gold for themselves, especially with this dragon up as
They're
well.
doing the
Tipper's trying to
dragon.
solo
Tipper's doing the dragon.
Without anyone seeing this, Arashi taking damage from SSK, full AP Gragas, able to do a decent amount to the Fiora.
That's so nice though, that's so cheeky. You show your jungler on the map, they assume that you're not doing the dragon, but actually, Tipper is doing it. Yeah,
That's the
Zisune
guy that can auto attack do it.
Look at this right now though, they're trying to go on Tipper.
Alright, Tipper, he's
boy.
gonna start running away. There we go, pulls away some attention, pops his ultimate as well. That's the flash. They're gonna use the redemption committed. No, his ultimate
good.
is being used now. He's pulling
He's
so
good.
much attention away. He gets the shield back from Resh. He's pulled them all.
The Baron.
From one end of the map to the other, Baron's being started up, but UCE should have some inclination this is happening. The ward on Baron Asher lets him know this has started, but LFO almost with a very clean idea.
The great escape there from Tipper. A couple of things went wrong. They had to realize that there was only one direction for Tipper to run, that was up. So we can't do Baron because Tipper's pulling the enemies to this objective anyway, and because of that, they lost tempo on the map. Mid lane turret goes down.
Yeah, otherwise could have been able to continue defending that. Like you
Oh,
said,
boy.
tempo being lost, 3 turrets apiece.
I do not like
LFO have been-
Gragas. I do not like Gargoyle's Stoneplate on Renekton. Your champion is so
Trying to stay
reliant on
tanky.
dealing damage.
Well, look, he's gone for Randuin's Omen and Gargoyle's
Yeah, but you
Stoneplate.
still
I
need
think
to
at this
be
point,
able to do damage. Oh,
I
look
think
at
at
this.
this
This
point,
is
he's
big
just
kick.
trying to say he's gonna try and be tanky. Coffee's gone golden, buying some time. The ultimate misses out. The timing on the flash was a little bit off for SSK. He wasn't prepared for that one. CWJ tries to take down Beyond, who has been
dead.
on the receiving end of multiple kills now. Rich pops the one soon to try and knock them back, but CWJ has already gone too far out. Now
Gone
into the
too
mid
far.
lane.
Yeah,
They want
mid
to
lane
take-
turret.
They want to take his turret.
I mean, they're gonna try to, right? But it's so terrifying to try to take a turret into the chain crowd control of Renekton Trash.
Okay,
Like
here we
this.
have it. Redacted trash. Tipper with the solo kill on the side. Zisune flashes out. And he gets the swing. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the static shift!
Oh, static shift!
He's done this before.
You're kidding me!
I swear I've seen him do this before.
Static shift kill from Tipper. Oh my goodness. Well, at least they managed to take him down
Oh,
after all
no.
that. Beyond is so unreal with these hooks this game.
Beyond has been nailing this hooks. That should be Baron. That should be the cute start of Baron for UCE here. No TPs, 15 seconds on SSK. They should have this.
So the death times are incredibly staggered on the side of LFO. That's the thing as well.
Yeah. That's a big
Very
problem.
difficult
And
to
this is
translate
gone.
for it. Okay, a little bit of damage here. Rich is trying to walk in now.
Using the movement
WJ, he
speed.
has the ultimate. He just wants to try and find priority
Oh,
target.
where'd he go?
Wow, kills Coffee so quickly. That's the power of the Zed. Now they're trying to go onto the Baron, finish off Ravens. The Baron's going down so slowly. SSK
Oh,
can come
no.
in, steals away the Baron, and Upcar Esports. Ravens sniped by the barrel towards the end. Arashi finished off by SSK. LF4 will take away the Baron in the nick of time.
Let me take a breath here, Grandin. That series of events went as perfectly for LFO as it could. And who else but LFO to win a game through losing half your team and about to lose the Baron? It's just miracle team fight magic from LFO. They're going for the final push. They're going for the end.
20 seconds, only down to Zizune. Has to try and dash away, but there we have it.
That's
Easily
game.
finish
Yeah.
him off. LFO 2-0 over Upcar Esports.
2-0, but deceptively close on that game 2 there. If they had lost the Baron, I think that game would have been a little bit more difficult. I don't think they would have lost, but I think it would have been a lot harder for sure.
Man, just looking at this series, I have such a difficult time trying to figure out like where everything should go because everyone has such an instrumental part to play in winning this series. Yeah, it's so crazy, honestly.
It's honestly a wild series. There were so many crazy things going on. A lot of the times we do see this, right? Watermelon and LFO, their games tend to devolve down to solo queue games. It's just the reality of the situation.
They just like to play a little bit well, like play a little bit on the edge. You know, they're a little bit homesick, where they belong.
The suckers?
You said it, not me.
You set me up.
You said it, but you said it, so. And but still, I mean, who else apart from LFO can give us such a convincing team fight win when you've already lost half your team, run into the pit in the last second? Like, Coffee was taken out instantaneously by CWJ.
Yeah,
like,
it was
that's
perfect.
a ridiculous amount of damage, and then they follow it up by kiting around the outside of the pit, taking as little damage as possible, buying time for the teleport to come in, and then that Monsoon to just corral everyone to the back end of the Baron Nashor pit so that SSK can get the body slam with the smite combo at the same time. Like you said, it AP Gragas does a surprisingly high amount of damage.
Yeah.
I'm just at a loss for how well things went for LFO there.
Yeah, honestly, it was just a picture-perfect team fight, right? And then the TP coming in from SSK as well. Don't forget, it all started with Rich just sprinting past the trash. He's been using this genre as... Both him as well as Tipper have just been doing cross-countries this entire game. And, well, if it works, it works, right?
Yeah, if it works to get the run around, and I have to say the Trinity wasn't as impactful as I think I was hoping to see in this game.
Yeah,
But
that's not a good matchup, honestly. It takes a
at
lot
the
of
end
time.
of it, yeah, at the end of it was still doing okay. He was able to deal with Zizune at some point of the game, and then that static shift kill was just like an absolute
Insult
highlight
to
to me.
injury, honestly.
I don't know what's cooler, like the Baron steal or the static shift kill. Like, like cool guys don't look at explosions. Tipper doesn't look at static shift.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. He knows he's got it. I swear I've seen him do that before as well. And the best part about that whole Baron fight, you know how they corralled them into the back of the pit. SSK got the fade away over the wall as well. Let's take a look at the post-game stats right now for the consolation, I guess, for the side of UCE.
Because it actually did seem pretty close throughout most of this match, and I think that Beyond's presence in this game was amazing. Like, his death sentences were really on point. Like, he was finding a lot of impact, he got a lot of these hooks off, and that gave LFO a difficult time, in all honesty, right? We also saw a lot of map rotations being made by Upcar Esports, matching a lot of the timings. Big props to them for this game, but ultimately, I think LFO with just miraculous team fighting.
It's the thing, it's the same thing as Watermelon, both Singaporean teams. Is that a coincidence they play the same way? I don't know, but it's the same miracle team fighting style. SSK, I think he would have had a great performance in that game. Honestly, he's my vote for MVP. I know he's not gonna get it, but I tell you, that guy, I think MVP this game, for sure. I would give it to Rich for game 2 alone, but if you count game 1 in the books as well, well, then I think Rich didn't have the best game 1, so it should be SSK.
Well, let's find out when we get the MVP score, and we'll see who ends up
No,
getting
it's
the,
Rich.
It's gonna be Rich? You think it's gonna be Rich?
No, we literally know the answers, Grandin.
Oh my god, you're such a muppet.
It says right there who has the most votes.
Omo. The point is, we're supposed to play ignorant until they confirm it.
CBA, man.
You're such a muppet, Omo. Get out of here. Never. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna make sure you never work in this town
to
again.
me again in one class. New record?
I'm gonna. Actually, new record. I'm gonna. Well, how do I? What's a good comeback for this? You're never gonna work at esports again. There we go.
Well, it was only a matter of time. I saw that coming.
Yeah, you've run a good course. You've done well. And for what it's worth, it's pretty alright.
Yeah, you know, it could be worse. It could be a lot worse. I expected to get fired. It's just a matter of time, right? I wasn't able to speed run it, but we'll get there.
First is the first fine, and then the second fine, and then getting fired. Oh, are you just trying to get fired?
No, of
like,
course.
right
I don't want to get fined. Don't touch my money. Just fire me straight away.
But isn't there more money out
That
of it
is
if
true.
you just
That
like
is true. If you drag
just
it
get
out.
fined?
Right?
Yeah, just drag it out, right?
That is true. Well,
Some of these matches were kind of dragged out, if you ask me. Like, LFO had a difficult time closing out the game. It definitely took a long time for Tipper to come online.
Yeah.
And you look at it, it's 10,000 damage. Like, I would say that this 10,000, like 8,000 of this damage didn't come about until the last like 5 minutes of the game.
yeah, 100%. He misunderstood the matchup. He misunderstood how to play it. That's on him. He should learn this. And I just don't think it's a great matchup. I feel like Akshan just has a great time into most melee lanes. You need to wait for ganks. And we saw what happens. When Rich came up with the gank, when SSK came up with the gank, Akshan has a very tough time dealing with it. I think new champions just have a harder time. People just have a harder time understanding new champions, especially when they don't get played as much. I think Akshan has been figured out a little bit more in League PC because he's been played a decent amount in the Baron lane, but we haven't quite seen the Akshan Baron lane come up much in Wild Rift. So,
Omo.
yeah.
Okay. This is entirely away from what you're talking about. Great points about the
Of course,
Akshan and all.
always.
But I'm now coming to realize this. Like, with Upcar Esports losing this match,
Yes. They're no
now
longer tied.
They're 5-4. If
Yeah.
Phantom6 lose against SEM9 next series,
Watermelon
Watermelon
level
is
three!
third place. Top 3.
I told
Watermelon,
you,
top
I told
three.
you, baby. Watermelon, let's go, top 3. Never had a
That's
doubt in my
assuming
mind.
SEM9 loses their match.
Well, that will
No,
happen.
that's assuming
Yeah.
that's assuming Phantom.
That will happen.
Like SEM9
They
don't
can't
win.
beat SEM9.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Upcar Esports could beat SEM9. You know, if SEM9 could lose, we could see a very
That was a
interesting.
that was a
It's
miracle.
stretch.
The stars were aligned that day. You know, they woke up on the right side of the bed. Pigs were flying. Everything aligned.
It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, fair enough. Somewhat to be seen. Oh, I'm getting word that we have our friend once again ready to jump in here with us. It's SSK for the player interview.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed. I requested for Rich for the player interview. I didn't want to speak to SSK again, but we got rejected. So we're stuck here with you.
Yeah, it's fine. Hi, Grandan.
Hi, Alex. It's good
Yeah.
seeing you again. You can just mute Omo, I guess. We'll just continue this by ourselves. Congratulations again on another win. I have to ask, first things first, against Upcar Esports, do you feel like they are a team with a lot of surprises? I mean, they've been able to take games off of the two best teams in the competition so far. Like, do you feel like that's a result of their playstyle?
I think no idea. I think they played like shit today.
All right.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
What about Coffee? Anything good on his end for his first
Yeah,
game?
what do you
with
think about the Vayne?
I guess like the Vayne game is like I think he played the Vayne really well, but I think it in a way like it's a threat to make the others played very poorly, right? So like Coffee is inclined to have this mindset that, oh, I'm the best in the team, my teammate all sucks. That's why maybe on game 2 he's playing quite tiltingly, you know, like at the end of the game he sell all his item, you know, that shows something. So yeah, I guess that's like a game, like it's like a 1-2 strat, you know. Give Vayne
Mind games?
game 1, yeah, and we ban Vayne game 2, you know, because I know that he'll be like, oh, only I can carry, but if he's on Ziggs, he can't do that, right? Yeah, so like we messed up his mentor for game 1, and then game 2 we just took the easy win.
500 IQ.
Actually 500 IQ. Galaxy Brain Strats. The game is only like 30%, right? 70% is
Yes.
breaking your opponent's mental.
I actually
I
noticed
love
as well,
hearing
your shirt is the same color as the LFO shirt. Is this a new jersey for you? Do you have any teasers for your new jersey?
Yeah, I think every Singaporean man will be able to get this jersey. It's pretty sweet.
No, I'm actually referring to, I think you guys will be having a blue jersey soon. What's going on there? Any teasers?
Oh, Leonardo, you better keep your mouth shut.
Okay,
But
I don't know what I'm talking about, so we never really know.
Yeah.
You guys
Oh
did
my
wear
goodness.
green jerseys in the past as well, so we don't know what's gonna
Yeah.
happen there. Well, I have one more question for you actually. MVP is gonna be ready soon. Who do you think is gonna be?
Yeah, I heard that you said it's Rich just now.
No,
heard
I
you say
didn't.
it's
I said
CBA.
that I think it's gonna be Rich.
But
I voted for you, SSK. Never forget that I
Oh.
voted for you.
as in, yeah, like until I think at this point I already gave up on the MVP, but I feel it's it's very weird the way they voted MVP.
No, but it's changed.
Yeah,
So the
it's-
format of the MVP voting has changed. So don't lose faith.
Oh, so I guess it's me.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
the
voted
game-
for you, but I don't know if you won.
Yeah, the
No,
game
I-
system says that it's me for both games, so. Yeah.
But the stats don't lie.
That's
who
true.
did
that's
you
true.
vote for, Brandon? Who did you vote for, Brandon?
Let's take a look at our MVP because with that you'll also get my answer.
Okay. It is once again gonna be Rich.
So who do you vote?
I voted for you,
Brandon?
SSK. So my vote doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to say SSK, but this is a day where I did enjoy watch. I love when he plays the Janna, so you know I had to do it. I had to do it.
You see, here's the thing. To the untrained eye, it looks like Rich was making big plays. But to the smart viewer, to the savants like me, you notice the SSK, he was all over the map, making plays and stable in
Yeah.
every single game.
Yeah, it's
I noticed
rotating
you
first.
this game.
Yes. Yeah, that's
First
why.
time.
That's why.
Great to
Yeah,
hear.
thanks again for making me lose faith in this MVP system. But yeah, yeah.
Well,
You
don't
told me that
worry
it
about it,
changed.
you know, you're
Nothing
still-
ever changed. Okay, nothing changed.
Change comes slowly. It's not immediate. Change is not immediate, but it will change.
But Alex, you're one of like 9 players to have two MVPs.
Yeah.
One or 2 MVPs or more. Like
Hey,
you're
Rich has
one
the
of
most MVPs now, right? Rich
mean,
is tied for...
tied with Ozerveki.
Yeah, because the other team don't win.
That's true. That's true.
Oh,
That's true.
that's rough. That's rough. Well, it's alright. When you guys take on SEM9 again and you win, you have my full vote of confidence. You'll get my MVP.
But
Even
you
if I
gotta
go
win
0-10.
first.
But you have to
But I
win.
think, yeah, just want to say, I think
If you go
Siwet-
0-10,
CWJ
I will vote twice for your MVP. I will log into to another account and vote for you twice.
Okay, and you give me the link, and I'll vote for myself too.
We can't do that. We want to make sure the viewers at home know that this is not happening. No collusion going on. So I want to ask you about the standings, the brackets. We finished week 3 today. That was your last game of week 3. You got 2 more weeks of regular season and then playoffs, right? You guys have to play SEM9 one more time. Looking at playoffs, looking ahead, how do you feel about this whole thing? Do you guys feel like you have a chance to win at all? Are there any other teams you're looking out for in playoffs? Like maybe Watermelon, who are now number 3?
Like serious talk. I mean, not that I
Yeah.
wasn't serious just now, but I was like half serious. But serious talk, I feel that in groups doesn't matter. Like first and second seed don't matter much because every teams from third and below are like shit in a way. So even if you get first or second, I think it don't matter that much. So I think it's better that even if we lose, it's fine. We hide our strats. Even if we win, it's fine. We hide strats and we still win. You know, stuff like that. So in a way, it's just another day. You know, like I don't mind if I lose. I don't mind if I win. But what matters more is if we win the other teams. That's what is important to me now. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys have strats prepared even though you don't scrim?
Hey, who said we don't scream?
I don't know. I heard.
No, we'll be screaming every single day from 9 to 5.
Okay, man. Okay. I love that. All the best, SOK, as we
Yeah,
go
thank you.
to your rematch with SEM9.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks,
all the
Brandon.
best for
Good to
that
have
to
you
get,
here, man.
get ready. Yeah,
I
it's
voted
good
for
to-
you.
It's good to have you here as well.
He didn't vote for you. I voted for you.
Yeah, it's fine.
He only voted for you because he wants to get your good side. He knows that the votes were over already, so he was like, I'm gonna vote for SSK just to make me look good.
No,
Yeah, he said like it's
I
9
thought you
to
played
1,
well.
so like okay, let me vote SSK.
Yeah.
It's okay. Rich deserved that. Let me change my vote.
Okay, I guess that's all for the interview, right?
Yeah, that's all. Thank you very
Yeah,
much for joining
alright,
us.
thanks
Have a
so
good
much.
Sunday.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Yeah, always fun.
We've had 2 amazing interviews back to back, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. El Major was great as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, even as much as Alex is like pretty laconic with like the way that he tries to
Laconic?
describe.
Yeah,
What?
go on.
LACONIC.
Yeah, I know what laconic is. Go on.
Let a goddamn new word. Well, you know, he does bring like a very candid insight
Yeah.
into like what it's actually like, you know, competing at this stage and competing on this level. And you know, when we can say as much as we want to say, this, that, like group stages, how to get like the maximum results to go into playoffs and all that. But it really does a lot when you hear from the horse's mouth when they say themselves like, yes, this is not what we're preparing for.
Yeah.
What we're prepared for are playoffs. Like where it matters is we do well in playoffs.
But you also got to keep in mind, not many teams have the luxury to have this perspective. It's really only them and SEM9 that have the luxury to think, you know what, let's look toward playoffs. Most other teams are still fighting for their lives, still fighting for playoff spots. To them, first and second, it doesn't matter. To the other teams, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, it makes the world of difference. If you're 8th, you play SEM9 directly, maybe. You play LFO directly, maybe. I'm not exactly sure how the format works, but I think that's how it goes down. You want to dodge that. You want to aim for, like, 3rd, 4th. And it can be hard. You got to fight for your lives every single game.
Exactly, right? So it's like, while the top guys are kind of breezing through, like the bottom guys, they have to pedal like hell. Like they have to really make sure that they're keeping their head above water, and as much as possible, like try to get some like extra leeway. Because if you're sitting at like 5th, 6th, at right around the edge, it's a little bit risky. Especially if TODAK can reach the peak, are able to start pulling back for some of their matches. Like then we start to see some closer competition. TODAK has been looking stronger and stronger with all of their matches, so we can start to expect to see some pretty interesting turnarounds from their end, and they get to start chasing up from the tail end, start really fighting for that end slot.
Yeah, I really want to see TODAK step up, and I think a big part of that starts today. If they want to be making it into playoffs, the last match of the day, TODAK against PathSeeker, that's going to be a determining factor. The last time these two teams played, PathSeeker came out on top. The only 2 wins that PathSeeker have are against TODAK and Reach the Peak. Now, the TODAK have beaten Reach the Peak as well. If they beat PathSeeker, they tie up the record. They secure themselves a chance to go to playoffs. I think this is a must-win for both of these teams if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive.
So a lot of hopes onto TODAK for today's match against PathSeeker. I think that's something that we need to be watching out for.
Yes.
Who's actually taking that series? I'm not entirely sure.
Who's taking it, as in who's casting it?
Yeah, who's casting it?
I do believe we have 2 Aarons casting it later on today. We have Contra and The Egg both casting it later today, after we leave, which is soon.
Oh, okay.
After I go have my hot pot dinner.
While you're having your hot pot dinner, maybe then you can enjoy like the TODAK and the PathSeeker match together while you're having hot pot.
Well, obviously not. I'm gonna be watching Netflix or something, or talking to my friends and family. But alright, man. Sure, I'll definitely be watching the TODAK PathSeeker match.
yeah. totally watching it. Yeah. Well, I think that deserves my 4th "Do not associate with me ever again" statement for the day. That makes a grand total of 4. That is like a new record for you. You have now achieved the highest degree of "Do not associate with me." I think that this is "Do not associate with me." What's the one?
4?
Never talk to me. Never talk to
Don't
me
talk to
and my
me or my
children
son ever again.
Don't talk to me and my
But
son
I am
ever
your
again.
son. You see, that's the thing. So how does that work?
Oh my goodness.
You see,
It doesn't. I'm
see.
stuck in a paradox,
You
and I
see.
can never escape.
You're
I'm
stuck
stuck.
here with me. This is some Doctor Strange multiverse of madness. You're stuck here with me, Brendan.
Yeah, we can't leave. Like we are pretty much exactly where we always started.
Well, I don't
at,
know about
and,
you, but I'm gonna be leaving the square box soon to go have hot pots. So
you can't leave. It's look, you just despawn when like nobody's watching, right? You're artificial intelligence.
It's like how you never see your teachers outside of school, so you wonder, do teachers actually exist outside of school? It's the same thing. We actually don't exist outside of these square boxes.
Yeah, I think that's like what's his name? Descartes. Rene Descartes is his that's his like philosophical.
Brendan, we don't talk
idea.
about Descartes on a. I nearly dropped the F-bomb. We don't talk about Descartes on a esports stream. There would have been a 5th "Do not associate." I dodged that.
Why not? Why not? That is a
You talked about,
perfectly.
you see, so here are the references. See, I've talked about StarCraft. I've talked about the Batman. You've talked about Kendo and Descartes. We're going to break. We're out of here. I'm out.
See you guys for the next series. It's going to be Aaron and the Egg taking on that one.
Here we go now.
I'm undisputed. Let's throw down. All words are fighting words.
Yeah, I want to be wild and free so much. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda cooped up. Yeah, on the count of three, I'm ready. 'Cause the future is shining bright for me. Walk with me. Who knows what we'll find, yeah. Run with me. It's time to go, time to go, time to go, go. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 3, 2, 1. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. I'll count the seconds. Count the seconds. Too many seconds and minutes and hours I've been waiting. Countdown. Wanna go with you. I'm on the countdown. Hours and minutes and seconds getting closer. Countdown. Gotta go with you. Start a countdown. 3, 2, 1.
give you pure satisfaction. And yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Hey yo. Hey yo. You don't know, we the pros. Take over every town and city we go. It's the final show. Here we go. Lights, camera, action, we playing the role. Watch the story unfold. Truth be told, we coming out and know we big and we bold. From we young and we old, we bad and we bold. From we heart to we soul, we conquer these goals, yeah. Hey yo, we do it for the passion. They say that we the next attraction. We give you pure satisfaction. I'm talking lights, camera, action. Go crazy. Warriors, notorious. War with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors, we notorious. They can war with us, we the warriors. They can war with us. They can war with us. We the warriors. We the warriors. When we step up on the battlefield, we on defense 'cause you know it's real. Right in my hand is my battle shield, because soon it will be revealed. So when we step up on the battleground, 'cause we the toughest all around. Right now we taking all the crown, 'cause we the best.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Champion Southeast Asia for MYSG. And my name's Contra. Here along with me is the Egg as we cover the second half of the series. We definitely thank Brandon as well as Omo for having a good time here casting the earlier series. And my oh my, we've got some great games ahead of us. So, the Egg, how are you feeling right now?
Well, definitely feeling excited and happy going into week 3, last day, and we're also gonna cast the last 2 games for today, and we have a really nice first two games going out. But if you're just watching with us, definitely follow us on our Facebook, Instagram, WCS MYSG. We even have our own hashtag WCS MYSG. If you're watching the games, if you have anything to tell us, just submit your comments or posts using the hashtag down below, and for a chance to be featured live.
That's right, and we're getting a whole lot of memes from yesterday where, SEM9, they were playing Yasuo over on the bottom lane, and somehow, I don't know how, okay? Like, what SSA as SK said, it might just be rigged because Sagi, he got himself that MVP title by the end, even though he didn't really achieve those kind of results. But hey, keep those running, and you can follow us on Facebook at Wild Rift Esports MYSG to keep yourself up to speed with all the things happening here on Wild Rift Esports in the region. So, of course, the Egg, we've got some great games coming up next, and I'm definitely looking forward to this one because we've got SEM9 versus Phantom6 in moments time. So when we last saw some of all these teams perform, Phantom6 definitely went all the way in their series against Upcar Esports, if I do believe, where they almost got some games going well for them, but the draft for the final game, when they were going on that vein, it felt like they were putting too many eggs in one basket, and that definitely resulted in the loss. This time against SEM9, they definitely want to continue on with a streak. Meanwhile, SEM9 still currently sitting at that #1 position. Can Phantom6, of course, stand their hopes on taking that #1 spot? But before all of that, let's check out the introduction of both teams.
And here we have it. This is the lineup for SEM9. It is RH, Ozoraki, Chili, Sagi, as well as Winter. This team has been one of the more dominating teams in WCS MYSG. And alongside LFO, they are struggling for that first place position. But in the interview yesterday with Chili and Winter, they kind of mentioned that they are starting to take this very seriously and they're looking forward to go for playoffs, play better, and eventually in the international stage they want to shine better here.
Well, that is if they do get that #1 spot by the end of the playoffs. But when we look at their current position, it feels like they've been experimenting with a whole lot of different compositions on the table. Yesterday, we've definitely seen some off-the-wall picks. This time around, I'm not too sure if they could do that against Phantom6, who's been showing us great macro plays overall. But with Ozorveki frontlining the attack, I'm pretty sure that he does have a few more things to bring up to the table here. So far, there's not too many flaws about SEM9, where we're looking at a superstar team that's able to take it all the way home.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, SEM9 as a team, they are one of the more versatile teams in our current circuit. They can and they will play a lot of the different types of composition. They can go for a carry in the jungle, even their Baron lane and their Dragon lanes. Each and every one of their players can be very versatile and can pick up the slack if the teams do pull a little bit of a problem here and there. But let's put that aside and take a little bit of a look on Phantom6, their opponent.
And these are the players that will be fielded by Phantom6 for today. We got Yoshi over Baron lane, Nyx in the jungle, Hockey in mid lane, Bobo as well as Iggy on Dragon lane. So nothing much have changed thus far other than the swap of roles from weeks ago, where Nyx definitely looked a lot better heading the charge, with him now playing a more aggressive role in the jungle. But we've always questioned about the champion pool that he has inside the jungle. He's been playing a whole lot of Camille. Will that be target banned by SEM9? We'll have to take a look. Haki has been phenomenal. He's been able to create golden moments in those team fights, and these are the two plays that you really want to eye out on. And Yoshi, I really want to see him going on that set once again, because he looks like a beast when he plays the boss himself.
Yeah, definitely. And Phantom6 is one of the teams that are starting to see we're starting to see them getting into form better each time, and for each game that they play, they get into a better form. And this is if you're just joining us on the WCS MYSG, this will be the second round robin, and this is the second time SEM9 will be facing against Phantom6. And when they first met, Phantom6 got crushed terribly by SEM9. So I'm really excited to see whether this, a better form of Phantom6 can show up and go against SEM9 here.
That's right, and you gotta also look back at the track record of Phantom6. They've been going on an upwards trajectory, and the first ever matchup the other time was basically against SEM9. Definitely no easy task for them, and they started off facing all these strong teams. They have to go against LFO and then Watermelon as well. So this time, after having a little bit more of a tempo, they've been able to push teams into a full best of 3 set. So I do think that they do have a certain stamina to run at them, but yesterday's results definitely was a little bit of a bummer for them to really digest, but definitely they would not need to look all the way back and just focus on what's at hand at the moment. If we're really facing off against SEM9, who do you really want to target? You really have to plan your draft ahead of time. How do you basically counter all these aggression that's being shown by SEM9 each and every time? So far, I think SEM9 definitely is on a good run throughout the season, but if there's going to be any other team other than LFO as well as Watermelon to take them down, it has to be Phantom6.
Well, you're forgetting about Upcar, who just kind of, handed them that first loss last week.
Totally forget about it.
Upcar, they did a really good job last week against SEM9, and they showed that even the undefeatables can be taken down and Phantom6, they might be just one of the other teams that can do this, but I'm really just interested to see this head-to-head count right here. SEM9 versus Phantom6. It will be the Dragon Lane, Sagi versus Momo. If you look at the kill participation here, it's about similar. Momo have a little bit more, 76%, but it just shows you that SEM9, their playstyle is just, not really revolving around Sagi. It's each and every one of their players, and it's not the same for Phantom6 here.
Yeah, it feels like Chinese New Year when you just look at the DPM. It's 888. Sagi's got some lady luck smiling on him, while Momo definitely dishes a lot of damage per round. But it's also due to the fact that the playstyle of Phantom6 basically relies on Momo carrying his team. Meanwhile, Sagi, he can sometimes just take a back seat. Maybe the damage output may not be as high because of all the Yasuo games that he has played thus far. So we don't really want to diss on him too much, right? So far, the rest of the games where he was on traditional marksman, he's been looking pretty solid, where you can look back at the past few seasons. He's been playing an exceptional Kai'Sa, probably the best Kai'Sa player that we've seen in the previous league. But now that with so many addition of talents from the rest of the teams, I think that Sagi is just basically diversifying his pool, and I definitely want to go deeper into the predictions of this match because it's really going to be a close one. But I'm still leaning back onto SEM9 because they have a lot more diversity on their champion pool, and they've already faced Phantom6 countless of times in scrims and stuff, and I believe that they should know what exactly to do in this match.
I think this is a given that all four of us are voting for SEM9 just because of how solid SEM9 as a team is. The loss against Upcar might, not really change much. It's a loss, but it doesn't matter because we still see signs of life in that game. And SEM9, they play out their games really well. They have that macro, even their individual mechanics are so good. Looking at teams like Watermelon, sometimes they throw a little bit of a here and there around the macro plays, but they win the games through their team plays as well as their mechanics. But SEM9, they are a team that have both of those things. They have the mechanics, they have those macro plays, but Phantom6, they are there as well. And as I've mentioned that just now, they are ramping up their plays, and it's just a really good thing to see in the WCS MYSG region as the weeks goes by. Teams are starting to get into form, and we see this competition that is not really one-sided.
That's right, and heading into this game, I really want to focus on the battle of the supports because Egi is facing off against probably the best support that we're currently having here in the league, where Winter is able to carry games by himself. You cannot afford to give this guy aggressive support picks like the Trash, like the Rakan. He has been able to save and clutch so many of all these situations that you really got to pay attention to. With those rotations that they will be bringing forward, I hope that Eggy will be able to match the pace of Winter if they really want to get games back to the side of Phantom6. So SEM9, of course, they come in with multiple threats. If you really want to focus down on the bottom lane, you also have to know that Becky is always ready to come in with counter gangs or even to open up opportunities on other lanes. Our Hedge has been playing more of all these aggressive type of champions as well, but from time to time he does fall back to traditional juggernauts such as the Garen or even the Darius from time to time. But with all that being said, this is basically a little bit more of a traditional grudge match between both teams that have so much history. Becky is basically facing off against his ex-allies, so this time let's see what they will bring here as we hop over to our first picks and bans of the series.
Speaking about the support matchup, in these first two games early in today, we saw a lot of Yuumi as well as Lulu being banned away. And when we come into these two matchups, right, about Winter and Eggy, both of them, they really like to play those engaged support like the Alistar, the Rakan particularly is very good, looks very good on both of them, even the Trash. So will we see a little bit of a pivot in the picks and bans right here as they start off the bans with the Olaf and also the Yuumi ban away? So Olaf, the Ragnarok is such a good ability. A lot of the CCs cannot come in, and as we said, Rakan E will be a contested pick. It is kicked off the board.
Yeah, definitely you'll see that pivot that you asked for, because you won't be seeing some of all these picks that was notoriously played out by both Winter as well as Iggy. Now, they further go deeper into the tanks as well as the bruiser roles where you don't have the flexibility of a Gragas. You see that being played out a whole lot by Chili as well as Hockey. So basically they're just telling you, I want to see something different. I want you to pull those cards out of the deck and, well, just show us some more of an aggressive type of play. So with that being said, our Hedge will go in for the first pick, and he starts off with Ziggs. I think this is going to be a pretty good opening, especially when you see Chili as well as Sagi both plays Ziggs from time to time, and they could basically pass it around. It's a good flex pick. Nothing should go wrong.
Yeah, definitely. And P6, they could look up to pick up a support for themselves. A good support like Trash can just negate so much safety that they can pick up. If SEM9 they do pick it up for the Ziggs, the Lantern is such a good skill to save your carries, but looks like they will look to secure the Camille as well as the Kaisa here. And Camille, look, we were talking about how deep is Nyx's champion pool right here, but we don't have to think a little bit too deep about it as they pick up the Camille for himself. And Nyx with his Camille, I gotta say, he plays a really mean Camille as well.
Yeah, I think he's been doing a really a great job in the jungle where he has been able to single enemies out with his ultimatum. But here we have Becky locking out the Jace, where he's been able to use this as a flex pick. You don't ever see any other team playing Jace in the jungle, but Becky does that. Yesterday, he came in swinging hot, where he had about, 9 kills of his own by the end of the game, and not even dropping a single time at all. So like you mentioned, Crash is pretty good into this matchup. They'll go ahead and pick it so that they could possibly go in for those good picks. So from SEM9, you can already tell they really want to poke and prod until the enemies are low. So Phantom6 will really have to dance around to avoid all these sort of skill shots. So one more pick before we go into the second phase, and it's gonna be the Akali. But the question is, where's this Akali going? Is it mid lane? Is it top lane? We gotta find out.
Well, it's just Akali is just so underwhelming as a champion right now in the current meta. Unless you're like really, really good mechanically, you can't really pull off the Akali, and she needs times to skill. So, and especially against SEM9 with their current first 3 picks right here, we see the Ziggs, we see the Jace. These two are just so good at poking you out before you can even enter the team fight. So I cannot really see a world where the Akali can just jump in even before her health goes down to 50%. So right here, SEM9, they will ban out the Alistar, and I can see them continuing on pinching out the support pool here, because Eggy, he likes to play engage, and with Trash being taken out and rest of them banned out, it's gonna be difficult for P6 to pick up an engage support.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised that Morgana is still another option that they could possibly have opened up. But it depends on SEM9's final ban right here. What are they going to eliminate? And instead of going for Morgana, they will try to negate as much damage as possible that P6 could possibly deal. By taking out the Zed, you don't really have to worry too much. All the backlines should remain safe. All you have to worry about is this Akali as well as the Camille to come up. But look what you have here. Instead of Morgana, they're going in for Leona, which is a pretty solid choice. But as you look into the whole entire composition, every other member of P6, they could just opt in for a dive. You can set it up perfectly for that killer instinct if you do have a good solo flare to land onto an immobile unit. And Trash, I guess the only weakness that a Trash has is that he doesn't really run too fast and he doesn't have any sort of dash. So if they basically rally upon him, it's going to be pretty good. While Sagi has picked up the Twisted Fate, most likely for Chili.
Yeah, right now, P6, they have really good engage option right here with the Hextech Ultimatum, with the Solar Flare, as well as the Zenith Blade. So, SEM9, they're looking to, you know, secure the Twisted Fate with the yellow card as well, alongside of the Trash, and on top of it, the Renekton CC to make sure that P6 cannot engage on their carries. And speaking about CC's crowd control, who's the better one? Is it Annie or is it Renekton?
Well, I definitely do love Renekton because so long as your cooldown is off, you could basically have that to put onto any sort of opponents that you're currently facing. But Annie, she has to charge up her passive in order to land a stun, and ideally you want to drop it with the T-burst. So I really wonder on this idea of having the Annie on board because yes, you have an extra crowd control, you have a little bit more burst, but could you possibly blow anybody up before the rest of SEM9 comes directly at you? So I don't even know if this is going to be a winning case for Phantom6, but I really do like what I see from both ends. It's all about the execution that will draw the very first game to either side.
Yeah, I agree with you with the execution. I was gonna mention that Phantom6 have a easier to execute composition right here, but it's easier to execute on their side, but easier to dodge from SEM9's side as well, because every time you see Annie with that 4 charges up, you just don't take the fight, you back away. And Annie, she's gonna have to use that spell at one point or another, you know, just to clear the waves and get the minions for herself. So every time you don't see that 4 stacks, that's your chance, that's your window to go in and punish Phantom6 for it.
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit of a way that you could possibly hold on to a certain stun passive to basically drop onto anybody. But when it comes down to laning phase, it definitely matches a Twisted Fate where, yeah, you can basically have infinite mana if you keep using the blue card. I will stay in my lane. I'll just last it with my disintegrate so that I could basically get those charges up easily. So when it comes down to roam, I definitely do prefer what Chili can actually offer. When he does have Destiny, he could easily set that up together with the Jace that will be paying visit and probably blasting them off from the flanks. And time again, we've seen Zorveki focusing down bottom side because they really want to take out Bobo early on so that he does not skill later in the game. So Phantom6, they probably have something prepared for this sort of aggression down on the Dragon Lane.
Yeah, the Destiny is gonna be so much of a value here, especially with, you know, it's a classic combo here with the Destiny. Every time it's up, they're gonna either roam to the top side or the bot. And this time around, they have the stun card to pair up with the Renekton layering CC. So it's gonna be up to Chili and his Destiny to see where SEM9 wants to play for. So both teams, they have pretty good composition here. SEM9, they have a really heavy poke com, I would say, but P6, if they can weather through that early poke, they can, you know, just engage onto the back lines and hope to catch a carry or 1 or 2 carries for themselves.
Yeah, and also with the Destiny available, there's no way that the Akali could possibly hide in a shroud. So I want to also keep focus on how well can Yoshi do against this lineup of SEM9 that offers so much damage in return. So with that being said, we're going to be preparing ourselves to get into the first game of SEM9 versus Phantom6. Those of you guys back at home, I hope that you can share your stream to all of your friends out there as we're getting ourselves a really good series here in WCS MYSG. So, both of us predicted SEM9, but with this sort of ideas that's being brought to the table by Phantom6, I think that there are chances for them so long as they can rock it well in the early game. So let's take a look at both teams as we get ourselves ready for the rip.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, all viewers out there, welcome to game number 1 of the third series today. It is between SEM9 and Phantom6. Both teams are looking for, P6 looking for revenge and SEM9 looking for domination here. So, Contra, what are your thoughts going into this match?
Well, when it comes down to this classic matchup, you can only know that P6, they have a vendetta of their own where they basically have a huge grudge on SEM9 for the past couple of seasons when they were used to be called Peak Fam. They have managed to create a Cinderella story run by basically reverse sweeping SEM9. So this time around, I don't think that it's going to be all too easy with a superstar roster that SEM9 feels. A little bit of the poke coming down over Bomb's side, but you know, heading into the top lane, we're seeing our hedge basically shoving Yoshi all the way back, forcing him to take that honey.
Yeah, this laning phase is gonna be so hard for Yoshi on the Akali, simply because RH as the Renekton has a little bit more sustain as compared to the Akali, and his base health is definitely a little bit higher than the Akali. But looks like SEM9, they're not only gonna punish Yoshi for this overextension.
Oh, they're coming in really early. Gold card's already been popped, but Yoshi's gonna be hiding inside of the Shroud, and he's gonna be A-okay. So, a whole lot of commitment coming out of SEM9, much early on 2-minute mark, and here comes the flash coming in from both ends. Yoshi remains to be safe. Nothing has been accomplished by SEM9 thus far.
Yeah, SEM9, aside from, you know, forcing the flash from Yoshi and making me lose some minions, that's about it. And Chili, he missed that gold card on the first gold card, you know. Immediately Yoshi went into the Shroud and the gold card just landed on a minion right there, and that's the good thing about the Shroud. Not a lot of things in this game in Warrior can reveal Akali in the Shroud. So yeah, props to Yoshi for playing that out well.
Yeah, and I gotta say that by having that early rotation, it's gonna really work. But back to Ultimate locks Sagi in, and they will draw first blood for Phantom6.
That Hextech ultimatum is so good coming in from Nyx. He blocks that lantern. This time around, it's not the ADCs that don't want to take the lantern, it's Nyx blocking it out.
Well, Lantern or not, he's already locked inside. I don't think there's anything that he could possibly do. You can see that Sagi even saved both heal as well as flash because he knows there's no way out of that. But it's perfect timing that Phantom6 goes in for that gank, and despite entering that lane, it definitely allows him so much more of a room to take over. While Phantom6, they have definitely held on really well in the early game, and they definitely came prepared for this matchup. Now, with that rotation over the top for Chili, he has missed out on a little bit of minion wave. Despite that, he's been able to match up in terms of goals. So he's going to be doing all right, while we're starting to see a little bit more rotation coming in from Winter. Trying to clear up some wards, but not really spotting anything at all. So it's all down to the first objective. Are they looking for a trade? Are they going to be fighting for it? It's going to be something that I really look forward to if they do end up going on for a team fight.
Yeah, both both lanes, Baron as well as Dragon, are having prior. They're gonna shove the wave. They're gonna have the early recalls, get their items, and come back into these first two objectives that you mentioned. RH already picking up the Black Cleaver, and you know, Haki has the Luden's Echo. Pretty much everyone else has their first item completed, aside from Ozaraveki, who hasn't based yet. He's gonna take this Rift Scuttler, and the visions from the Skyboom will clear out that little ward. So it looks like they have set their eyes on the first objective here by Ozaraveki. Getting caught out.
Becky had forcing to flash away. Ultimate has already been popped out. Here comes RH flashing over wall. He does have a Mega Inferno Bomb on top of his head. That will be the first one to be drawn out. But the rest of P6, they still hang on. Yoshi hiding inside a shroud, forcing out the perfect execution. He does assassinate Sagi at the end, but will give his life up for it.
Well, this is just good plays coming in from SEM9, and they will have that pressure. They force the entire Phantom6 away from this Rift Hollow. They will secure this first objective. This will be an influx of gold as we look at the replay here. Also, Raveki was caught out in the Hackstack Ultimatum. Oh, but that flash was just so good. He dodges the Solar Flare just by an inch. He dodges the Zenith Blade. He stays alive. He comes back in, and he gives more damage for his team. Yoshi, even though he did manage to pick up Sagi in the end, but it doesn't matter because SEM9, they got the kills and they got the objectives.
Very risky plays coming in from both ends, and I like the response, especially from RH, where he basically flashed over a wall just to ensure that he lands that stun. Sets up perfectly for Sagi to drop the Mega Inferno Ball onto Nyx. Now, they're going to be testing for the Drake.
Oh,
a little bit of a hook lands onto Haki as they get themselves that free pick. It also opens up a little bit more space for SEM9 to take over the Drake if they want to. As they drop Shelly up over a bit, they should be able to secure it while they go back to the drawing board. Phantom6 definitely not looking so hot right now.
Oh, Phantom6, they get every single thing that they can on the map. They put down Shirley, they get the mid-tier 1, which is going to give them so much pressure going into the mid to late game. Without that vision, you know, the pokes coming in from Sagi as well as Ozaraveki will be very hard to dodge away from. And I don't know, man, what was Haki doing right there in the corner? He has no business doing that. He got hooked, he got killed, and that's going to cost his team the Dragon as well as the mid lane turret.
Yeah, and speaking of which, they've already secured it, but Phantom6, they understand that they've lost a lot of pressure, and there wasn't really vision being set over on that corner to brush, so face checking, definitely something that I don't recommend anyone to do, especially contesting for major objectives. Now, a little bit of swap of lanes as Chili will have a little bit more of a visit as Nyx hopes that he overstep, I would say, to possibly get himself caught up. So without any of that happening, they're just gonna recall and basically go in for more resources. Now, speaking of resources, let's take a look at the items once more.
Yeah, I mean, both almost everyone has the first item completed aside from the support players, but look at Trash though. He's picking up the Shadow Twin Ghost, which means he's not gonna be as tanky as he wants to going into these team fights. As for Eggy, he has picked up the Gargoyle Stone Plate, so he will be able to tank a little bit more damage that SEM9 will be throwing out onto his team. But looks like SEM9, they're setting up for a dive and a turret take right here on the Baron lane.
Nyx is still hiding by the corner of the brush. Now he gets spotted on by Becky. Forces the elevator, but immediately responded well by Becky, turning golden. Like, here comes the flash. They want to engage, dropping into Tampers as well. They will get one air return. Becky gets blown up. Phantom6, they will have all 5 members intact, though they are falling low. More of the nades are being tossed out while Sagi tries to go all the way forward.
Yoshi
tries to drop Yoshi, but he's been able to go out with a shuriken flip. Here comes Chili, getting one more in the back. The ladder looks good. It saves Chili for only slide spit, while Winter holds the front line, forcing the rest of Phantom6 to retreat.
Oh, what are you doing, Phantom6? I mean, you could just have walked away from that fight. Now you lost 2, and you're gonna lose this turret as well. SEM9, they put out the bait so well that little life health bar that you looked at it and you was like, I'm gonna get this, right? I'm definitely gonna get this. But let's take a little bit of a look on the replay. That Stasis was so good coming in from Wacky. He dodges the hashtag ultimatum. There's one ultimate down in the bomb. He gets the back line, he gets the carries. They have to walk away, and Yoshi, he's so low, he walks away. Phantom6 should have just walked away, but oh, Nyx, he goes in for the engage. He wants to finish off Sagi. Sagi has the flash available and the lantern as well as the play to bring him out of safety. And SEM9, what a bait, and P6, they might have bitten off a little more than they could chew right there.
Yeah, and I just looked back at the replay and I've spotted that it's basically the Edge of Night that kind of saved Becky for a moment there. That cancels out the ultimatum, and now they're contesting for this. Well, Luna moves into the fray. They will steal it away. Becky with a great shock blast, managing to snatch it away from Phantom6. They do give one away though. Our hedge gets blown up to bits, but I think that's a big win for SEM9.
Yeah, definitely a trade you would take any day of the week. Give away a kill for a Rift Hero as well as the entire map control here. They're gonna throw... Oh, T-Burst is still alive after all that. So SEM9, they're gonna push Phantom6 away from all these resources. The push will not come true from Phantom6. Momo, he will have be forced to take farm from the jungle here, so he's gonna send Nyx a little bit back. Not a lot of goals around the map here, and Phantom6, they're gonna have to salvage whatever they can because SEM9, they're starting to run away with the game here.
Yeah, it's still a little early to tell when it comes down to team fights. Phantom6 definitely have measured up in terms of tempo, but then again, they don't really walk away with what they desire. And most of the time, SEM9 have came in prepared. They have all of the summoner spells up, so it's easy for them to basically reposition if they want to with the flash available. But, you know, looking at the macro plays in general, I love the decision making coming from Chili where he formed a split push. Now, it's going to be hard for Phantom6 to really single out a target, as they really have to get up close and personal in range. Yes, you may have the damage, but that forces you into a position where you really have to commit once you get right through. So, SEM9, trying to pull members in to start off this fight.
Well, the pokes from SEM9 are starting to hurt. Vacky, a single shock blast took about 20% of Haki's health, but if he misses it, maybe P6 have a chance coming in here. But take a look, it is 6 stasis and chance, but here comes the fight.
So Claire already cast it out, but it's the element all the way back though, and Arhedge is diving right in. He's singling out every other member of P6 from moving forward, while Chili tries to draw blood. He will have one eliminated while Chili gives chase. He does have the gold card, won't be able to catch up to Yoshi. That's basically 3 casualties by just having Arhedge sacrificing for the greater good.
Well, Arhedge definitely the big mid shield there. Not just a mid shield, he's a mid grinder at this point. He's able to rush back towards the back line, keep the entire P6 lineup away from his team, and after that it's just Sagi cleanup duty, throws the super mega infernal bomb from so far away and just chip away SEM9 RH. That's a good trade any time of the day here. So let's take a little bit of a replay here. Next is a little bit split away from his team. RH, look at him tanking four players from Phantom6, and that stasis enchant keeps him alive. Yoshi walks back, but it doesn't matter because SEM9, they got the kills, they got the objectives, and they got everything, every single thing that they could dream of. Phantom6, they could not deal with RH on the front line. This just means that SEM9, they're gonna start to walk away in these team fights.
Yeah, and he's basically pulling all the pressure towards himself, and he has been able to dish out plenty of it. While there is the chase of the Twin Shadows on top of the members of Phantom6, they do land a couple of all spells onto the Akali, but that will be a double kill set perfectly for Sagi to pick up. RH still giving chase. Nyx running out just to get a little bit more space. There's the gold card, drop onto the Leona. She will melt down. And it's a rampage going over onto Momo. This as a consolation. I think this is just over and done with. 4 members march up the mid side, and there's nothing that P6 could possibly do as they take inhibitors to another.
Alright, at this point of the game, SEM9, they're just taking structures, taking names, stacking up those KDAs, but a little bit of a good discipline coming in from SEM9 here. They do not overextend, they back it off, but we'll just take And look at the replay. Look at RH once again, single-handedly tanking up every single members from Phantom6. He's just chasing, and the bomb from Sagi is just so good. Yeah, Nyx walks away, but Eggy, he has to give his life away for that, and RH ultimately goes down here, gives the rampage over, but it doesn't matter because this is a Kaisa. It's not able to do much if the entire team is dead.
Yeah, I think that's well put by you, Eggy. Well, no, you're not Eggy. You're the Egg. Eggy's in game. So, now, what could possibly Phantom6 do other than trying to bait this Crocodile into his demise? He does turn golden though. Our hedge could still flash forward. Here comes the Destiny. Are they going to pay a visit? Yes, they will. Making it from onto tree. Ultimatum just to dodge a couple of all these shots. But there is the rest of SEM9 to follow suit with their last ability full death sentence, while they will basically trample all over Phantom6 with Nyx going down as well. It's a double. Is this going to be an ace? Looks like it. Yoshi can only buy a little bit more time, but he will flash over the wall, gets into the Baron pit, into safety, but this game is over and done for as the rest of SEM9 marches into the Nexus, and they will take game 1.
Oh, this is such a clean game coming in from SEM9. They're able to take every single objective of the game. They managed to cut off P6 in every single turn of the team fights. RH single-handedly led the charge for SEM9, goes into the back line with the slice and dice, turns on that ultimate, I believe it's called Dominance, and he just tanks up so much damage. They're not able to kill him fast enough. That stasis was so good, and the Destiny follow-up every time from Chile was on point. SEM9, they played this out very, very well, and Phantom6, they had no chance going into the mid to late game here.
Well, typical players over on Baron Lane, when you are visited by 2 to 3 other enemies camping you by the brush, you probably flash out and turn golden, but this guy, he knows that he's got his team on his back, and SEM9 definitely turned the fight around. So when we come back, we'll have to see if Phantom6 still have any more to offer in this best of 3 series.
Here we go now.
You're currently tuning into the WCS MYSG. It's your boy here, Contra, and I'm here with the Egg. We've just witnessed SEM9 basically trampling all over Phantom6, and I thought that this game could have been a little bit closer, but maybe all those sort of off-meta picks, such as Annie, didn't really work out too well for Phantom6. So let's see what will they possibly switch up to basically bring one game back to their own. So, Diego, what do you think about the first game that has happened thus far?
Well, a few things to mention here from SEM9 is good vision control over the map. All the time we could see the map was light up in blue, the wards were there, and 2, Winter's hooks were out of this world.
Well, I guess that there's also more to it, where we saw many plays created by RH himself. Even though he was forced to face off against multiple units that were just charging right at him, he's been able to time it out perfectly, and they came prepared. And you really want to aim on Ozorveki, he's got the Edge of Night. He could easily block out one crowd control, and that was what happened in the first few team fight, where they were basically aiming down on that Jace. I see another problem with that draft is that they don't really have that many range targets. Well, I mean, range champions for them to work around with. As much as you want to count Annie as range, she's got skill shots where it's not really gonna hit a majority of the members, other than having the tippers left available. So I think they really gotta form back to something that's even more easier to execute, because they've basically put everything on the table and they walk away with nothing. And I really wasn't that big of a fan of that Akali pick. Like what you said, she couldn't really pop off at any given moment because there's basically no avenues for her to basically hop right by. And also with the Twisted Fate available, it's easy for him to just open up Destiny to spot her out in the Shroud.
Yeah, and I mentioned 1 and 2 and 3. You just mentioned it. RH single-handedly rushed towards the backline, keep himself alive long enough for his entire team to come and support him. But we'll take a look on the post-game stats here to understand a little bit more as to what happened previously in game number 1. And when you look at the itemization here from SEM9, it is 4 for Stacy's enchantments coming in here just to make sure that they survive long enough for the entire team to come collapsing in on whoever got caught first. And a lot of times it was Nyx with the hashtag ultimatum trying to catch onto Vaki, but they just have so much sustain, they can't wait until the entire team come right here. And they also have the lantern from Winter to pull whoever got caught away from the entire P6 lineup here.
You know what's ridiculous to me is that the Dragon Laners were involved in every single one of these fights. You add 6 and 9 together for Sagi. Yep, you'd probably get him basically nuking everyone down, especially when he has that Mega Infernal Bomb left available. And Winter was doing his duty just to set things up perfectly for the team. If they're in danger, sure, you have the Lantern. And even after that, he's flashing forward to get those perfect death sentences onto targets like Momo, Yoshi, as well as Hockey. So I think that if they really want to go back down to a challenge SEM9 with the same sort of champions that they're currently picking, they really need something that's a little bit more reliable. Because if you go in with Leona, you go in with the Annie, you possibly have no way out of that team fight. So Hockey, he's got to really consider what else is there left in the tank. Maybe he should steal away that Twisted Fate. He's played that countless of times before in the past season, and I think that could possibly work out a little bit more. Maybe on the mobility side, not too much. You still have Destiny to try to pick somebody up. So Yoshi, if he could possibly bring in things like the Darius, I think it would still be a whole lot better as to what he could offer on this Akali.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the Annie, I believe there are still many other mage picks like the what was her name again? The Oriana as well as the Morgana still left up and available. And I believe that the Oriana could have been a better pick for Haki here, seeing that they want to dive and you always have that ball to follow along. Eggy, if he does decide to dive the backline, but yeah, what's done has been done right here. So let's talk a little bit more about Chile and his twisted fate here. 4-0-6. His destiny a lot of times would to roam and to help his teammates on the side lanes, and his destiny, like you mentioned, in the team fights where Yoshi is under the shroud, he has the destiny to keep track of where the Akali is, and also he picked up a rapid fire cannon there, which extends his range for his yellow card. And a lot of times Haki and as well as Yoshi, they get caught out by the yellow card, they get stunned up, and the next thing to follow will be the death sentence as well as the Mega Inferno Bomb. And SEM9, they play out their draft really well, and Phantom6, like you mentioned, they might have to think a little bit more over on what to draft in this next game if they want to come back and take a 2-1 victory against SEM9 here.
That's right, and Winter definitely displayed how well he has played, because he has also adapted by picking up that Twin Shadows, which is ideal in his composition. Sure, you already know that there's going to be a high level of commitment for Phantom6 whenever they try to engage. So by slowing them down, and also for the fact that you could also spot Yoshi out by using the Twin Shadows, it's definitely worked out pretty much perfectly for SEM9. So not much flaws have been displayed by SEM9. You know, the only few things that they probably have displayed to is that perhaps those early rotations can be caught out. But if with those sort of champions that take time to ramp up for Phantom6, they definitely had a little bit more of that breathing space. So maybe if Phantom6 focuses more on composition that could possibly land them some really good pickoffs in the early game, it would work wonders for the team. So we're getting ourselves ready for our second picks and bans. So what would you ideally want to see, the egg, heading into game 2?
Well, I would like to see Winter once again on the trash, or just let the Rakan be free. And you know, if this time around SEM9 they are still on the blue side, they don't ban away the Rakan, I would really like to see Agi pick it up. And we've seen Agi's Rakan manage to, you know, help the team not only just by engaging, he was enabling the team to go into those objective fights as well. A lot of his charms as well as his grand entrance were able to stop those dragon takes, and I believe he was able to steal it as well. And I really want to see Agi being put on a more more mobile, more engaged champion. I'm not saying that Leona is not good as an engaged champion, but like you mentioned, every time that she goes in, she can't go out. It's not like a Rakan, you grand entrance in, you have the battle dance out, and like a Alistar, you have your unbreakable will to save you out of those troubles. Leona as a champion doesn't have that, and we are playing from behind. Leona is just so hard to execute.
Yeah, I guess that a lot of all these support champions were being banned out. SEM9 just knew what exactly to do, especially when they secured themselves that trash as they hit into the second phase of picks and bans. Yeah, there's just so little options on the table that I'm just really glad that we're not seeing a Teemo support. So, of course, jokes aside, I think that there's still a lot for Phantom6 to really digest, and they're not really showing any cracks at all from SEM9. So I guess we won't be getting too many memes on the rest of the SEM9 members. Phantom6, I guess they're really trying pretty hard. They've exhausted every single possible option back in the past match, but now they go in for some really quick reset. So I guess that there's a lot of things for them to consider. What should they possibly do? I want to see Nyx being a lot more proactive, because targeting RH is not really working out, especially when he gets that Renekton.
Yeah, definitely with the dominance. A lot of times when the Hexai ultimatum was used, it's not "I caught you," it's like RH say, "You're caught in the cage with me." And you know what happens when a humanoid, I guess, is a Camille is a humanoid, get caught together with a crocodile in a cage. I'm not sure who wins out, but I guess in the previous game, the crocodile does win out a lot of these matches and managed to just chomp out every single one of Phantom6's members.
Yeah, and I guess it's not only a problem with the humanoid. I'm just thinking that there's definitely better picks as compared to an Annie, right? Like, and you got Corky left on the table. I think you could possibly match up with the package as well. It gives you a little bit more mobility, and there's just a plethora of things that we could possibly get. You know, throughout the season, we haven't really seen any Orlin Sol at all. I'm just waiting for a day we see the giant galactic lizard basically floating around the map.
It's a dragon.
Well, it's a dragon, of course. I'm just playing around with it because I'm a big fan of that. We've seen that happening a lot on the Vietnamese region. But here in MYSG, we stick back to the usual. We see a lot of all these control mage type of champions over mid lane or even assassins whenever the Z is left available. So I think that SEM9, they already sniffed out a lot of all these core picks that Team Phantom6 have been going on for by eliminating threats, because hockey definitely plays a mean Z when it's still left for them to possibly pick up.
Yeah, and I think you're mentioning about the Aurelion Soul. Maybe one of the teams like LFO, they could once again put out another poll on the Facebooks, you know, just saying what champions do you want us to play next. And if you guys are watching this, make sure you spam Aurelion Soul in the poll. And maybe just maybe we can get the Aurelion Soul that Contra wants to see in the MYSG region. But going back to the Z, you know, hockey, even though the Z was left open, I don't think he could have picked up just simply because you know, SEM9, they have drafted pretty well against it. They have the Jace, they have the Trash, and every time, you know, he shadow clones in, the Flay will be there waiting for him, the box as well. So it's not gonna be easy even if he picks up the Z. Yeah, the Z can do a lot of things, you know, split push, and even in team fights, especially when they're corralled together, it gets a lot of value. But yeah, maybe a little bit overstretched on this, but yeah, not the Annie, man. Really, not the Annie.
Yeah, and I guess that they really have to figure things out where Morgana was also being left out in the open, but they didn't manage to pick it up for themselves. Imagine how well they could possibly play when you could basically put a Black Shield onto any members that were about to get flayed or even death sentence. You could basically cancel out what Winter's gonna do. So there are options. It's just that SEM9, of course, have tried to force some hands out of Phantom6, and Phantom6 are running out of a certain idea to bring into the table. So I guess that before we get ourselves into the game, of course, we want to go into some more lighthearted stuff, you know, like we've seen so many of all these matches. I want to hear your thoughts because we only got to cast only once together. Like, LFO now, they're streaking, man. Like, we've heard the interview from Shinsekai. They're having a whole lot of fun. Like, yeah, they were facing off against Coffee and like, yeah, let this guy have the vein. Like, we're gonna crush his spirit and later on force him to play something that he's not comfortable, and that's how they want to do it. SEM9 is basically doing something of similar sort to Phantom6, where it's like, yeah, you won your comfort picks, we're not gonna give it to you, and we're gonna make life miserable once again. But, you know, putting that aside, SEM9 once again on the blue side as they start off with the bans.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see a few of the similar brands coming in from both teams here. There we have SEM9 starting it off with the Olaf. They really don't want Nyx to play this champion. And P6, they might, you know, just ban away a lot of those power picks and the flex picks that can go to the blue sides, like the Gragas, even the Yuumi could be banned away right here. And you know, Veki plays a really good Gragas as well, and Gragas as a champion is able to flex into so many roles. And I think a lot of times we have mentioned it, how good it is if you're able to flex your champions in those picks and bans. And looks like Eggy as well as Winter won't be having their hands on their signature Rakan here.
Well, if you ask me, would you rather see a Gragas or a Twisted Fate on your opposing side? I think I'll take the Gragas any day, because yeah, you may flex it wherever you want. If RH takes the Gragas, sure, you won't have to deal with a menacing Renekton. While they have stick to the usual, nothing much have changed when it comes down to the bans, where Hockey as well as Iggy, they won't be able to get themselves that Gallo that they've been playing a whole lot of recent matches. So to really signal some of all these SEM9 members. Probably they just want to go for something entirely different, but with the Dragons being banned up once again, so they just really got to look for other options to start fights or basically to frontline the attack. So Phantom6, one last ban. We really got to figure out what's this going to be, because that's going to be a lot of options on the table for our hedge to start things off with. Instead, they go in for the Ziggs ban. So Sagi, it's going to be pretty relief. Sure, nobody nuking them down, a little bit more damage negated, but it's always going to be a different sort of tempo that you're going to be looking at here. Our hedge picks up the set, and this could still be passed on over to either Winter or Becky.
Yeah, still a flex pick right here, and I personally really like the set as a champion as a whole. He's just so cool. He looks like, you know, look at him just biting onto that single wheat there, and he looks so cool. Even if you just ask me to pull it off, I look like a total idiot. But he just looks so cool in it, and his ultimate, the showstopper, just gives so much value in a team fight. But you know what can stop a showstopper? A black shield.
Well, I guess that works out as well. So we hope that there is going to be a certain no-show if that's going to be the case, while Becky will go in again with his chase that he's been playing a whole lot of. To him, it's like, yeah, I've done well in scrims. I'm just going to go at it again. Chili switches things up by picking up the Corki. Sagi could also play quite a decent Corki as well. Gives themselves a little bit more of a safe space. Now, I love that Hockey has been able to get himself the Zed, because that's going to create a little bit more of a threat on all these squishy units. You want that chase? Sure. Go in for the full combo with the Death Mark. You'll be able to get him. While you have either Chili or Sagi playing on the Corki, you can possibly dish out as much damage, forcing the Corki to retreat or be taken out.
Yeah, and like the ban coming in from Phantom6 immediately bans away the Garen, which is such a good champion going up against the Zed, can negate a lot of those bursts coming in, and SEM9, they're starting to pinch onto the AD carry pool here by taking away the Kaisa. Yeah, they sure have the core key for themselves, but what will P6 play out in the Dragon lane here? They could flex the Morgana to the bottom lane, but it's always better to have a AD carry, a marksman in your in your team composition. It just makes sieging as well as objective taking that much easier, even though the meta doesn't really favor ADCs right now, but it is still a must-have in your team composition. That's my opinion. But the teams, they might have something else in mind, and it looks like SEM9, they will ban away the Darius as well. So a lot of these Baron lanes have been banned away here. What will Phantom6 do? Will they pick up a AD carry for themselves and save the last counter pick for their Baron lane? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I guess there's still a lot of options left on the table. Yeah, they're going to turn it around and say, you got the crocodile last round, I'm going to show you how I rock my crocs. So I guess, well, it rhymes well enough. Going up against the set, I think Renekton definitely have a better chance as compared to, an Akali early on, and I don't think that there was any reason they should have banned an Akali anyways, because they needed a little bit more crowd control, and I guess that they will have a little bit more of a point and click stun with them, but that also opens up a little bit more room for that Kha'Zix to squeeze right in. So, question is, Jace, is he going top lane? Is the set going over or down to the bottom? Now, that question will be answered with Crash being picked up for Winter.
Yeah, which means Chili will be most probably playing the Jace in the mid lane against Hockey's Zed here. Yeah, much better pick here coming in from Ege. It is the engaged support, the Alistar, and when I play pop games, I definitely hate these picks. He's just able to, brute force into team fights, and he just walks away every time with 10% of the health. But P6, they will draft a composition without a, traditional marksman. They have the Morgana to take up that role. And I don't really, for me, in my opinion, I don't really like teams that don't really pick up marksman, because yes, you can have sustain in the Dragon lane and your support can roam around, help out the team, but at the end of the day, if you don't get a hit, the enemy team with the marksman, if they do scale up, it's their game any time of the day. And if you have a mage, you don't get the early picks, you don't get the early kills, you don't get the early advantage. It's gonna be really hard playing this game in Wild Rift.
Well, look at the composition. At least there's significant improvements for Phantom 6, where if they really want to go for a certain pick, sure, they will basically get some good roams off. And that Alistar is the answer to some of the weaknesses that they had in their draft beforehand. And here, they needed a little bit more crowd control to set up with the pacing. You want to ideally catch Ozoroveki out when he jumps right in with his Kha'Zix. So I guess there's a whole lot of work for Hockey to do here, just to either split push in the late game or just basically bursting somebody down. So it will definitely take a long while for some of these players out here to really get those huge resources out, because you got the Fiora and you also have the Renekton. Both really relies on items to make it work. So SEM9 might look to punish either or in that early game, so they really have to keep an eye out for any of these ganks.
Yeah, they're gonna have to watch out on where that can I call it a cockroach, because Kha'Zix is a bug and he's really bugging me. A lot of times he just jumps in, gets a kill, jumps out, and yeah, they're gonna have to keep track on where Ozoroveki is. Every time he goes missing on the map, you better just make sure you have enough vision around the map, and make sure your carries don't die. And I gotta say, Momo, he's gonna have a heavy job as to place a good dark binding as well against a SEM9 and make sure they can't engage onto Phantom6 as a whole.
Well, when you look at the bottom lane, at least it's going to be a little bit more of a steady laning phase for the Fiki side, because they could just easily put Black Shield. They have all the ample crowd control to measure up, but I don't really see how this one works other than them getting leads and then have a death ball running, or else everything's going to shatter if they don't stick as 5. That's how I look at it, because you got all these other members of SEM9 that could easily start a fight whenever they want to. If you got the set as well as the Jace, sure, you can basically have enough damage to manhandle one of these members of P6. So with the drafts already picked up, I think SEM9 still poised to take the driver's seat in this sort of matchup. So long as they have a really good early game going for them, there shouldn't be any sort of problems.
Yeah. Yep, and we're gonna have to wait and see whether SEM9 and Phantom6 can, either SEM9 takes a 2-0 or Phantom6 comes back and take a game off of SEM9 right here, right now. This will be the second game of the third series between SEM9 and Phantom6. If you're just joining us, the SEM9 currently has 1 up against Phantom6, and it is up to Phantom6 to make or break the game here. As we mentioned throughout the picks and bans, SEM9, they look to have more of a solid draft here. And one thing I would like to mention, hold that thought.
Wow, I guess this guy's playing football. Okay, an early hit, but over in the mid lane doesn't really hurt Chili all too much. Definitely leaves him wondering, okay, what are you trying to achieve here? Like, you don't have Problem Rush, there's not going to be any sort of kill threat, especially on level 1 Zed, where you're only relying on all these shurikens. Egg is just going to walk back safely into the lane. Not going to be any sort of punishment at all coming in from Winter. So, this is how the lane works. So Momo will just wait for this mid wave to crash in, and then they slowly chip it off. Oh, good play. Death Sentence onto Eggy as they force the flash. He forces himself with his own flash as well, just to try to land the final shot of all attack, but Sagi will not be able to get that done, as Eggy will still remain alive.
Well, that was so close coming in from Eggy here. He will basically walk away with 1% of his health, and if P6, they know that this flash has been burned from Sagi, I would like to see Nyx play a little bit more towards the bottom lane here, make sure that, just capitalize on that used flash already. But then again, Sagi is a Corki, he still has the Valkyrie available, so, any time of day still can fly away, and also has Winter's Lantern to build him out.
Yeah, also keep an keeping an eye out on some of the rotations coming in from SEM9. They've gotten scouted out by the ward that was placed much early on by Eggy, so they know exactly where this physics is. Now, he's going to be walking into the jungle, but Becky could easily flip his way around. So that little Grom will just go back to the camp. No frog porridge for dinner, I guess. Well, not that I fancy it. So,
Well,
I don't know about you, but is there a certain food that you'll never touch in your life?
Maybe a fried cockroach, I guess.
Ah, okay.
Well, we all know what Omo is having for dinner though.
What's he having?
He's having hot pot. He said that.
Hot pot. Okay, that's cool. But on the top side though, the set almost gets Yoshi deleted, but he will walk away as the Haymaker did not dish out enough damage. But there may be a dive. Flash is available for our hedge. If he risks it by diving into the turret, Yoshi, if he has time to land it stun, perfect. But with that sliver of health, it's very risky. But Yoshi, he's staying on too long. I'm not too sure what's his plan, but he's waiting on for a little bit of a backup coming in from Nyx as they all clump up together onto the top side. But nothing will get done here. Honeyford's back up, so everything's back to normal.
Yeah, I think Yoshi, he wanted to stay, making sure that he gets that a little bit of the wave that is left from the push coming in from RH. He has Haki, which has priority in the mid lane, as well as Nyx coming in to support him. So he had that confidence to stay on. And Eggy getting that sentence as well as play. It's not gonna do anything though.
Okay. Interesting move coming in from Chili. He just dives forward onto both Haki as well as Iggy. If he had that hit but pulverized, that could possibly hit him pretty hard. Well, Chili is just dictating the pace of how well he could possibly run this main lane. Now, both objectives are up online as SEM9 opts to go in for the Herald.
Well, this will most probably go down without any contest. The only question is, will Phantom6 return another trade on the other side of the map? Looks like they will send their Fiora first to take on to this Ocean Dragon, but SEM9, they know this is happening. They got the Baron. Now the entire team, they are starting to move down towards this Dragon. They're even popping the Herald on the mid lane, making sure they have the prio.
Well, they popped it really early though. They could possibly use it for a contest, but instead they will have a little bit more pressure as they take a few platings off. SEM9 ahead in goal, only for 1,000. This is really another bit of extra goal, which Phantom6 could easily catch up upon. But it's interesting to really see how SEM9 has been able to just have a little bit of all these small traits that have resulted in a slight lead that they could possibly get. Sagi has to burn off the package. I guess this was running on low timers anyways, because if you don't use it, it's just gonna expire.
Now this is good for for SEM9 actually. You know, oh, RH has to flash away from the headbutt pulverized. And going back to my point, you know, early game being stable, no kills here. SEM9, they're doing well because Phantom6, they are the one with the composition that needs to snowball, needs to keep that death ball running, making sure that they get the early leads, early kills. And if they don't do that, SEM9, they're gonna outskill them, and it's gonna be so hard going into the mid to late game here as
they're moving right in, and Becky getting a shot of the turret while they have already sniffed off the danger. There's not too much of a follow-up coming from Nyx, and therefore no heavy commitment coming out of P6. Now, it's just interesting to see how well disciplined both sides are basically playing. They're not overextending. They're not basically risking themselves for any sort of leads that they can possibly get. Now, they will carry on with this camp right down bot. They're hoping to punish Chili, but he's got some backup behind him.
Oh, this is gonna waste so much time on Nyx's side. He's waiting in the lane. Nothing's gonna happen. He recalls now. And good thing that Ozdraveki is not, you know, invading on the other side of the map and taking away all of his resources. Oh, Eggy is still waiting here for Chili to overstep.
And I think that this is well read by Winter, but there goes the commitment of the hammer. While Chili, he may have gone to the skies, only walked away with a few minutes, but topside, is where Becky really wants to take the fight. Hockey only lose a quarter of his HP, while this remains to be a 0-kill game as we're approaching the 7th minute. Something that we didn't really expect coming out of both sides. While SEM9, they could possibly crush this turret if P6 is not careful enough.
Now this is one of the the slowest first blood game that we have in Wild Rift WCS MYSG, but hold that thought.
Onto 2, that's gonna be looking pretty nice, but not enough to basically break the face of Hockey for now. Iggy has arrived, here comes the death sentence, this sets them up, and that is followed up by a good pulverize to land both Harhitch as well as Winter up in the air. But Becky's here, he's looking for a dive. This looks to be good. He will single out the target, and that's first blood for SEM9, leaving Iggy all alone. Here comes Momo though. How much can they possibly do? And that is enough for SEM9.
Well, finally we have first blood coming in. Ozrawecki still hunting for more. Yoshi, he props the dominance once again, and nothing has come into fruition here for P6. They lost first blood, and SEM9, they have that advantage as well as the tempo on the entire map. While all that is happening, Sagi, he's just quietly farming up, getting first turret blood for himself. This Corki is 6,000 gold. He's able to pick up a Black Cleaver for now, and looks like Chile is even gonna force Yoshi under this turret. The barrier comes in. Yoshi is gonna walk away though. Chile is dealing so much damage.
Yeah, he's feeling relatively confident into this matchup where Yoshi is still sticking around. That's gonna be another shot blast just to force him out, while Kha'Zix is just working his way alone. So Becky can basically take this one without needing the rest of the help of SEM9, while P6, they're being shoved onto every other corner while they try to defend. The pressure is immense coming out of SEM9, and it's gonna be looking pretty tough for them to hold on if this is gonna continue on for the next few minutes.
Well, right now I don't really see a way for Phantom6 to, actually win this game right now, because even in terms of scaling, well, I'm gonna hold that thought as here comes the engage.
Becky dives right in, but Winter won't be able to hold it on. Becky, big killing force the stasis, but here comes the rest of the members. P6 relatively slow to respond to this one. They're not really having all of the spells that they need to start off the fight, but here comes another death sentence onto Iggy. Ignite being popped onto the Alistar. While he tries to propel forward, that wrist is slide right underneath the turret, and he gets caught out by Momo.
What a play coming in from Momo. His Dark Binding doing work right there. Winter, he was a little bit over aggressive. Proto belts in, tries to get the flay as well as the death sentence on to Phantom6, but Momo, a precise timing on that Dark Binding turned the game around here. Ozrawecki and the entire SEM9, they had to back away from the Mountain Drake because they do not have the support. But right now, everybody is respawn, and SEM9, they recall and come back, look to secure this Mountain Dragon.
Well, the aim for Phantom6 right now is to gather enough resources so that they can get those huge items up to take up all these fights. Becky open the Herald over the mid, though there might not be a tier 1 turret. It will still bring more members of Phantom6 back into the mid lane as they get this one for free. But top side is going to be traded out for, while they will get little lead back on their side. Well, not exactly a lead, but here comes Iggy trying to hold them all back, but it's pretty much risky for him to overcommit, so he holds back. More plating in for SEM9.
Well, the siege is going to continue here for SEM9. Sagi throwing out those rockets. He's going to start to hurt if he gets more item. Already has the Age of Night. Ooh, look at those rockets. And the Age of Night isn't really good against Momo. The Dark Binding won't land, but the Dark Tormented Soil will prop that purple shield here. SEM9 looking to siege.
Oh, here comes Iggy. He gets 2 members up in the air, but it's gonna be Hockey that gets called out, forced to flash away, while Yoshi has overcommitted. They all walk away with low health bars as Iggy gives his life to defend this middle turret. Absolutely not worth it for Phantom6 at all, and SEM9 still leading the pack.
SEM9 able to force out Aegis ultimate there, taking down the tier 2 as we go in back to this replay. Yes, Aegis gets a 2-man hit by Polaris, but there is no follow-up here from Phantom6. RH is tanking all the damage from the backline once again, single-handedly. Another fight though, breaking out here.
Oh, Nix is going to be looking for a kill. He's going to be popping onto Winter, but he flies all the way to the back. He does get that at the end, though, as RH gets blown up to smithereens. Here comes Chili. He will commit to the skies, but that's all they could possibly get. 2 for 1 of an exchange. Slight wins for Phantom6, but that's not going to be enough, though. They're giving so much of that leeway in the early game for SEM9 to just take over the map. Now, it's going to be harder for them to contest if they really want the Baron buy.
Yeah, no visions here in the jungle for Phantom6, and look at SEM9. 3 Age of Knights being picked up right here. Also, Raveki, Chili, as well as Sagi, all the carries has that immune first magic spell that hits will get immune. So Momo, he's gonna get less value on the Dark Binding if he doesn't proc it first. But then again, there is Egi, there is Haki. There's always someone to proc that shield first. However, it's gonna get a little bit more difficult going into these team fights here as Winter is getting caught out.
Winter has the death mark on top of it, but he does land the death sentence onto Haki. Will force him out. Haki gets taken out, but that final missile will not land onto the Alistar, and he will survive, but at the cost of his mid laner.
This is starting to look from bad to worse for Phantom6. They tried to clear the waves, but there aren't enough vision. They lost all of their tier 1s. Even the tier 2 from the mid has fallen. They don't have vision. They don't have control over the map. SEM9, they're starting to run all over the map, catching whoever they can. And one thing to mention is that Seth loves tanks in the team. You know why? Because the showstopper skills on health, and you know who has a lot of health? It's that bull right over in Phantom6.
That's right, and you could even bring Yoshi out of the fight as well. As much as he wants to look for those picks on the backline, it's not allowing him to do anything at all now. The risk of SEM9 takes over the Baron pit, but they're not eyeing on it for the moment. There's still a little bit more commotion happening over bomb sites where they send Chili to defend, but it's gonna be safe for Momo as he's already committed his flash over the wall. But interesting positioning. I just felt like Phantom6, they're just trying to squeeze by. They don't really have a solid plan on how to take on these team fights.
Well, they might not be thinking about team fights right now. They have Yoshi, they have Haki as well as Nyx doing split pushing duty on both sides of the map. The longest lanes, 2 longest lanes are being dealt with here. They're gonna have to send 2 members here to deal with Nyx as well as Haki, but they're not even able to get anything from those split pushing.
Yeah, so long as they're split pushing, you're giving 3 objectives to SEM9. Look at this, another Drake. They just need 1 more, and the game is going to be confirmed for SEM9 as they will have a little bit of a run in by the bush that forces A-Gate to retreat once again as they are just holding back. Any sort of deaths coming from Phantom6 will lead some of all these structures to fall. Here comes the package! Looking for Haki, they flash forward. Chili does land a shock blast, but he doesn't really have enough damage, but the response is good. The rest of P6, they try to hold on. Full HP on the turret, slowly tickling down, but here comes our hedge. He's gonna be up in the front line, not gonna have that Dark Binding hitting onto anyone as they will siege onwards. While SEM9 is slowly bleeding them dry. One objective after another, and here's the golden opportunity dropping on top of the members of SEM9. Winter forced to retreat, but that opens up more spacing, and Sagi moves forward, gets the kill onto Momo, and they will carry on as well.
Oh, he's alive. The death mark, it was negated by that Stasis enchantment, and SEM9, they get 2 kills. They walk away scot-free, and looks like they will set their eyes onto Baron here. There is no jungler on Phantom6. Well, teleport comes back here. RH, he's back on. Ozareki full health as well. What can Phantom6 do?
Here comes Iggy, he's diving right in, but Yoshi won't be able to hold for too long. They just obliterate them while they work on the Baron, as it will be snatched by Ozorveki. coast is clear. Nothing that Phantom6 can do. Having only Hockey left behind, he's going to use the death mark, but he doesn't have the damage to book out.
Wow, SEM9, they get everything that is on the map. They get the Baron buff. This next push that is gonna come in will be so hard for Phantom6 to do anything about it. They only have Nyx as well as Momo up and available. Egi will be coming in about 15 seconds. The siege from SEM9 will be hard to break if they cannot hold on here. The entire SEM9, however, they're not looking to push just yet, trying to sink the wave in the bot side as well as the mid lane. They are gonna look to try and catch Nyx here. He will go down. There's no response. That's another person dead here from Phantom6. SEM9, they're starting to siege and knock onto B6's base here.
Niver will be crouched up into the lane. They will focus the rest of the members right down bottom side. So Phantom6, if there's any kind of fight, it's right here, right now. That's them, it's connect. And here comes Becky hopping over back, looking for Momo as well. Egi will have so little health left. He gets ignited while Becky will be in charge over the front. They will take the inhibitor and now knocking onto the Nexus. Nothing much that Phantom6 can do as they take a clean series.
What a game here coming in from SEM9. From the early game, we were just talking how slow this game was going. SEM9, Phantom6 both playing out so slow. But from the mid to the late game, SEM9, they were in control on the entire game. Their hands were on the driver's seat. They never let go. The pedals were just fully pressed onto Phantom6. And Phantom6, they had no way back into the game. Everywhere they go, SEM9 had an answer. And the answers were always taking a kills or an objectives on the other side of the map.
Well, I didn't really understand the main objective of Phantom6 overall, where you thought, okay, we're going to wait for that late game, we're going to start pressing on the attack. But with SEM9 taking over from minute 1 all the way down to the end, there's just basically no room for them to have an opening of a clean fight. And I would definitely prefer to see Momo onto something that's a lot more aggressive. You're forcing him into Morgana, which he couldn't really contribute as much as compared to even the previous game where Momo have been the shining star of the team. So I think that there's a few problems that they should have addressed much early on when they go in with no marksman on the table.
Yeah, that's the problem that I mentioned earlier in the drafting phase. When there's no marksman, the wave clears. Yes, the Morgana can clear waves pretty efficiently, but without the items, what she had the entire game after kills, she only had a Ludens as well as the Realize Scepter, if I'm not mistaken. So she's trying to put on the utilities with the slows, but the wave clears, they're not there. And again and again they try to split push. They don't really know what they're trying to do. They try to split push both lanes, while on the other side, SEM9, they were taking every single thing that was available. They weren't even able to take down a tier 2 turret, and on any side of the lanes the team fights wasn't there, the split pushing wasn't there. And end of the day, SEM9, they catch on to Phantom6's weakness on the draft and just pummel it onto it again and again, and got away with it.
Yeah, and for the fact that they are not even contesting for major objectives, that really irks me, because you have something that is essential for team fights and you're not even trying to pick something up. But of course, we cut them off some slack. Let's look at the post-match results once more, and this time it was Becky really picking up a lot of all these late game skirmishes, and our hedge was in almost every one of these fights to really set the pace. And if you notice, all the itemizations were basically built towards a little bit more of a lethality, where they could basically penetrate that little armor which only Angie has, where the rest of them were basically squishy targets overall, right? You got Yoshi, he could possibly try to put as much damage as he can, but when you have a set that could easily bring you back over the front whenever your team is getting threatened, you still have Winter to also lock them down as well. So I think that this draft is definitely well planned by SEM9, where they didn't really have any form of worries throughout the course of the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the draft itself is so good, and the itemization as well coming in from SEM9 is also very good. Look at them. They are going for an entire physical damage team composition here, putting aside the Corki has a little bit of a what's it called, hybrid damage here, but they have picked up 3 Black Cleavers, and Ozraveki, he has the lethality full build, and with the Black Cleaver on 3 members, he was just able to run around the map getting kills after kills. And Chili as well with his empowered shock blast got so much damage in. And Phantom6, they were pretty much running around like I would say headless chicken in this case, walking around. Don't know what else they could do. They couldn't contest objectives, they couldn't take any fights, and Iggy, even though he did his best to try and engage onto the members of SEM9, there were never enough follow-ups coming in from Phantom6 to take on the targets that Iggy hit onto. He got to Sagi a lot of times, he got onto Chili, but Nyx as well as Haki, they weren't able to come in. RH was right there brick walling the entire Phantom6 all the time, as well as Winter with the Flays as well, stopping Phantom6 from coming in. And look at the damage at Nyx, only 5,000 in a game that lasted about 15 minutes. This is just so sad coming in from a Fiora.
Yeah, there's just no opportunities for Nyx to do anything at all in this match. In fact, there was zero threat that Veki didn't even upgrade his boots into ending at all. He didn't need the Proto Belt. He didn't even need a Stasis Enchantment. Like, okay, we got everything under control. It doesn't matter if you want to throw some crowd control on top of me. Yeah, I got the Edge of Night. I could possibly block anything out. Now, you look at the damage output. Of course, Momo will be doing consistent damage throughout the game, so it doesn't really matter, because Momo is not going to have any sort of burst potential onto any targets at all. And SEM9 basically had this series feeling like an absolute free discount, where you don't even have to spend too much just to get things done.
It's not just discounts, it's like a sale, it's a sale. They just
buy one free one.
they just walk into the mall, they say, oh, buy one free one, or even buy one free two. This is a sales going in. And Ozraveki, he's like holding on to his shopping bag, he's walking in, and then he has Chili beside him all the way. Chili's like, I want that, I want that, I want that. And Ozraveki just goes in with his shopping bag and just picks whichever target that he wants. And it's just sales for SEM9 here, and Phantom6. They are unfortunately the product of that discounts as well as the sales.
Well, I guess that there's a lot more deals coming up next, but before we hop into the next game, of course, we'll be speaking to one of the members of SEM9 to see, how did they feel about that entire matchup, because I just think that this isn't exactly the best form of Phantom6 that we have ever gotten. We've seen them do a lot better, but they did put up quite a fight back in game 1. Game 2, I think it was basically just draft diff that we're getting here. It's not like a roll diff or anything at all, where at least for 7 minutes it was quiet. There was attempts, but there was 0 kills. And in fact, it was P6 that got the first blood with Bobo landing that Dark Binding. So I guess it's just some slight leads here and there, but Phantom6 just didn't have any opportunities to take control. So, of course, let's speak to one of the members of SEM9 as we have Sagi joining us for the interview.
Hello, guys. Hello.
Hey.
Hello,
What's up, Sagi? Congratulations. That was a clean 2-0 victory against Phantom6. So just want to check in on you. How's the team and yourself feeling so far?
Well, we feel pretty good because our preparations on this week against P6 was pretty ample, I feel. And then we just played our game according to our own pace and then according to the strength of our team comp. So I would say that, yeah, we did pretty well this week for this specific set.
Okay, so yesterday you got yourself that MVP title by playing on the Yasuo game. So, of course, everyone was feeling like, okay, is this something that you would expect as well? Because we didn't actually get to speak to you yesterday. So, yeah, what do you feel about that?
Honestly, the MVP was pretty rigged. I feel like if I was given the MVP, I would be the MVP of RTP because I almost got them a game.
Right. So
right.
It's okay. At least we have a little bit more self-reflection. But reflecting back onto this matchup itself, we we saw Phantom6, they give a little bit of challenge back in game 1, and game 2, basically you all took over control. So was there any point of time in that match that you think, okay, hey, in game 1, there's something that we really have to get done, or else Phantom6 will possibly run us over?
Not really. I feel like in both games we were solidly ahead in terms of gold, even though there wasn't a lot of kills happening in the first few minutes. I feel like we were overall in control and of what P6 wanted to do, and we were forcing P6 to actually force plays that would actually hurt their map. Because you see that if you notice that the game itself, P6 was always on the proactive side to make cross-map plays, but however they're always losing waves because they have to use up like 4 to 5 players on one specific play itself. So they will either lose towers or they'll lose minion gold. Hi, Swag.
Well, that's definitely well planned. Oh, we got Swag joining in as well. So for, I guess that every plan that you all have has been working out well. So last few weeks, it was a little bit more experimental. Is this the time where there's no more experiments? It's all about sure focus on what you want to display 100% on the drafts itself?
Well, it's like what SSK said. Groups is quite meaningless if you're already achieved the playoff spot for the top and second seed. So it's okay to lose or drop sets, but it is also important to know that where you did wrong and where to pick up from. Like the last series against UCE, we actually learned a lot from that series itself and how to improve our draft specifically on that comp and how to execute on that comp.
All right. Any questions from you, DA?
Well, it's not previous game related, but I would like to ask if any chance we get to see the Yasuo again.
Of course. It's my pocket pick, bro.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I log into my China server account. I'll play like 40 games of it before the next day, and then I'll show what I can show.
Yeah, cool. Good to hear. It's always, refreshing to see the Yasuo coming in to the bottom lane, and hopefully we can see some really good enemy team Yasuos coming in from Sagi.
Yeah,
well,
I have a little bit of a question on, say, certain picks like the Jays, where I think it's a really smart move where it was being given to Veki, where it's also a good flex pick. Other than that, do you think that there's any sort of threats that could possibly hinder you if you guys were to put, say, Jays into the jungle all the time?
Honestly, Jace right now as a pick is pretty solid. It's a very solid first pick. You can do a lot of flexes with it, and it's an overall very strong early to mid game pick. So if you put it in the jungle, you will really need to actually haven't thought this through yet, but yeah, it might need some strats. But you might actually need to play around his weak points, like specific weak points, like he has no dash. So how are you gonna lock him down? If he's over aggressive, what are you gonna do against him? So you have to be on the protective side or trading side, I feel.
All right, and we earlier asked about the MVP titles and stuff. So for today, which one of your teammates, or could it be yourself, that will be walking away with the MVP title? Any guesses before we hit right into the MVP screen?
I feel like everyone did very well today. There weren't a lot of major hiccups. Everyone played to their roles. But yeah, I think that I wouldn't get an MVP because I think my teammate deserves it more than me for this specific set. I mean, you guys would, probably give it to RH because he hasn't had one yet.
Oh, he hasn't had one yet.
My one is pretty rigged, so I wouldn't consider that mine is one as well. So.
Okay, so I guess it's time for the production team to show us who exactly is the MVP this time around. Come on, drum rolls, please. That's
alright, let's go, RH!
Finally!
Boy!
RH! He's got the MVP, and of course he was basically all over the place. Yeah, like he was basically all over the place, and on that set, it was also forcing Phantom6 to either commit or basically stand back. Like,
exactly,
I think he has definitely played very, very well throughout the series. So, any thoughts on that, Sagi?
I would have to agree with you, Contra. I feel like he's been playing well for all the consecutive weeks. He's been doing all his best. He's been showing that he's the best top laner we have to offer at this current stage.
Yeah, I got to agree with you right there, and especially in the first game on his Renekton, he was doing exceptionally well on zoning the entire team on P6 side and making sure that the SEM9 carry Sagi was able to dish out all those damage and also throw out the bomb safely.
Well, oh well, of course. I guess that's all that we do have. So, any words that you have for friends, family, special someone, or
Well, I would like to thank everyone who supported me up to this far, and I would like to ask Contra when are we going to have ramen again? It's been a while, Contra.
ramen? Well, we
Yeah.
can do it after this. We can get
Oh,
dinner.
no.
Well, I still
I
have
have
another
assignments
set
to
of series
do.
to
I have
cast.
assignments to do. So maybe after my assignments, we can bring Slug together and bring him for
Yeah.
some awesome chunky ramen.
Sure. Oh, we'll get some
Sure.
ramen together whenever we do have the free time to do so. I understand that there's still more things to look forward to for SEM9 and Co. So don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview, Sagi.
All right, thanks to the both of you for interviewing me. Have a nice day, and get some rest as well after this tough week.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much,
We'll
guys.
catch you
Goodbye.
real soon. All right, bye.
Bye.
Well, you heard the man. It's ramen time.
Let's go have some ramen. I mean, what ramens do you guys usually have? I mean,
Oh.
for me, I would like go to the kitchen and cook some nongshim ramyun, and it's the best if you have it during rainy day.
Oh, I certainly would love that, but I don't think it's raining right now. I couldn't be sure. We're stuck into the four walls, but the type of ramen, I love Japanese ramen. Like, you can add so many toppings over it, and the broth itself always soothes your soul. That's how I put it. So that game basically soothed the soul of SEM9, where they were left unchallenged for both of the games that they played. So upcoming next, we still have another series to go. For those of you back at home, it's gonna be Phantoms. Sorry, not Phantom6. They just concluded. My bad. Okay, let's go at it again. It's PathSeekers versus TODAK. Both teams desperately needing to win out of the series. We'll see who makes it out alive to get the final few spot for the playoffs that we're going to be getting here in the WCS MYSG. Be sure to follow us on Facebook as well as Instagram, where you could possibly share the latest news to your friends, or of course see all kinds of memes when you join into those Facebook groups as well, whether you're tuning in from either Twitch or YouTube. Make sure you hit that follow or even the subscribe button whenever you can.
Okay, so TODAK versus PSK will be the last match for this week, and I'm really looking forward to this. Both teams playing out against each other. I mean, TODAK as a team, especially this week, they are looking a little bit more in form and starting to, shape as a team that can start to challenge these games here. So this match, particularly for me myself, I am more excited to watch it as compared to SEM9 versus Phantom6.
Well, I guess that there's definitely reasons to it, where we saw TODAK has been increasing their effort to try to secure themselves a win. Yesterday was a close matchup, but they couldn't really push right in to break the Nexus. Let's see if this time's going to be working out for the rest of the Swordfishes. PathSeeker is still navigating their way, and so it's definitely going to be a whole lot of fun. So I hope that they turn that GPS on while we will take a break and we come back with the series.
Here we go now. I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. Here we go now.
Hello, good evening, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to all the viewers out there. If you're just joining us, this is the WCS Malaysia Singapore region, MYSG. If you're just joining us, this upcoming match will be between TODAK versus PathSeeker, and it is the last game of the week, and we will wait a little bit. Now my friend Contra here, that he will be coming in anytime soon, I suppose. But before that, let's break it down a little bit about what happened today. We had some really interesting series coming in today. We have Watermelon, we have LFO stomping their teams, as well as SEM9 stomping their teams as well. You know, the usual SEM9 and LFO stuffs right here. But I myself particularly is a little bit more interested going into today's last game and last match of the week between TODAK and PathSeeker. So, TODAK and PathSeeker on the third week, they are both currently sitting on 0-2 losses. Both of them 0-2, 0-2 against Watermelon Phantom6 and LFO versus SEM9. So we have Contra back with us. Hello Contra, are you back?
Sorry about that. Oh, suddenly I became a giant for a second. So, yeah, I was caught in the rain where, yeah, there was a little bit of a hiccup for a little bit, but don't worry about that. I'm still here with you, D8. So, for this, of course, you can follow us on our social media. You can find me at ContraCast. That's for Facebook. Contra for Instagram. And you could also find D8 as well. So, when we look into this series, of course, there's a whole lot to talk about. Both are not sitting pretty over on the lower end of the standings, but there are still multitudes of a chance for them to still bounce back up. Yes, TODAK may have looked decent when it comes down to some of all these sort of games that they played out. They've improved and comes down to team fight, but I still think that there's still a lot of things that they have to work on, especially on closing games. So I wonder if this time they could close it against PathSeekers.
Yeah, and one more thing to point out that if TODAK win this series against PathSeeker, they're gonna tie it out against PathSeeker in the number 6 standings with 2 wins. So if they are able to do that, then maybe their playoff dreams are still alive. But like you mentioned, TODAK in this past few days, yeah, they showed really good in a lot of those good macro plays. But before we go in a little bit further, let's take a look at the players.
And these are the boys from TODAK. We've got Crown, Newgate, Skylo, Kuya, as well as Shanks. While Rabbit will be sitting in the bench for the moment. So I wonder if he's going to get any more airtime on Game 2 or even potentially Game 3 onwards. But what we've consistently seen is that Skylo as well as Newgate, they're the ones to make all the plays happen. Crown, Kuya, there are opportunities for them to really follow suit to get those leads back for TODAK if they really want to close it out against PathSeeker, who's been looking relatively shaky. But of course, you cannot look down of what PathSeeker could possibly offer, as well as they've been showing that they're good mechanically, while there's still room for improvement for macro play. So any thoughts, DA, on whether or not could they possibly take this one home?
Yeah, I mean, TODAK as a team, they are shaky here and there a little bit, but they particularly look good when Shanks is on that playmaking support, engage support, like Rakan, like the Trash, and like you mentioned, the Skylo and Newgate, they are the two more solid players in TODAK. They are not shaking here and there, and Skylo himself, he's able to do a lot on his team. He's I would like to say that he is the carry for Team TODAK, and especially in a team like TODAK, which they were able to get those early objectives and turret push. But like in the previous interviews that TODAK, they did mention that they have a little bit more new players. But when we talk about players, we will take a look on PathSeeker's lineup as well. So take a look at the video.
PathSeekers are well on their way to the playoffs, but they first have to defeat TODAK right here in this series. We got Emotion, LXY, William, Swift, as well as Evolution. They've been switching out over on the mid laners from time to time, so Kevin will sit this one out. While we've seen a lot of great plays happening over on the Baron lane, as well as the jungler, just basically creating a lot of opportunity. So in order for TODAK to stop them, Emotion will possibly need to really hold on, because there's going to be a whole lot of focus onto this top lane. Swift as well as Evolution have been able to contribute quite significantly in the matches, but I still want to see them step up. William as well as Swift, what are the sort of picks could they possibly bring up to defeat TODAK right here?
Yeah, PathSeeker is one of the few teams in the circuit that are still switching roles and swapping players here and there just to find the style that suits them best. But when we look at this lineup, Emotion, LXY, William, Swift, and Evolution, I do think that this is the lineup that PathSeeker tend to show up the most. And a lot of times, William as well as Emotion, they play around LXY, but Swift as well as Evolution as a Dragon Laner for PathSeeker is quite stable and one of the more stable Dragon Laners. As I've mentioned, the support will be the ones to look at here. Look at Shanks as well as Evolution. The kill participation difference here, 80% versus 53% coming in from Evolution.
That's actually a huge difference when it comes down to his participation, especially when it comes down to team fights. Shanks, he likes to create moments that matter for the team, but of course there needs to be certain follow-up, and I think that there's still something that PathSeekers are still navigating their way towards, where even with Evolution tries to go in for certain setups, he won't be able to get all too much done. But when it comes down to KDA as well as DPM, is honestly not too significant when it comes down to a huge difference. You can just tell that Shanks is just relatively a lot more aggressive when it comes down to majority of the matches that they've played out. So over aggression is also going to be a problem if that's going to be a case, but judging from this matchup, it's still going to be a pretty close game between the two. I just really want to see the full-fledged potential that both can actually put in this upcoming series. So just having a look at William, he was known as one of the best Twisted Fate players out there, but the meta has shifted so far off a way that Twisted Fate wasn't really the S tier pick that you could possibly rely on anymore. And therefore, it's still a little bit of 50-50 because, yeah, maybe if we could pull something special out of it, they could still get some leads back for PathSeekers. So let's head over to the prediction. So are we going to have split decisions here, or is it going to be all the same? Now we have Brandon going on PathSeeker, while the rest of us are rallying on support for TODAK, including Omo. So, well, Brandon being the oddball out, I think that if he's definitely right on this one, then it's a shame on the three of us.
Well, Omo might be having a fish with his hot pot here with the TODAK picks, but I think overall for me, I picked TODAK for my prediction is just because that across these few days they have started to show that they can have those early to mid game advantage. It's just a problem of closing out games that they cannot execute it. So if they manage to solve this problem, then maybe the three of us are gonna have one up against Grendon here.
Well, let's see what will possibly happen throughout this series, because there's basically a lot of avenues where PathSeekers have gravitated towards getting leads for their top lane to work a whole lot more effectively. Is one of the most traditional way that they've been able to play it out. But TODAK, they could also focus topside, get some advantage for crowd, put that player behind, and of course make it pretty much rough for PathSeekers to get things done, and basically having Emotionless just sitting there doing not too much. But that's not always going to be the case when it comes down to getting into major objectives. I think PathSeeker has looked pretty clean throughout some of all these other matches that they've played out. Against bigger teams, maybe not too much, but now that they're facing off against TODAK, of course, the chances are still wide open out there. Where TODAK, there's been changing a lot of different things. They've changed their draft style. They also have been swapping out a certain role or another. Just having Wild Rabbit coming in along with Kuya. Now, Kuya starts off this match, and I really wonder what is the key difference between the two, because in terms of mechanics, I did see that Wild Rabbit has high potential to basically offer a lot of damage in their matches, where Kuya, we've seen him go on Varus and a few other picks as well, but I haven't really seen a solid identity for TODAK other than them relying back on Nugget as well as their mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, for TODAK, Newgate looks especially good in this team whenever he picks up those Lee Sin as well as those Olaf picks coming in here. But that's the problem with TODAK early on in these few weeks. They throw all of their eggs onto the one basket of Newgate and expect him to carry the entire team towards victory. But it's worry, right? It's League of Legends. It's not a one-man show. It's an entire team effort. Yes, you can put a carry on a jungler, but at the end of the day, it's how you execute those team fights, those objective fights going into the mid to late game that matters. And so far from these previous few days, I believe TODAK they found that they have found that how to execute the team fights. But like you mentioned, it was Wild Rabbit that kind of was in those victories against those other teams, and not victories, I mean those little skirmish wins in this series. But PathSeeker, in comparison to TODAK, for these past 2 days, I do think that they are unlike Phantom6 as well as Upcar, they're slowly ramping up. PathSeeker, they are starting to show a little bit of a shakiness in terms of their gameplays here.
That's right, and let's not banter too much because we got the picks and bans up in the ready. So let's see what TODAK could possibly come up with in this draft itself, where they are starting on blue, so they do have that first pick advantage. Are they gonna give that first pick over to Crown or even Newgate to secure a solid jungler? But most often than not, many of all these picks will go onto flex picks. They immediately go in for a ban on the Camille, where LXY as well as Emotion could both play in.
I wonder if both teams will ban out all those flex picks here. Camille banned away, Gragas banned away. Will they ban away the Sat or even the Jace for this example? But I don't think TODAK will be a team that you want to ban away the Jace here, because so far we've only seen SEM9 pull out a very successful Jace. So the bans here will be the Sat as well as the Yuumi.
Yeah, a pretty interesting start, and like you've listed out, some of all these flex picks are already being removed from play, and therefore it allows a little bit more room for carry type of junglers to exist. Same goes to the Baron lane as well. So if you have good options, Darius is looking pretty good as a starter for the Baron lane, but of course you don't really want to show your cards all too early. Crown opts for that Fiora that could still be passed on over to Newgate. So when it comes down to Fiora, it's all about being very proactive, whether if you're putting it in lane or in the jungle, because for Newgate to play, he possibly needs someone to enable that to happen. Now, Evolution's going to be able to pick up his signature trash. That's going to be exciting to see. Once he lands the Death Sentence, you can follow it up easily with a Mega Inferno Bomb, while the response to that by TODAK, they pick up the Rakan.
Well, this is actually really good from TODAK here, because I was about to mention that if they don't pick up this Rakan in this first phase of the picks and bans, it will most definitely get banned against Shanks here. So they will pick up the Rakan and pair it against the Kai'Sa. Both of this is a good combo against each other. When Kai'Sa has that ultimate up and ready, the Rakan engage will always give crowd control and the leeway for the Kai'Sa to jump to the back line. And as a Ziggs, if you get caught, you're most definitely dead right here. But PSK, they will pick up a Jax for themselves, most probably going into the jungle against the Fiora.
Yeah, and even if you were to put it up against a Fiorian lane, it's going to be pretty rough, as this will be basically leaning heavily towards a late game composition for the likes of PathSeekers here. So going into the second phase of picks and bans, where they are banning that Lulu. For what reason? They've already had a trash. So TODAK, is this a
Lulu top?
Lulu top doesn't seem to be that great of an idea. You're going to lose out a lot of potential of damage, which you just have to put on a lot of weight on both the Kai'Sa as well as the Fiora. So with another ban going over to Marksman, it's going to be PathSeeker here that picks up the Diana. So what they want for PathSeekers is basically yelling at your face, I want a team fight, I want to dive right in, Moonfall, Mega Info Bomb, toss everything down the line, and you have that Jax to clean up the rest of it. So in terms of draft, PSK definitely has that perfect direction, but TODAK here hasn't really solidified what exactly they want. They do have Lee Sin that pops up, so that tells you that the Sphere is going over the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Newgate, he looks really good on... I mean, Lee Sin is one of the champions that he looks good on. So if they just ban away a lot of these champions, do go towards their comfort pick. And looks like TODAK just gave me a slap in the face and picking up the Jace. And as I was mentioning that not a lot of teams pick up the Jace, and they immediately locked it in.
Well, I think that this is very early game centric for TODAK, where if they get those early picks, that's great, where you could easily snowball this Jace as well as Fiora. But it's a lot of work for Newgate to possibly get those pickups, but with the Akali getting taken from PathSeeker's side, I'm honestly not sure will she get the activation that she desires. Heading up against either a Jace or even the Fiora is gonna be an ideal of a matchup, because you could easily get poked up early in the lane, but when it comes down to team fights, I think there's a lot of good spacing for them to create so that they could get the assassination going. So what are your thoughts heading into both ends of the drafts? Which one do you like more, D8?
Well, both teams have drafted a very different identity against each other. I mean, when you mentioned TODAK, they drafted a early game focused team. As for PathSeeker, they drafted a little bit of a scaling composition, if I would like to say here. And if you ask me which one do I favor more, I would definitely favor TODAK's draft a little bit more, because Warrior is so fast of a game. If you can get those early leads, those early ganks, early objectives in, then you can start to snowball the game, and you won't give enough time for PathSeeker to scale up. But if the game does go towards the mid to late game and TODAK they cannot find those leads, then PathSeeker, their composition will start to come online, and it will be very hard to deal with a late game Jax as well as a late game little boy throwing bombs onto your face. Is not fun.
Yeah. But then again, when we look at TODAK's composition, it's not exactly the easiest to pull off as well when you go back to PathSeekers. Yeah, basically it's a chain reaction. You get a catch, you will have everything thrown on the line just to get any sort of pickings. Well, I do like what I see from PathSeekers. I think that they're going to look a lot more stable so long as the early game goes well for them. Then scaling to the late game shouldn't be any sort of hurdle, and especially when you have a Jax that could possibly wipe everyone off clean. I think this is going to look pretty awesome for PathSeekers to basically pick people off. So it's all down to evolution. Can he land those hooks with his death sentence? So we got 45 seconds to basically have a little bit chit chat, but in order for TODAK to win, you just have to really open up a little bit more room when it comes down to those team fights. So Kuya needs to position perfectly for his killer instinct, and Shangs got to run the whole team over. And PathSeekers, if they get caught on the ultimate that he's going to be pulling up with the quickness, so it's going to be pretty hard for PathSeekers to respond.
Yeah, but looking back into the draft right here, it just hits me in the head that it's gonna be so hard for TODAK to engage onto PathSeeker because of the stretch. He has the Flay, he has the death sentence, so Shanks, he's not gonna have a good time trying to jump onto the team of PathSeeker. And we've seen how Rakan gets stopped midway by the Flay in this WCS MYSG, and without this battle dance, it's gonna be so hard for TODAK to do. But let's take a look at the match video before we dive into the game.
That's right. And it's the final set of the series for our Sunday evening. We got TODAK versus PathSeekers. Let's get it on over bomb side. A load of puck have already been exchanged from both ends. And both teams need to secure themselves some solid win in order to have a better time to get through the league, as we have only a few weeks time before we get into the playoffs. But look at this poke coming out of Skylo. It's a Fiora up in the mid lane. So he's just basically having a lot of free damage to deal against William.
Well, if I know Contra, I think he's practically a good... I mean, when we play pub games, we see of Fiora. What are your thoughts about Fiora as a champion? I mean, the lunge is so hard to deal with, man. The range is so big.
Yeah, I myself am a Fiora as well as an Akali main, so I could definitely give you the lowdown. So what you really want to do with that lunge is to aim on those Vital Frogs, and every single time you hit a lunge onto either a minion or even a champion ideally, you will have the cooldowns running low so that you can go in for more lunges. But that burns a lot of mana. Oh, yeah. Forced to flash away. He's got the Ignite. Does he survive? He will walk away with less than 10 HP. And TODAK is completely messed up their bottom lane tempo, and that gives a lot more room for PathSeeker.
Well, this is gonna come back and hit TODAK really hard because, you know, we just mentioned how early game oriented TODAK's team composition is and how hard is it to execute that, especially if they're behind. And Swift as well as Evolution, they got that 2 versus 2 win. Yes, they don't get to kill, but they get to force Kuya as well as Shanks away from the lane early on, and they will miss off a few minions. And look at the top lane exchange here. Not much being done. I thought we could see a early first blood coming in, but looks like both teams, they're still playing it safe.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while before they get to that because it will need the Jace to come in for multiple spell rotations, because one rotation of spell could easily drop emotion down to 50%. He does have the barrier to carry forward. Same goes to Crown, where it's not so straightforward as they desire, so you won't see too heavy of a commitment, especially when they're going to be nearby their turrets. Crown is going to be retreating relatively early, as he will be walking back, losing a little bit of min. It's not too much that they're losing out on. But yeah, when it comes down to micro management, PSK definitely has got a very slight lead. And interesting enough, to also look at the builds right now, Akali starts off with a cloth armor, and that's not the typical way that you start off, but when you're facing up against Crown, I think it's ideal. But here comes the visit coming from LXY. They do land a death sentence, Mega Infernal Bomb. That's good enough for them to pick up 2 kills from the bottom lane. PSK with a lead.
Oh, this is so good coming in from Evolution, but Newgate gets the kicks in. Oh, nice flash coming in from Swift. Skylo, he looks to try and equalize and get the kill. The repulse comes in, but looks like LXY, he will get the kill. A little bit of an overextension coming in from TODAK.
Newgate's going in for more, and he gets shut off instead. It's a double for LXY. What a turn of event. I think he gritted too much. Newgate shouldn't have done that.
What a play, and it's not over yet! TODAK, they go in again and they got the kill onto Evolution. What a fiesta coming in here from both teams. As I mentioned, they are a little bit slow. Immediately fiesta goes around the map, even the top side. Crown loses his life against Emotion.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely a deserving punishment for them to overstay their welcome over the bottom side. PSK, yeah, they got a lot out of that fight, but this is the Drake going over to TODAK.
And it's also an Infernal Drake, so scaling into the late game, it's always good to have that extra 6% of damage. And if they denied towards Swift on his Ziggs, that 6% damage can deal so much into those late games, especially skills against these items. So PSK, they lose out on the first objectives. Will they start to contest the second? Will be the question it's answering here.
That's right. While they do have a little bit more control over on the Herald Pit, the rest of TODAK, they really want to respond. They only have very few members from PathSeeker to do anything, so they may have to let this one slide. But there's also a little bit of contest going on. Emotion has joined in the fray. Spots out Crown. And lands the Shuriken. He goes into the Shroud, but the rest of TODAK, they forced to retreat! And that Mega Infernal Bomb is just about enough to take them down, while Newgate will flash over, but will be caught off by Emotion. PathSeeker responding well with aggression.
What a play coming in from PathSeeker. They got Newgate and there is no spike. Yes, Newgate got the kill onto LXY, but in exchange it was a 2-for-1 trade and a referral on top of the cake. So PSK, they lose out on the dragon, but they win on the top side of the map. So good play coming in from PSK, and the goal lead is about 2,000 in the favor of PathSeeker. Skylo.
Oh, you asked for Fiesta, you will get one. Here comes the grand challenge while Philip forced to go back into turret range. That's a connection of the grand entrance, and that blows up William. Make that a 2 for nothing. Well, TODAK will be able to crush the turret along with it.
What was that? I mean, when I saw that quickness coming in from Shanks, I thought it missed every single one of them. And after that, he just goes in with the jump. He gets 2%, and immediately the entire team of TODAK, they jump in. They got the kills. 2 kills onto Kuya, I believe. No, it was 1 kill on Kuya and 1 on Skylo. They don't need the Reef Herald. They got the first turret blood, and Emotion, he's looking to hunt. The Herald, though, is onto Emotion's hand, so he can play it around onto this Baron lane, maybe clear the waves and get the turret for themselves. But with that play, TODAK, they immediately gets the goal and equalize against PathSeeker.
PathSeeker, you may have the lead and it comes down to kills, but when they skill into the late game, of course, there are still things to worry about, because Skylo so far playing a very dominant Fiora that's been able to cause ruckus all over the map, while I feel like PSK, they're just trying to do something that's very much linear. You just really want to put everybody on the same part of the map and then start to look for those kills. So TODAK, it also doesn't look all too great overall. Yes, you may have a few stellar plays that have paid out of Skylo. It's not something that you rely on too much because you still have the Jets to deal with, but it's going to be a chase all the way to the turret. He saved the moonfall for the final moment. That's enough for William to reverse the scenario and just get the kill off him. I felt like he didn't even need that help.
Oh, that's too bad coming in from TODAK. A little bit of an overextension here from Skylo. He tries to get the kill, misses onto the last proc of the Grand Challenge. Not only he loses his life, he tries to go in too deep. And in PathSeeker, they managed to get the turret on the Baron lane on the other side of the map as well. So TODAK, they lose out on both sides of the map. Can they recuperate and come into this next team fight around this Ocean Dragon though?
Leading started by LXY. Some shots being fired, but they're not really overcommitting. You can see that the Earn position isn't looking all too great. Now it's going to be a high time that they give chase. Free challenge being opened up, and it's Emotion dropping into the fight. Shanks in the middle of it all as they land the kick onto LXY as they steal the dragon. And they will try to walk their way out it, but they give their life for it. 3 members down, make that 4. Crown will be depleted as PSK just showing a solid front line of an attack, and they will rally on up a minute.
This is not looking good for TODAK. Yes, you get the dragon, but at what cost? Your entire team goes down, and I gotta commend the Moonfall from William. It was such a bliss to look at. The entire team was in the Dragon Pit. They had no way to escape, and if we could take a look at the replay, it will show you how well PathSeeker navigated the entire fight, but procs Newgate for stealing away the dragon. Yeah, here's the replay we asked for. Look at Shanks. He missed that quickness as well as the knockup onto the entire team of PathSeeker, but the Moonfall was what changed the game right there for PSK. As soon as the Moonfall connects onto the entire team of TODAK, Emotion, he was able to run around, do what he wants best, scatter around the fights, gets kills after kills with the perfect execution as well as the Shuriken backflip.
Yeah, and I felt like there wasn't any sort of backup plan for them to basically get their way out. Like, they just wanted to steal, but are they ready to fight? No is definitely the answer. What we just witnessed, yeah, they got the kick out. They've already utilized all these spells just to buy time. But they should have immediately switched it up where you either focus out on some of the carries that's right in front of them. Yes, there was that Jax that was low. Can they pick it up? It didn't look too clear cut. And now with the lead going over to the PathSeekers, they're still basically controlling the tempo of the game. While TODAK, what they really have to do here is to exert a little bit more pressure, regain that control, and start to play cross-map.
Yeah, Crown, he's gonna have to start hitting those shock blasts to matter. If not, what's the point of you picking the Jace, right? You can't hit those shock blasts. You're not gonna poke them down. The Ziggs is gonna outpoke you if you don't land those shock blasts. So TODAK, like you mentioned, they're gonna have to try and seek avenue on another type of playstyle here. Maybe send the Fiora to try and side lane and feed all these minions and goals into Kuya's pocket, and you know, hope that one team fight could change it around, and Kuya, he might be able to pop off. He gets enough items. That's the problem with Kai'Sa, right? If you don't have those 2 or 3 items power spike, you cannot win a team fight with just the Kai'Sa alone.
That's right, and of course, now it's a little bit of a standstill without any objectives spawned up for the moment. So, as we take a look at resources, they've been able to get 2 Blade of the Ring Kings that will be beneficial for them to basically shred off a lot of all these tagonists that's coming in from LXY as well as Evolution. But of course, main priority here, you got to find enough burst damage to take down William before he could even land that Moonfall. But if you do that, you still have Emotion here, lying in wait, trying to look for that opening to assassinate them when he does have that perfect execution to set up. While I like that Kai'Sa pick into this matchup, but I don't really see much coming out from Kuya so far.
Yeah, and also, you know, put a note on to William's build here. He has the Crystalline Reflector as well as the Armor Boots. So he's gonna be able to negate a little bit more of those physical damage that's coming in from Kuya. Oh, here comes the knockdown and the charm!
He's gonna be running all over the members, but they will try to fall back for a little bit more. That hook connects onto the Newgate, but he easily defuses it with the safeguard, just landing a couple more pokes as we have the Cloud Drake up for contention. Newgate drops a ward. They will be able to spy through. So they really have to make a call here. Well, they do have a split push going on, trying to get another lead, but look at where Emotion is at. It's going to come in for a flank as well. Now, it's going to be hard for them to actually do too much. They basically flush them away, so they can easily get this dragon, but it's a dive coming from Emotion. He's looking for a kill. He gets the perfect execution. He slays off the Rakan as he turns going to find time for the rest of PathSeeker to respond. But here comes Newgate. You will miss that kick, but you will have the dragon space. Not enough to blow off Emotion, and another kill goes over to PathSeeker.
What a play coming in from PathSeeker, but it is Newgate. He missed the Q. He still goes in with the safeguard and the kick, but the entire PathSeeker just immediately turns onto him, taking him out instantaneously. And Skylo, that's a good cutoff of the wave. He cuts off the wave, makes sure PathSeekers are not able to push in further down towards the mid lane here. So TODAK, a little bit of a win right there, but overall PathSeeker, they are still getting the lead. As we look at this replay, and Emotion on this Akali's popping off these perfect executions, as well as those iframes coming in. He was able to negate those jumps, the jumps that you know, the Rakan offers. And here's what we look at. Sky Newgate, he tries to go in for the kill onto Emotion, but he misses the Q, goes for it nevertheless, and pays for it with his life.
I didn't really like that decision because regardless if you get the Akali or not, you're still gonna go down. But here comes a perfect flash hook onto the Rakan Shanks, forced to retreat, but here comes the Moonfall, catching all of them inside of the jungle, and there's nowhere they could possibly run. Newgate does have a little bit of breathing space, but what did it cost them? Perhaps this Baron. Now, three members can easily work on it, and TODAK can do nothing about this.
They know that this is going on. They have their ward from the Rift Scuttle, but it's not gonna matter. I don't think Newgate can have an avenue in. Everybody is blocking him from going into this Baron pit. They send William, they send Emotion and Evolution to deal with him. Make sure he can't go into the pit. This might be the final nail in the coffin for TODAK in this game number 1 as PathSeeker. They claim the Baron buff, they claim those kills, and they're looking to siege.
You know what? Brandon's probably laughing at all of us who's probably voted for TODAK right now. But, you know, TODAK, I think they've shown some flashes of brilliance much in the early game. And after that, they look lost. They look completely lost. Like, Newgate, his responsibility is pretty huge in this game. And he kept going on for those picks, which he shouldn't have dived in for. And every single time he gets punished for it. In that battle for Baron, I just felt that it's once again mispositioning for most of all these other players. They got stuck in that choke point where they couldn't even run away from Williams' Moonfall, and that led to their demise. Now they're on the hunt. Let's see whether or not can Skylo be punished. Evolution is just getting a little bit feisty. He's going to be moving forward. That turret's going to go down, but up in the mid lane, though, this is where they want to take the fight. LXY, they're choosing their battles wisely as there will be Newgate getting that range. Let's see, will give every one of these members of TODAK a rough time. 3 members already down. With the Baron buff, they can easily close off game 1. Only 2 members left. Can they defend, though? Skylo doing what he can. 9 of damage to LXY as he goes down as well. TODAK suffered defeat as PathSeeker will take a beautiful win.
What a play coming in from the Akali. Perfect execution indeed, was able to dash out so much damage across 3 members of TODAK, and they claim the victory with a swift decision making. They get the Baron, they split the map, they get TODAK across 2 sides of the map and immediately punish in with that play as well as the death sentence coming in from the Trash. And I gotta say, man, Trash so far in this tournament has making plays that was out of this world, and with the lantern delivery from the Akali, he managed to get that kill after, and PathSeeker immediately goes for the Nexus, breaks it down and take game 1.
Yeah, TODAK, I think that they still haven't really figured it out up till now, where when it comes down to team fights as well as positioning, there looks to be a lot of loopholes that Emotion easily dives in. Like, he goes in for this Akali pick, which can be punishable in that early game. I don't see any visits coming in from Newgate. That is one sign which already tells me that if you're not going to be able to shut this guy down, this is where Emotion just goes in to pick up whatever he could possibly get. So I guess that they really gotta really think this one through. We give them a little bit of break and we come back for game 2.
My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my
Warriors, notorious, war with us, war with us. We the warriors, we notorious. They the warriors, we the warriors, we the warriors, we notorious. They can war with us, we the warriors. When we step up on the battlefield, we on defense cause you know it's real. Right in my hand is my battle shield, because soon it will be revealed. So when we step up on the battleground, cause we the toughest all around. Right now we taking all the crown, cause we the best pound for pound. We the warriors, cause we notorious. They care, war with us. Cause we the warriors. We the warriors, we the warriors. We notorious, we notorious. They can war with us. Them the warriors, they can war with us. We the warriors. Here we go now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the WCS MYSG. You're with me here, Contra, as well as DA, as we bring you another exciting game where we've already seen PathSeeker taking the lead against TODAK. Now, we've already seen the drafts were looking pretty solid for both teams, and PathSeeker, they've finally found that opening, especially with Emotion making the plays happen to get themselves that lead. But DA, I want to really hear from you. What other things could TODAK possibly come up with if they really want to push this to a game tree?
Well, the draft wasn't the issue for TODAK, it was the executioning in the game. Like you mentioned earlier, yes, you have the Lee Sin, you have that early game, but after you get a kill, you just leave it right there, and Newgate, he just goes around, walks around, gets camps after camps, and there's no proactiveness coming in from Newgate as a jungler. And we know this Warrior, this meta jungler is one of the I would arguably say is the most impactful role in the entire game right now, and I believe a lot of teams they also agree that the jungler has been the more impactful role. And if you're playing a Lee Sin and you're not getting those early kills and early pressure off the map for your team, then maybe the drafts can't really work out for TODAK here.
Yeah, I guess at least it wasn't exactly the problem. I think it's more of like the team needing to respond as well. Like there were those moments where we saw in the battle, yeah, they got that Drake, and after that, it was just a cluster mess that they couldn't really basically navigate their way out once more. They were stuck inside it, and that allows so much room for PathSeekers to basically rally on. Like there was definitely a little bit of communicational error when it comes down to team fights, who to single out. And you know, we had a trivia earlier today, as if you guys are tuning in for the first time, let's find out the question and the answer together. So let's see what we've got here. Okay, so
I believe
earlier we were asked, what is the name of the map for all random, all mid match? So the answer is Howling Abyss. I don't think that, you know, Gen Z millennials here understand playing in Twisted Tree Lines, because that's a map where, you know, we've seen before back in the PC days. It's a 3v3 map, but hey, wouldn't it be cool if you can have Twisted Tree Lines somewhere in Wild Rift someday in the future? But Howling Abyss is where all the fun's at.
Yeah, I mean, ARAM is where you go when you just want to chill and have fun on Wild Rift. And ARAM is very fast, but the only problem with ARAM is that you don't get to choose your champion. That's why it's called all random, all mid. So if you get a champion that you're not particularly familiar, it's not really that fun. But hey, once in a while you get to go out from your comfort zone and play a little bit of something that is just fun.
Yeah, you get to learn along the way, and I think this is what the whole experience is about. You get to re-roll it if you really don't want to play
rolls.
You just switch it around. But overall, like, whatever that you're given with, like, you just gotta stick with it. Like, I think it's definitely similar to TODAK's situation. It doesn't matter what champions you get to have on to your whole comp, because if you can't pull it off, then what's the point of picking it, right? So I'm not trying to really like diss them pretty hard on this, but it's definitely lacking of what we've just witnessed, because they've shown this promising sign over on the first few team fight, and after that they just had no clue how to really handle the pressure. So let's take a look at the stats before we head to the next draft itself, where Crown 0 impact on this Jace. Newgate got basically build up everywhere he goes. Shanks, I think that he didn't even have the opportunity to start the fights that he wanted.
Yeah, every time before the fight even begins, yes, he gets some good engages in, some nice engages in, but his team is not able to follow up. Every time he goes in, he gets the grand entrance, he gets that quickness in. The entire team of TODAK, either they are so low that they can't follow up on, or they just immediately get deleted by Swift as well as Emotion coming in. And every time Shanks goes in, William is right there to stop him. If his team tries to follow up, the Moonfall is right there, as we've seen what happened in that Dragon pit fight. And William, he just turns on the Moonfall and everybody just gets sucked in, and then the next thing to follow is just Swift's damage here. Look at his KDA is 4, 1, and 15. Usually you see 15 kills coming in from Ziggs, but this game Swift is definitely doing his job here.
Yeah, it also mean that he lands majority of all these skill shots, but what impressed me is Willem on his ability to basically get it all the way back, especially that flight that we saw for the top end of the river, where he forced TODAK onto the choke point and pulled everyone together with his Moonfall. And after that, it makes things so much easier for Emotion as well as Swift to connect every other shot that's left there to basically get leads after leads after leads. So with that being said, I don't think that PathSeeker really has to switch all too much of what they've done so far. So long as they have all these sort of picks still with them, sure, they could run it for one more time and TODAK will still have to suffer. While Skylo, he looked amazing in the early game. Mid-game onwards, I don't think that he stood a chance to survive the damage output that was so immensely put by PathSeekers.
Yeah, he procs the Grand Challenge, tries to go in, but every time he just isn't able to proc all the 4 vital points and he just goes down here. He's not able to dish out the amount of damage that he wants to. And here we take a look at the damage charge, and surprisingly, Emotion is the one that deals the most of the damage, 23,000, even more than Swift on the Ziggs.
Well, I'm honestly not too surprised, judging from the way that he played out some of the fights. As you saw those dive, he went 2 turrets deep, and he walks away with a kill. Well, Skylo tried to do the same, but in that 1v1 against a Diana, you're basically asking for a death wish when you're diving a Diana under the turret. Like, let's be real, right? Like, no matter what spell you have, you're not gonna get out. So when it comes down to Emotion and how he plays so well, like, he wasn't having too much threat coming from Crown. Like, after that, he just get this amount of space where Newgate wasn't paying enough attention. This is the guy that you really have to focus down on PathSeekers, and you're giving him free reign, and you're kind of asking for it if that's the case.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, early game, it was Crown, forcing Emotion a little bit back, but after level 5, it was just Emotion running wild all around the map, and a lot of his ultimate, the perfect execution. It's so nice to see him play the Akali, right? He's not getting a kill onto one person. His perfect execution all of this time was hitting onto 3 members on TODAK. And it's just so good when we see Akali pulls off those type of perfect execution across 3 members, and immediately you see those health bar goes down, and then the Jax just comes in and do cleans up duty. So well played to PathSeeker right there.
That's right, and TODAK has been suffering a whole lot of defeat. I think that they don't really have that same sort of morale, but this is the nature of competition. It doesn't matter how many losses you suffer. You really have to put your best foot forward every single time, and honestly, this is not a great display from TODAK so far, and I think if they're going to switch it up, they need to bring Wild Rabbit in ASAP, because at least this guy has the experience. He knows what exactly to do. Kuya, I'm not really going to say too much about his performance on the last game, but hey, when it comes down to clutch moments or trying to seek out opportunities, I think that Wild Rabbit has it together. He's a much more complete package, where Kuya, he's still trying to form this identity where whether or not, okay, are you gonna be playmaking on all these marksman role that you're currently taking? If so, are you able to hold your own heading to the late game and then pop off? I've not seen Kuya done either or. That's my issue here.
Yeah, definitely on the Kai'Sa. I mean, in the previous series, we saw Vendetta, I believe, playing the Kai'Sa jungle, and it's the same champion, but piloted by a different person. And like you mentioned, he's just struggling to find his identity, whether he can stand on his own feet and carry around, not to carry the team, but play around his team and make sure he dishes out enough damage per minute going into this team fight. So we'll just have to wait and see whether Wild Rabbit comes in and swap in for Kuya. But like you mentioned, TODAK, this series coming in is not the TODAK that I voted for going into this series, because honestly, this first game is so underwhelming coming in from TODAK as compared to their first 2 series on Friday as well as Saturday.
That's right, and I think that they may have lacked the focus. Like, they take one game after the time, but you gotta really come in prepared, especially on games that are absolutely winnable. Like, you're telling me that you're facing off against SEM9. That takes much longer to prepare as compared to PathSeekers. Like, if you're gonna single out anybody, I think the game plan here is pretty simple. You go in for the bans, you try to, as much as you can, to navigate around the pool of champions that Emotion likes to play. Yeah, he played out the Kali really well, ban it away. He likes the Darius, take it out as well. Put him on a champion that he won't be able to perform, and then you will have Crown having an easier time, and perhaps they could work onto something. But let's go over to Champs Select. Maybe this is part of the plan after all. PathSeeker this time will move over to the blue side, so they do have the priority here. So, PathSeekers, not too much to worry about. The bans that will go into effect probably will reduce the pool of what Newgate as well as Skylo would offer in this certain matchup. But like I said, they were going to bring in change, and we have Wild Rabbit joining here for game 2.
So Wild Rabbit will be swapping in for Kuya. So this time around, it is up to TODAK and this lineup whether they can pull us to a game number 3 and, you know, probably win against PathSeeker, but that is still a little bit of a stretch right here. And let's go back and focus on to the picks and bans right here. So TODAK, they ban away the Fiora, they don't want it to be flexed around the map here. PSK, they ban away the set as well. So I'm looking in for this more standard bans coming in. Galio, maybe the Rakan could be banned away from TODAK, but they decide to take away the Ziggs, which was such a nuisance going into this team fight. Even before they were able to walk in, they were poked and chunked out about 20-30% health, and that has been a problem for TODAK, so they will ban it out right here. Will PSK leave the Rakan open and pick it up for themselves, but instead they will ban away the trash?
I think that this is just to ensure that Shanks doesn't really have something to stop them on their tracks on. So in motion, yeah, you can try as you may. You ban out all these bruisers or skirmishes. We will still have that Gragas that he could basically fall back to. When, you know, he's so comfortable with this pick that he could play aggressive on that Baron lane if he wants to, while they do secure that Olaf for Newgate. Hopefully this one will stabilize their tempo of play in the early game heading into late. So with the Corki, that will take a lot of time as well as resource, so you won't be expecting too many advancements coming out to that early game. But on the bottom lane, it definitely looks pretty decent for PathSeekers here. Nothing could possibly go wrong when you have the Killer Instinct to dive in. If it does, then you have the Wild Growth to ensure that this Kai'Sa remains to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, pretty solid Dragon Lane picks here from PSK. For TODAK, however, I still... the Corki could still be flexed around mid as well as the Dragon Lanes, so we're gonna hold that for a little bit. But I'm thinking, can Crown play the Yuumi just so that he can, you know, power fuel the Olaf going into these team fights? But immediately they say no, we'll just pick up the Garen, so Crown will have a little more of a stable lane on the Baron lane.
I like the way you think, but then again, you just rely on that Olaf. It's not really a clear answer, especially when you have a Corki that basically does DPS. You don't have a certain burst that could still eliminate things like Gragas. But look what we have, Jarvan! I haven't seen Jarvan in a long while, and I'm glad to have him here. So it's a very easy setup. So when you have LXY moving in, flag and drag, you can immediately chain it up with the Cataclysm. If anyone's going to be inside, Wild Growth, you keep them inside, forcing them not to even flash away. So I love the idea, and now they bring in the action to double down on what they could possibly chase.
Well, this is spicy coming in from PathSeeker, and when we have an Olaf on the enemy team, right, he has the Ragnarok. He's able to stop all the CCs coming in. So PSK say, okay, you get the Olaf, so we're not gonna go deep into, you know, try to crowd control you and make sure you don't walk away because it's useless. So you know what's better to go against the Olaf's Ragnarok? It's a wall that the Cataclysm can set up. So it's gonna be difficult for Newgate to try to chase onto the back line every time the Cataclysm is up. So yes, I agree, and this is a really good draft here coming in from PSK. But TODAK, they will finish up their picks and bans with the Irelia here. So another very hard to execute composition coming in from TODAK, if I may say.
Yeah, and it also forces TODAK to just go gear 5. Like, once you go all the way, it feels like they don't have any form of maneuver that could give them any sort of breaking at all. And it's either A, they go through the finish line, or they're gonna hit like a break wall or some sort of stuff that's somewhere down the highway. I don't know if there's any highways down the sea for TODAK, but hey, this is basically their trademark, TODAK Langa, right? Like, they really want to crash right in. So when you do have that Vanguard's Edge clipping onto members of PathSeeker, I guess if you disarm some of the main targets, such as the Jarvan as well as their marksmen, then sure, that's gonna be great. But to catch onto that Kai'Sa, honestly, is not going to be so straightforward. So I really don't think that Irelia is supposed to be matching into what they've already formulated, because it looked pretty good. You got the Olaf, and down the bottom lane, you've already got a very safe phase with the Nami babysitting the marksman for Wild Rabbit. So, it's going to be pretty rough one for TODAK nonetheless, but let's see if they could possibly hold on and maybe turn the tides.
Yeah, I mean, once again, TODAK, they have drafted a composition that needs those early objectives. I mean, early kills and early leads in order to pull off their composition. If they fall behind, it's gonna be so hard for them to play the game. We all know how powerful Olaf is in the early games, but as later the game goes, the Olaf will start to turn into just a punching bag, just a mid running towards the enemy team, tries to get someone in the backline. And as you mentioned, Kaisa is gonna be so hard to kill. Look at the amount of safety that PSK can afford to Swift. They have the Wild Growth, like you mentioned. They even have the explosive cast if needed to bonk away whoever's trying to jump onto Swift. So TODAK, once again, this draft seems a little bit difficult for me in my eyes to execute it out, but PSK, they have more of a more well-rounded team composition, and Akshan as a champion is always dirty fighter is his name. That ulti and also that passive is gonna give so much value if they can pull it off.
Yeah, I like that you brought up the fact that the Akshan's passive will definitely contribute. What if you have members who've fallen? Sure, if the Jarvan's gonna get taken out, he could easily just knock on the target that has the passive on top, and if they run away, you got to come up and to just shoot them all the way down. So it's a lot of things to formulate, of course. So let's hit right into the riff right here, right now. We've got PathSeekers with the lead, and we'll see how far can they carry forward. TODAK wants to crash them off, but could this be the game where they turn it all around? If this might just be the final game, let's see who wins.
TODAK, they're gonna have to pull something out of the hat. Maybe a Wild Rabbit out of the hat is the play here coming in from TODAK if they want to win this one step at a time. So win this game and maybe think about the game number 3 and win this series. But so far, it's most probably gonna be a quiet 2 to 3 minutes game here from both sides of the teams once again.
Well, I think eventually won't be all too quiet, because when you play a Jarvan, you really want to go aggro in the game. It's unlike any other junglers where you have to rely on maybe your ultimate to be online. And oh, look at Skylo. He's getting harassed by a Gragas. I'm not liking it already.
This is not gonna look good for Skylo. Oh, early flash coming in from Wild Rabbit here. Well, both of these lanes, it's gonna be a meal up on a platter for LXY to come and take and eat for himself here. So 1, Wild Rabbit has no flash. 2, Skylo is very, very low.
For the fact that he has Valkyrie and he's being dropped so early on, forcing a flash away, it's already showing you that they don't have any more priority left on this lane. Now, even with new Gates visit, it can only hold back ever so slightly, and that allows PSK to rotate down bottom. You can see Shang's already suffering enough of a blow. He does have a heal just to hold on for a bit more, but the final shot of the auto attack will secure it for PSK. That's first blood for the team.
Oh, what a play coming in from PSK. They forced the flash out of Shanks. I think he could have just hold on to it. He was gonna die no matter what. The stacks coming in from Swift was already there. One more auto and he was down. So he burned the flash, he burns the heal. Everything goes wrong for TODAK in the Dragon lane. And looks like they will try to chase onto LXY here.
LXY is pretty low and he will force a flash. Skylo needing just a few more blows just to secure the kill, but they will have 2 flashes to be taken out. TODAK secures the Rift Scuttler, and that's all that they can possibly get. Very high level commitment, but at least it's showing you signs that they can't simply be pushed around. So consider it only a slight win for them, but they're still not really up ahead. And if you look at how well Willem has been able to play these Gragas, oftentimes you can easily bully Skylo because he relies so much on his dashes on his first spell. So with that not being available, you could just basically just throw your barrel, and after that, you just get that full chain of combo. If it's gonna be a full AP Gragas, yeah, you will expect him to get more kills. But this dive is gonna be set up. Things are not looking all too great, and PSK is just waiting on the line as they are waiting for a little bit of face check. While Rabbit, he's got to be composed though. So the UK is taking sweet time. They're not diving into it.
Oh, Warrap is taking so much damage, however, so William is here once again, as well as LXY. The entire team of PSK, they're just bullying TODAK away from this turret. He's gonna lose so much gold as well as EXP. And PSK, they get all these turret plates for Swift as well as Evolution. This Kaisa is getting rich, is getting a lot of coins and goes into his pocket. He's gonna recall, and that Icatian Rain upgrade is gonna come up so fast, and it's gonna be so hard for TODAK if, you know, Swift gets the Icatian Rain upgrade up online.
That's right. And as they prepare themselves for Drake, I want to see how TODAK responds to this, because when you have an Irelia, when you play through some of these choke points over a river or even in the jungle, you can clip onto multiple targets, and that allows this Olaf to run rampant, pop that Ragnarok, and basically get more out of it.
Well, both teams, they are hovering around two neutral objectives here. TODAK, they have vision on both sides of the map. War Rabbit immediately starting onto the Rift Herald and Newgate. He will be here to follow up on the damage, but PSK, they're taking on the other side of the map, they're taking, which is the Inferno Dragon. So Rift Herald for a Inferno Dragon. I think PSK might have win this trade a little bit.
It definitely depends on how they basically rotate, and immediately having the Herald being popped over to the top side will at least regain a little bit more gold for the team. Well, there wasn't going to be any sort of response, but what PathSeekers do, they want to siege both mid as well as bottom at the same time. But Cruz here, while Rabbit ready for a flank. Devotion now being exhausted, as they will have to force the package away while they have the kill. Drop the pull on the side of LXY, but the real boss is here as you have the Ragnarok being popped out by Skylo as they regain control, taking out members of PSK.
Ooh, Shirley is still alive onto Barreline. She gets a second charge. And TODAK, oh, he's gonna force onto Swift. What? Swift, why are you there? Why are you so up forward? You're not supposed to be there. Your team is dead.
I don't know, man. This is looking to be a wall ride for us. Might be a little bit of an OT that we're gonna be getting here. While PathSeekers, yeah, a couple of mishaps being shown here is just maybe not expecting TODAK to respond so aggressively, but at least TODAK proves strong that this draft is doable. They're already getting those big items up. Just for the first one, you have the Essence Reaver as well as a double Trinity Force on both the Irelia as well as the Olaf. So every member could possibly offer a little bit of something. So it's relying on Shanks as well as Skylo how to keep those units in the team fight. So you have the Tidal Wave, you've got the Vanguard's Edge, sure, you could possibly pop something out.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the build onto Wild Rabbit. Do you think the Essence Reaver compared to Mana Mune, which one do you think is better on the Corki? I personally, who plays Corki, I feel like as Mana Mune is able to offer a little bit more as compared to the Essence Reaver, especially if you're trying to, you know, do so much poke. But
well,
let's just hold that discussion
you to that for now, because there's a little bit of chase going on, and Emotion will be able to get a little bit more. Now, there's a very good reason as to why you want to build the Essence Reaver into your competitive play, because it takes a long while for you to get that Mana Moon stack. So you just immediately want raw stats that you could possibly get on the Corki. And with that, you already solve a lot of the mana issues every single time you go in for attacks and stuff. So I think it's not bad of a choice to actually start off with the Essence Reaver.
I see. So thank you, Contra, on that clarification here. So Both teams are going back into a little bit of a stalemate here. The mid turret for TODAK, tier 1, is just standing on a slimmer of health, so both teams pretty equal in goal as we go into about 8-minute mark of the game. TODAK might have a little bit of a lead here, so PSK, what do you do in response of this TODAK squad?
Well, all they could possibly do is just to try to find for certain picks, but for now, you can see that the tankiness that TODAK members have is going to be hard to basically peel through. So ideally, you just want Emotion to get as much gold as possible. As this Kaisa has not really completed its item, there is the upgrade to Captain Rain, sure, but is that enough damage? I don't think so. Because when you go into certain team fights out there, you just need to consistently dish out. Yeah, you can put first one member down, but that's not good enough where you just want to just chunk them out time after time. Now, TODAK, they got to respond to PSK because they're about to go in for their dragon, but instead, Herald being attempted by TODAK.
Well, attempted, disappeared it is. TODAK, they get the first objective here. They're most probably gonna drop it down mid, get the prio, and contest for the next dragon here up online. It is the Cloud Drake, and dear viewers, do you know that we're not gonna see much of a Cloud Drake very much soon. We're gonna say bye-bye to this particular dragon in 3.1.
Well, it's just gonna take a little while though. But you know, 3.1 of course brings a little bit of a change, but PSK, I like how quickly they're basically melting down this Cloud Drake. Not really sure, but here comes the res of TODAK responding.
Oh!
Good crowd! He's sped to steal it while he will get evolution over the course of the wall while the rest of TODAK is chasing them down. Emotion gets blown up this time. It's easier for him to get caught up while they have the Herald still charging right in. Will have damage being done while they chase upon LXY and will blow them off the face of the universe.
What was that coming in from PSK? They tried to contest the dragon, but it was a burger flip right there. TODAK immediately runs in a crowd knowing that he's playing Garen, goes in right here. He gets polymorph, but he goes in with the spin of his sword. The Divine Judgment doesn't get evolution, but a flash follows, comes in. What matters is he stole the dragon, and all of a sudden the immediate team fight goes the way of TODAK. He forces the Lulu to go away from the team fight, and PSK, without the support, they do not have the sustain, they do not have the shielding that a Lulu can provide in this team fight.
One versus one happening right now, and he's going to be turning golden. Emotion still opting to go in for the comeuppance, but there's not enough damage to get the kill. We'll have another 1 versus 2 happening over top side as well. Crown understands that he's beefy enough to get away with it. Now, back to that team fight, of course, it was perfectly timed ultimates to have gotten TODAK the way. And Crown, he definitely clutched it by stealing it off as well. They will secure the turret, and PSK will have to get this one off.
Well, definitely a good play from TODAK there. They went in there, I think in their mind is like, if we could steal the dragon, yes, sure, good. But I believe in their mind going on during that time was, what happens after the dragon? Could they pick the entire PSK off for the dragon? And not only did they get the dragon, they get the fight win as well. And that just extends their goal lead to about 4,000. And TODAK, this composition, if they get those early leads, like I mentioned earlier, if they get the lead, then they can play the game. It's easier to play the game if they have the leads here. So yeah. PSK, what can they do to come back here? Just get a kill onto War Rabbit.
Like I said, they just really have to buy a little bit more time because Emotion, they don't really have all these items necessary for them to chunk them out enough. But here comes Emotion though. He's going to be swinging his way to Wall Rabbit. Look at the damage. It's looking pretty good. Come up, it's online. He will shut him off. That was some quick work coming from Emotion. But what's the reply here? From the back, Vanguard's Edge will drop upon the members as they will have Emotion taken off first and foremost. Still diving in onto Tree. Evolution is the next one on the chopping block for the double kill. New gets on his way. Here comes the kill instinct. Back to the third range, but into Tree. Members of TODAK How much more can he hold on to? But that is all that he can get. PathSeeker, they're losing momentum. It's 6,000 up for TODAK. They're rushing up the mid lane. They could get the game eventually. They just have to storm them right through. But that timer's not enough. They will take out LXY. What is he even doing there? It's an ace for TODAK as they rush towards the Baron.
Oh, they're gonna get the Baron without contest here. LXY, he goes down. There's no smite for TODAK. And Rabbit, he's back, immediately throws the package over to the Baron here. He's gonna try to burst it down. They do have the damage, but if Emotion, he gets the kills coming in, it's gonna turn it for TODAK. Oh, but it looks like PSK, they know they lost the Baron and they do not want to flip there. So TODAK, well played right there, getting even more control on the map, extending the goal lead to about 8,000, and I believe will extend even more with this Baron power play.
That's right. With the Baron, all they have to do is just to shove those minions down the lane, and we will naturally have this control over the Drake, where PSK, they're hoping to force something here. They have a few members rallying over on the bottom side, but Newgate's just going to be able to solo it off without any sort of commotion. So this 1-3-1 split, it is working off well in favor of TODAK. All they have to do is to press on, but the Emotion, he gets caught out, turns golden only for the slightest. Buys time for the kill instinct to come up. Online Swift gets one pick up, landed Wild Growth, will be able to knock him up in the air.
No.
Swift, it turns around with a double kill. TODAK, 3 members with the Baron buff, taken off, but bottom side, what are these two doing? Only getting 1 turn is not enough. PSK, they still have a chance in this.
Oh, TODAK, what were you doing there? They got Swift low enough, but they didn't see that the entire PSK was corralling onto them from the flanks, from the side. They took a fight a little bit too deep, a little bit too far, and PSK, they immediately just disregarded the entire Baron power play coming in, as you were just commenting on how good the 1-3-1 was. Yeah, you get the stasis, just walk away, and William with this explosive cast was so good, man. But I was saying so good for William and so sloppy for TODAK. That's from Contra.
Well, I just don't like it, you know, like, they were basically aiming on different targets. Like, what, you expect Wild Rabbit to burst a Kaisa all alone? That's not gonna work out. Like, if they've had that sure focus, that's that only member that you need to take out. He's the only one with all the big damage numbers, so what's the big deal here? Like, TODAK, you got the Baron buff, you botched it, now you're going back to square one. Sure, 7,000 gold up ahead. So what, right? Like,
yeah,
you
man.
got all these huge units of PSK who's gonna have all the damage to even render the Garen useless later on. So if they're not gonna press on the attack S5, don't bother going anywhere near PSK.
Yeah, I mean, look at, even though it's a 8,000 gold difference, the key member of PSK, which is Swift, is actually 3,000 gold up against Wild Rabbit. It's 15,000 gold net worth here, and his almost full item, he has the Executioner's Calling. I believe with this back, he might be able to complete the Mortal Reminder, but it doesn't matter. He has so much money in his pocket, and when we look at Wild Rabbit, he only has 3 items up, so in this team fights coming in, it doesn't matter if TODAK are 5 or 6,000 gold in the lead. The goal is in who matters for PSK. It is on Swift's pocket, so if you don't burst him down, like you mentioned, as a 5-man unit, it's never gonna go the way of TODAK in these team fights.
Speaking of which, they're looking for another one. Moving deeper into the Baron pit, but there's the Twin Shadows. It's gonna be chasing him down. Gets a little bit of vision onto Swift. But TODAK, they have set up a little slight push right on the bottom side. So there may just be a little bit of 1 versus 1 happening between the Irelia as well as the Akshan. But what we have here, Olaf's already startling on the Baron, but they get spot out on the Squirrel's Bloom.
I'm getting PTSD here.
PTSD.
Well,
Well,
I mean, I've seen TODAK do so much burger flips in front of Baron pit. I really don't think that they should start to flip this one.
can't blame them. They love their Romneys, right? So, you know, you add a little bit of extra cheese on top, and yeah, you won a double patty. Yeah, you could possibly get that. But I don't know. This patty is gonna look like it's gonna be overcooked, like it's gonna turn all black all of a sudden. If they're gonna buy more time for PSK, yeah, a gray screen is what TODAK's gonna get it.
A gray screen like a burnt burger here without the cheese, without anything. It's just a burnt burger. So this time around, it's 2 major objectives up. So I don't know, man. PSK, they have reached the point where Swift is just a menace at this point. He can just dive in, and the wild growth will always build him out. So TODAK, if they can, they need to, at least poke him out before they go into the team fight. But this might be, it's just nothing. It's like emotion encounters.
But on the other side, they're already hitting onto the dragon, taking it down to a quarter of it. Well, PSK, there was enough not to overcommit because they still respect the amount of crowd control that TODAK has to flip it once again. But it may not look like a burger this time around. So with 2 Drakes already on TODAK's side, the problem still lies here where they don't really know what exactly to do at this late game scenario. They're dragging the game. For what?
For PSK to scale up. That's what.
I don't know, man. Well, that leaves a little bit more room to banter. So,
what's your favorite burger, though?
I was about to ask you the same.
If it's Ramly burger, I would always go for special. I am special cheese.
If they do have lamb, I will order burger kambing double with cheese as well. And yeah, that is something to die for.
It's always the cheese, right?
Yeah, it's all about the cheese, man.
Well,
so, what
cheese,
about this though?
It might be cheese on the dragon here. Look at the wings. It's yellow in color, so it might
here
be
comes
the
TODAK
cheese.
though. They're getting pretty close by, but they're still deciding what exactly to do. There's all
dragon resets.
A little bit of reset, but they don't really have all too great of a vision. Now there will be the Vanguard Edge dropping onto 4 members. This is the golden ticket with the big Ragnarok, and then Ragnarok will tear them all apart. Skylo will get focused down on the other corner, while the rest of TODAK, they finally get what they wish for. The dragon's still up with the flash. He will not make it out. He's still getting it. He comes to have the Rampage online, and not enough to get everyone off the map. He gets the triple kill, but they get aced out. Crown is the only man that can push all the way in, but he could not end the game. But with a Stimpy, TODAK will eventually do it. When oh my, this is the burger flip that will get TODAK the victory at the end of match 2.
What a play coming in from TODAK. They hold it long enough for PSK to start out the dragon, used up most of the damage onto the dragon, and Newgate with the flank. And Vanguard's Edge was so well placed by the Irelia. It hits onto 4% and followed up by the Tsunami from the Nami. And oh, what a play from Shanks. That Tsunami knocked up every single member of PSK. And the follow-up from Newgate was just so good. He goes in with the Ragnarok. He mows down the entire PSK team. And looks like we will go into a game 3 between TODAK and PSK.
You know, that was really a close call by the end of it all, but it was really a grand idea that they have where you saw the Olaf basically had a big wraparound from behind the pit, and they know they're on the lower side, so they form a little bit more threat. So there's basically no way of escaping. Sure, you have this Kaisa who's pretty huge, but by the end of it all, if you take everybody out, there's only so much that she could do. Let's go on and break as we're having an overtime here with a final game coming up next.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with.
Here we go now.
And the final match of the day will have to go all the way through to the last game. And TODAK managed to clinch it all the way back to equalize the series. And of course, sorry to cut you off, the egg. I didn't mean to be rude. But
It's okay.
My, what a clash that was on that final fight for the Eldritch.
You know, I was just about to mention, like, if you've been listening to the music, like, before the bumper came in, it was like, what's a win without a comeback, right? The song, it was just so hitting onto my brain is like, TODAK, they might listen to this song a bit too much, because what's a win without a comeback? So, yeah, they're definitely bringing us to a game number 3 here. The game 1 and game 2, two very different TODAK that we've seen here. And that fight around the Elder Drake, it was one of the most interesting dragon fight that we have. The dragon dance, you know, around the Elder and Newgate and the entire TODAK, they pulled it off.
Indeed, and I really got to commend them for their efforts. Yes, they may take too long to close out the game, but a win's a win, and it was really drawing to a close where we saw the final 2 members that were still left alive on that Drake pit was basically the Garen as well as the Corky, right? So after that, Kaisa has done so much damage, and thankfully both of them has been able to shut them off, or else this Kaisa could even do the exact same. So it was definitely a nail-biting show for both sides of the team. PathSeeker now, you know, suffering that defeat out of nowhere, they definitely have felt a little bit rough, but now what's the game plan here? What should be changed? Because I think in terms of draft, they look to be doing the right thing already. So any sort of changes that you're expecting to see?
Most probably we're gonna see the Olaf ban coming again against Newgate. A lot of teams that play against TODAK, they ban away the Olaf. So we're gonna have to take a look at the post-game stats here. It is 18-11 for the kill score, and when we look at the kill score, it's pretty much even, but LXY and Newgate, that's the difference here. LXY 0-4 and 10, Newgate 5-2 and 6. LXY, he wasn't able to do much with the Cataclysm as much as we hoped that he could have done, but Newgate, on the other hand, was able to run around the map, get the kills, get the objectives, like we have talked about how good his Olaf in and how proactive he needs to be on this champion.
Yeah, I think you were spot on, where Newgate have definitely showed up where he needs to possibly run over all the other members. Like, that final fight was definitely the definition of how you should basically play Olaf in every single one of your match. While Skylo, we were questioning on this tough to execute comp, he's been able to show us that he can crop that Vanguard's edge on that perfect time, clipping onto 3 members. So there was basically no escaping the wrath of this combo, where Newgate as well as Skylo has been able to gel so well with each other, and that makes it so much easier for Wild Rabbit to really work on the rest. Swift definitely had one of his best games so far, but really it was all down to LXY to really bring something back, but they were really fixated on getting that Drake. They didn't really get it by the end of that. Oh, well, whether they get it or not, it was really down to that team fighting, which Emotion, he looked really good in that early game. After that, he was basically a blast cannon that could be popped by any one of these members of TODAK.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the Akshan's pick right here in I believe the tournament so far. A lot of teams have picked up the Akshan just to go against you know, a melee on the Baron lane. But yeah, sure, you can get early pokes in, you get to harass your team enemy away from the lane, but as later the game goes, the Akshan is not able to, you know, try to negate the damage that probably a Garen or the Darius or even a Renekton that can deal. He's just so hard to kill it off, and the passive, yes, on paper sounds really nice. You get the revive, but it doesn't matter if you're the first one to go down. You can't actually pull those revives out. And when we look at the damage percentage charge here, LXY, he got 14,000 damage taken, but aside from that, it's not really impressive coming in from LXY, and LXY as a player, I believe, could have done more.
Yeah, and not only that, I think William didn't really have good opportunities to utilize his explosive cast, where that could possibly buy enough time as well as space for them to either run away from TODAK or set up another beautiful kill. So when we take a look at this sort of composition, it needs two things to happen. You need LXY as well as William to be at the forefront, and then you need to have emotion come in right after, right? So none of that was happening. Basically, it was the separation when it comes down to the positioning, and also when they do clump up, you're making it easier for the Irelia to just move in with his ult.
Yeah, and also Shanks with his bubbles as well as the Tsunami ulti was a lot of times following up on the engages that you know, Newgate as well as Irelia Skylo with his Vanguard's Age. All this is the TODAK that I voted for. This is the TODAK that could execute team fights, even though, you know, like you mentioned, take a little bit too long to close the game. But this is the TODAK that we wanted to see, that they could go into the team fights, execute it well, and the amount of communication that they have in those team fights is what we wanted to see. Newgate, Skylo, you know, spearheading TODAK in the team, and Shanks providing support. This is a TODAK that could win and games, and you know, a lot of those series that they kind of come close into winning but end up losing was also because of those team fights and this good communication that we see coming in from this TODAK team.
Yeah, I gotta say that they definitely have this never say die spirit where, yeah, you may be losing one game off, but they understand the circumstances of dropping another series, because from here onwards, you only need those wins. You just really have to climb on above. So if TODAK gets the win for this series, they're basically getting themselves 1 foot off the door, but that door remains to be open for either side of the teams to chase, but at least it's a little bit more of a breathing space for them to get a little bit more head space so that they can prepare for better games to come.
Yeah, I mean, right now, PathSeeker and TODAK, they are TODAK just below PathSeeker in terms of the standings, right? So if TODAK can pull this off, can take this win on the series, then it brings so much hope for them going into those playoffs. Their dreams are still up and alive. But PathSeeker in game number 1, they look pretty good against TODAK, but that was to me actually TODAK not playing to their you know, their standards that we have set them for. But in game number 2, when TODAK was on the driver's seat, a lot of the time PathSeeker, they were still able to salvage the situation. They were able to get you know, negates those leads that TODAK were able to pull off. And TODAK, once again, we saw a little bit of a sloppiness coming in from the mid to the late game, especially after the Baron buff. I'm just gonna say, maybe this is the first time they got the Baron buff in the tournament, so they don't really know how to use it, and out of the blue, PathSeeker just goes in and decimates them immediately.
Man, I'm pretty sure that may not be the very first time that they've gotten it though. Like, even in scrims and stuff, I'm pretty sure that certain things have worked in their favor, but this is definitely not a playground where you just do too many of these coin flip. But at least TODAK is showing that, okay, if you don't want to do it, it's fine. Like, everyone that has to peel back. You don't go on that 50-50 where it's like half of them commit and half of them don't. So at least one thing was fixed where they ensured that they have better calls on when to take a fight. That has resulted well. Now we're seeing a couple of all these bans coming true as we see Dax, Fiora, Gragas, as well as Set being removed. So there's going to be other options that's going to be left. Are they going to force them to go on Akshan again? I really do wonder. Where TODAK knows that to deal with Camilla is going to be pretty hard. Not giving any comfort pick to LXY, but he does play a decent Kha'Zix, so you could definitely keep an eye out if you hover on it.
Yeah, with all those bruises aside from the trash being banned away, this just leaves the Ziggs open, right? But I'm not sure about this Ziggs picks because trash is being banned away, so a lot of the safety that a trash is able to provide for the Ziggs is being taken off the board. And also PSK, they lock in the Rakan, so the engage potential from the PSK towards the Ziggs is gonna be real. So PSK, they lock in the Rakan, they're gonna leave their AD carry position open for now, and they pick up the Riven. So it's up to TODAK to answer what will they play against this Riven, which is still you know, flexible in terms of the Baron as well as the jungle lane.
Yeah, I think like either or, it's still going to be a threat for TODAK to deal against. So maybe they have to look at the grander scale of things. When you go to the team fight, you want this Gallo to be as much in your face as possible to land multiple taunts. So to try to brick wall any sort of defenses, they are doubling down by investing onto this Darius pick, which could be a little bit risky because you might not actually get those kill resets with so much mobility on the other side, but there's a lot of burst potential that this Darius have to possibly soak in, especially when they bring the Diana back into play. We saw what William has offered in game 1. I think this is gonna be a comfortable ride for PSK.
So this time around, they will look to ban away the Irelia. On the hands of Skylo, looked in the early game a little bit shaky, but from the mid to late game, he was popping off with those Vanguards, H, and those resets coming in, dashing left, right, and center, getting those kills. The question is, however, posted here, is will PSK ban away the Olaf once again? If they don't, I still see a world when Newgate picks up the Olaf here.
Yeah, but that's also really doubling down on this death ball composition, so it may actually work out, but that ban on that Nunu is targeted towards Newgate. I don't think Newgate really looks the best on the Nunu anyway, so they don't really have to worry too much, but at least get it out of the way, because that could be one of the picks that could halt members of PathSeekers, especially when they commit. They don't really have that much exit, so they just really have to rally on till the very end. So moving into the second phase of picks and bans, no marksman being displayed just yet, while Rabbit could still opt to secure themselves that Ziggs over the bottom lane, but to match up against a Vayne, what is going to be the key solution here? As Wild Rabbit, he's known to play a good Draven, but does Draven even fit into this meta?
Very tough to say. I mean, even the items build itself doesn't really favor Draven a lot, but they will pick up the Akshan here. And the idea of picking Ziggs, right? I'm gonna go back to the Ziggs pick. The idea of picking a Ziggs is to let your Galio or your support roam around the map because you can't sustain in the lane. But I don't think that could be said if the Vayne is going up against the Ziggs, because the Vayne will almost every time out-skirmish a Ziggs in a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, and I guess that it really doesn't matter when it comes down to one. As Ziggs, you just really want to contribute in those team fights. So with Akshan coming into the fray, you know that the kit is very similar to how a Vayne works. You want those items up, and then you start to go on a hunt, and that's all around. You get the Avenger rank to hit as many people as you can before you start those team fights. As you lower it down, you could start to get those sort of assassination coming in from Shax. But once again, we're seeing this Jarvan to be played, and you know, we weren't this big of a fan of his Jarvan plays, but do you think that in this scenario it actually works better?
Well, one thing to know that they have a Galio on TODAK's team, so the Cataclysm, it's never gonna be a fair fight. It's never gonna be a 1 versus 1, right? If you throw the Cataclysm onto someone from TODAK, you can always expect a hero's entrance to come in, and it will always change a tide of a battle here. It's gonna change from a 1 versus 1 into a 2 versus 1, and if PathSeeker, they catch onto anyone who is pretty tanky, like a Darius, for example, they're not gonna be able to burst him down. So the amount of support from TODAK will come in. And however, though, I don't really lean towards that Akshan pick. I don't think that Akshan is that strong of a champion so far. A lot of it just goes down to his passive, but if he can proc it or not is just another question.
Yeah, I guess that you really have to ensure that you funnel a lot of gold so that this Akshan really gets activated to become that monster that he can become. Then it's worthy to be respected. But oftentimes, it's easy to catch him out. The only way that he could possibly dash out is with his turn spell, where he just needs a wall to swing himself towards a certain direction. But with a certain flash or so, you could possibly push them all away.
You know who has a wall?
What's that?
Jarvan has a wall.
True enough. So he could still slide it off. So I don't know, but if you're gonna be stuck inside Cataclysm, then yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, if he's stuck inside a Cataclysm, will he be able to like keep turning around and around with his third skill?
Maybe.
Or it doesn't happen like that?
I guess eventually it will be cancelled out, but as we take a look once more into this composition, it's Skylo that's going to be bringing this Akshan to the mid lane. So you know that he wants to bully off William and try to chunk him down low so that he doesn't have a good time on that laning phase. But when you do that, you're basically asking LXY to gank you. And I don't like that at all.
Once again, TODAK, they're going for a very hard to execute composition here, but if they can pull it off, then maybe they can get the win. However, PSK, I'm liking their composition more here because, you know, it's easy to execute. You go in with the grand entrance, you have the quickness, follow it up with the moonfall, and the rest of it is just up to the Vayne to do cleanup. So yeah, PSK, draft wise, I would favor PathSeeker a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think that things are looking at least easier for them to basically scale into the late game. But let's find out as we have our final game of the evening. Thank you guys for joining us on a Sunday evening. And here we go. Last match between TODAK versus PathSeeker.
Hey, here goes the last game. If TODAK can pull this series, they tie in 6th place with PSK. If PSK wins this, I guess TODAK, it's gonna have a very tough road up ahead in the remaining weeks. So, both teams, lifeline here. If they can grab it, it's good. If not, it's gonna be tough for both teams.
That's right, they have to seize it, no matter the cost. So of course, it will be decided after 20-30 minutes of play. And there's a lot of respect given by Crown, where you don't really want to challenge emotion, especially on level 1, where you just basically just have a rotation the spell just to dunk on top of this damage. So playing by the edge of it, they do get the pull. So this is looking pretty clean. This Crown tries to do his level best.
But why did he break the honey fruit?
Interesting. For money.
He wasn't even low.
Okay, so this is what I do from time to time as a battle player. If you're really certain that you're gonna have a decent time on lane, you have that rune where it allows you to get gold out of honey fruits. So
yeah,
you take
15.
the money and you know that, okay, maybe it spawns in another 3 minutes or so, right? So you just have to be stable for the next few minutes until it comes back up online. And when you do pick up certain fights, when you do need it, it should be back up. So it's not really the worst thing, where you would rather have it around for sure. But like you said, maybe Crown could use one right now. The rest of PathSeekers They're moving in. This looks to be quite an easy dive. He does have Baron, he does have Flash, but how much can he possibly hold on to? He flashed the other direction, pulls him on the other side, but it will still be the first blood being dropped by PathSeeker with Skylo coming in late.
Oh, they're so close. If you could get the kill on the emotion, the reset would have come in for Crown, but all that is just on paper here. So, Crown, he gets dove early on. It's gonna be... If PSK looks to repeat this dive, once again, he's not gonna have his barrier, he doesn't have his flash. So if they can and they want to, they can look to keep punishing Crown on this Baron lane.
That's right, and all they have to do is to pry open the can of worms again and again, where, you know, they're gonna have this Cataclysm locking him in place. He could not flash away. This is an easy picking coming in from Emotion.
And that's the problem here that we mentioned, losing the flash and the barrier. And Emotion, he gets 2 kill early on, and we've seen what a Riven could do when he has the early lead. I believe it was from LFO this evening. Tipper was playing on it. He got 2 kills onto the enemy Fiora, and after that it was just snowballing out of control. So Emotion looking to play it out as well, and if he can, then PSK, they might just seal the deal.
Yeah. Well, remember dive over on the mid lane, but here comes Hero's entrance here just to knock them back, but they will dash away. PSK, they know how to navigate away from danger. Well, that's some good response coming in from Shanks as they buy a little bit more space onto helping out the mid laner. While Rabbit can always hold his own. He's 6. Wave clear is gonna be good. So there is gonna be objectives spawn up, and we're already seeing, you know, a few of them not having summoner spells, especially for Willem as well as LXY. So it may be disadvantages for PSK if they were ending up with a fight, but could possibly expect them to go into exchange objectives instead.
Well, both teams are looking to set their eyes on the respective objectives, but Emotion is here. He is a threat. Shanks, however, will push him away. So both teams looks like they are trying to contest for this Mountain Dragon. Here comes the Super Mega Death Bomb.
Oh, Crown going in right in, but there's no opportunity to snatch it all the way. Here comes Castle locking them in place. While over on the back is a beautiful taunt. And Emotion flashes forward. He does have the broken blades to slash them apart. Well, Skylo, he can turn this one around. He does have comeuppance. He does get a little bit of a tap, but it's Swift. That's in the way. He has to get out of there safely.
Well, that's once again the problem with Akshan. If you cannot get those resets, it's no point picking up this pick. In the team fight earlier around the Dragon, he wasn't there to deal a lot of damage. Oh, William, however, that's a little bit close, but walks away with his life. And going back to the point, Skylo, he wasn't there to deal out those DPS that we want him to, and he couldn't get those cleanups as well. So what's the Akshan pick right here? You're not able to get the resets, and you're not dealing damage.
Well, it's still very early on, so like I can still forgive it. You know, Wit's End generally doesn't really offer you much. Maybe just a little bit of attack speed and some resistance. That's about it. He's just hoping to survive some of the battle and maybe land a couple of all these shots. The comeuppance could have actually taken him out, but with Swift being all the way to the upfront, definitely there's not much that he can do. But here comes the Herald as the rest of PSK tries to at least clear off the mid and quickly works their way upon it. Double taunt coming out from Shank, and that is all they're gonna get. And here comes comeuppance. Finally, John gets 1 kill.
Finally, the Akshans will get the kill here. PSK, you better back away. It's not a fight you want to take. Give them the turret. You already lost your junglers, so they will back away. However, PSK, they are getting a little bit of a value back on the opposite side of the map. Emotion, he got 2 kills, 3 assists, has a black cleaver, is 5,000 in net gold, is about 2,000 ahead of Crown. So if they want to play, they can look to play around Emotion on this Baron lane.
Oh, Crown getting chunked down, but here comes Hero's entrance. Emotion's gonna be stuck here, and here comes the Noxian Goatee. Not enough to slay off Emotion, but the Winds of War should get it for Shanks as he get a big fat chunk of gold out of that shutdown.
It is Shanks, however, in the end of the day, who gets the shutdown. He's not building damage, he's going for a full tank build. So, yeah, maybe you can get a little bit more tanky early on, but Crown, he was just so close in getting the kill for himself, and if he could have gotten that kill, the amount of gold influx would have saved him more. Oh, flash use here from Shanks. LXY also expanded that ultimate, so both teams just walk away, and looks like Baron Lane is where most of the attentions are given over on both teams here.
Yeah, and with both pretty much equivalent when it comes down to goal, it's down to how well the player on the side lanes. So with the Ziggs paying a little bit of visit, they will choose to commit. Oh, seems like they couldn't apprehend him off of the corner of brush. He did have the vision. If he just pulls him just 1 second earlier, it could have been a good setup for Wild Rabbit. But I really want to ask you on this current form of TODAK, do you think that they would have a better chance heading to the late game?
Maybe, because from the second game just now, we've seen them popping it off, but this time around, Newgate is not on the Olaf, and he's not being proactive enough, in my opinion, on this Kha'Zix. He's not getting those early kills in, so late game, there's always a brick wall of a wait on PSK side, so no, late game is definitely not on TODAK's favor here.
Especially with all the Drakes going over to PSK, but here comes Shanks coming in with the taunt, and this is the opportunity to steal it away, but PSK still got it in the back, but they give their life up for it. Here comes the Moonfall, they drop these members' health bars down low. TODAK, they survive, and they walk away with those kills, so that's a huge win, but they're still not looking at William, who's coming right in. And Shanks tries to save the day with the hero's entrance. That good taunt will secure them the kill.
Okay, TODAK, they're online right now. However, it is Swift on the other side of the map, picking up solo goals, solo experience for himself. He finishes up the Wits and has the Blade of the Ruined King. So this team fight, the next one that comes in, might look a little bit different with Swift alongside of PSK, but PSK, that was a fight I'm not sure if it's worth taking for. Yes, they do get the dragon, they get Swift money, but on the end of the day, it is Kylo who gets all these kills. He is now 3-0-3. This might be one of the best Akshan games in the tournament that I've seen. And if TODAK can continue to pull this off, make sure Swift doesn't, you know, get over the late game Vayne power spike, then maybe they have a chance.
Yeah, I guess that at least that they have a little bit of a solution going on, because if you have this Akshan who is currently having a really good game, he's just gonna have to get one kill off even if their members fall upon. But here comes the grand entrance, getting a little bit of the health force of Shanks, but that's all that they're gonna get. Now, Shanks doesn't have flash available anymore, so PSK, they can brute force a fight, but here comes Newgate on the way to the back, and the rest of TODAK, the initiate on his hot pursuit. Shanks will go down nonetheless, even though the hero's entrance couldn't really get to all too much, and a final slash from Emotion will get them 2 kills.
Oh, TODAK, they're still not done. PSK gets a kill back, and Newgate's popping off on the other side. Emotion, he's getting chunked out there by Willem. He tries to get a kill for himself, not able to do so. Oh, gets a kill, gets exhausted, gets taunted, and a quadra kill for Newgate. As I was mentioning, not proactive enough. He gets a quadra kill out of nowhere.
Well, I definitely didn't see that one coming. Willem definitely played his part, but with 4 members out, they won't be able to defend this tier 2. So LXY, he can only watch and sit by. So is he supposed to stay? Most likely not. So 11-4, sure, that quadra kill looks cool in essence, but you're not really bringing much back to the team. So we're gonna take a look back into this replay. And you saw Shanks, who was trying to get the taunt up, but we're going back into the fight. We have Cataclysm, Mega Inferno Bomb, but Shanks, he fell nonetheless. I don't think that he should keep forcing these fights where there's nothing to fight for up mid.
There's nothing up mid, there's nothing in the jungle, there's no objectives, the dragon is about to spawn, and you just died. I don't know, man. Shanks, we praised this player for his engaging support, but if you keep engaging like this for no reason, there's no objectives for contest, and you just burn your spells as well as your active items, then I don't know, man. This might just cost TODAK this next dragon.
Looking like it right now. Shanks. I guess he's seen better days, of course. But things just get a little bit sweaty between the two. And speaking of which, you know, things in Malaysia have been smoothed out for a little bit. Some certain restaurants will be able to open 24 hours again. I'm definitely happy about that. So
yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I have to take my mind off this game for a bit because there's a lot of things that are kind of frustrating. It's happening all over, but don't worry too much about it. Let's hope that these fights can be good. Now, the Akshan's pretty far, and Shanks, this is the time that he needs to start that fight pretty perfectly. But that's a steal from TODAK. They have kept their eyes on it the whole time, turning golden, and Neogate will be able to flash away safely. And this time, much cleaner. So I give them the credit for that.
Yeah, as soon as you say you want to take your mind off the game, and TODAK, they pull it off. The heist right there from Neogate, jumps in, smites the dragon, and it's not often we see junglers win this smite fight, especially in Wild Rift. It's just so hard, you know. I mean, the buttons are just so small, and if you can pull off a steal, it's just something that you really need to commemorate it for. And look at this swing fight. Once again, the bomb comes in, the taunt is there, but it doesn't matter. What they want is the dragon immediately goes in, smite it away, goes golden, waits for the cooldown, and flashes across the wall right away. And TODAK, they got what arguably is one of the most important dragon, or one of the more contested ones. It is the Infernal.
Yeah, I guess that's also on PathSeeker because they didn't really try to set any members onto the Pixel Brush, which the Rakan could easily do. Here comes the Tondo, gets the double, but Evolution quickly responds. Literally will lock them up into Cataclysm, where Hero's entrance will eventually knock Swift up in the air, but there's no follow-up. They've already been suffering a little bit of a beating. So TODAK, they just need to defend this only for the time being, and they could easily get that reset. So a little bit back and forth between both sides, but you gotta always keep an eye out on Emotion as well. He's starting to split push, and so long as you bring the Akshan or even the crowd away from those fights, these fights can become a whole lot more winnable for PSK.
Yeah, right now TODAK, they are 2,000 gold in the lead. A little bit more standing goal for them to grab here on the top side. The tower is almost about half down, but William is right here. However, Neogate as well as 4 members from TODAK, they are crawling in here to check and hide in this dead bush. Whoever walks in will most probably die, but PSK, they swift it, they smell it, and William is gonna throw a skill over just to check the bush.
Yeah, just a little bit of slash. Doesn't really hurt them all too much. Just takes out the edge of night, but Shanks now will have William being kept underneath the turret with the rest of PSK rotating over. Nothing much is being done here. Emotion could possibly use this time to clear out those 2 waves that there is over on the bottom side, and then rejoin the group, because that's where Crowd's going to respawn. So he can get the hit start if he wants to. But that Baron now had eyes all over the place. All the vision is being set. So PSK, they quickly rotate towards the top side, defending this to a tree. But here comes Evolution. Great taunt, as they will have them all charmed up. But it's Swift coming in from the back, as they will rupture the turret, but he will give his life up for it. Coming back with a voice staff, but not with his life.
What are you doing there? A little bit of an overextension there without vision. You're walking so far up. Yes, your tier 1 mid is still up, but nevertheless, you can never discount the damage coming in from PSK. It looks like they will start on the Baron, but immediately the Baron goes reset. So this buys a little bit more time for TODAK.
And here comes the rest of TODAK surrounding them. Instead, Evolution comes in just to hop all about. Newgate gets over the wall just to reposition, but that L4 of Baron is dropping down to 50%. Emotion pops all the way to the back, looking for Newgate. Newgate can still again. He tries, but he will not get it. That Hero's entrance will knock out the tree, but the rest of TODAK, they're slowly depleting. Boom! Fall drops upon them, and Crown is the only member left on to survive, but he will be taken out. Ace in the hole. Wild Rabbit is back, but what can he even do at this point?
Everybody from TODAK goes down. Yeah, Willem dies off of that exchange, but 4 members, they still have the Baron buff, and they look to secure the dragon as well. Look at this replay. Emotion, he zones away Newgate. He has to flash in, tries to get the steal, but this time around it wasn't enough. He wasn't on point. He loses his flash. He goes in, no way out. And TODAK, they're just so scattered in this fight. BSK cleans them off one by one like a mop on the floor, on the stains, and it's all gone. TODAK, a little bit, one misplay on that Baron lane. So Wild Rabbit loses his life, get the turret, but at what cost? The entire team was gone. They lose the Baron, they lose the Elder.
Okay, we gotta calm down for a little bit. So just to break down that past team fight as well, have you also noticed how well Evolution as well as Emotion work together just to hold every other member of TODAK back? And that creates that spacing between Newgate from getting into the pit. So now 3 versus 1, they want to exhaust one out of the Baron buffs out there, but that come-up is not going to do anything at all. But that buys so much time. Up in the mid lane, nobody's defending that tier 2, and that leaves as well as Wild Rabbit caught out, blown up as well. Cataclysm not even needed. They're gonna rush forward, but there is one member caught right down below. This Kha'Zix, how long can he hold while the rest of PSK is charging towards him as well? Now here comes the catch as well. Here comes the triple Manton. More fall! And once more, TODAK gets ace off completely. It's PSK coming in here to play to close off the final game of the series with the massive win that they definitely deserve.
This is a play from PSK, one misplay from TODAK, and they immediately take every single advantage that they can, pushed out TODAK, get the Baron, get the Elder, and just from that, they continue on pressing on where TODAK isn't on the map. They try to get Emotion. He is a Riven. He has dash. He has shield. You can't lock him down. They leave the base mid lane wide open for take. Just leave the rock. They just leave the Galio as well as the Ziggs to hold on to the mid lane, and PSK, they immediately capitalize on that. Goes in with the Rakan, charms and heal and knocks up, and he just explodes. Usually it's the Ziggs who explodes people, but this time around it's the Ziggs that goes, I don't know, man, maybe the bomb in his back just blew off and he to follow with it.
Yeah, if there's gonna be a personal MVP for me, it's gonna be Evolution. 2 times in a row he goes in for those picks, and it was so easy for the rest of PathSeekers to follow suit. So I don't think that it's major mistakes that TODAK is having in that past couple of fights. I think it's just them being forced into a scenario where they weren't exactly ready to just face off against the rest of it. But PathSeekers, of course, they've shown tremendous effort. Emotion once again popped off, especially on those late game fights. I think that really brought everything back towards what they've lost initially. TODAK have shown that, hey, they've finally found the strength to basically push on, but now suffering with this another defeat, it definitely is a bummer to close off the weekend here without them getting those wins that they've desired so far. And it just tells you that they just need to put in a whole lot more work in order to make it to the playoffs. So let's take a look at the post-game stats that we do have right here. And I gotta tell you this, I'm not really too impressed with Crown because he potentially could have offered a whole lot more on that Darius.
Yeah, definitely in the early game as well, he was getting dove. However, I don't blame him in the early game losses because PSK, they sent 3-person just to dive him, and without the flash and the barrier early in the game, he gets dived the second time. But as the game goes by, he's not able to offer a little bit more, as you mentioned. And once again, we don't see the Akshan pick coming in, popping off. The revives, I believe, never once proc in the game. And when Warabit was on the Corki, right, we see him popping off. He has the ability to reposition himself, but in this game on the Ziggs, 0, 3, and 10. That just shows you how, I mean, how unimpactful the entire game he was.
Well, I don't think that it's him being entirely unimpactful throughout the course. Like, if you pair it with another marksman that can create multiple threats, then I think, yes, Skylo, he definitely looked great in the early game. But while Rabbit, he didn't look to be all too efficient on the Ziggs. Sure, Ziggs always naturally dish out damages, but has he gotten any sort of pickups throughout the entire match? He only gets assists, and if you're just getting assists, you're not really gonna be, you know, like getting all these items up pretty quickly. Like, you only see 3 major items that was completed out there. While Newgate, he was trying to find those pickoffs all the way to the backline. It was Swift hitting into the late game that has been able to melt them down easily. Plus, yeah, you got the Akshan. Sure, can you melt down Riven, Diana, as well as Jarvan? You need one more marksman to do that, and that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, and with this time around, LXY on his Jarvan definitely looking a little bit better as compared to the second game. His Cataclysm this time around definitely hits onto the core targets here. Skylo, even though we know Akshan is a highly mobile champion, but inside the Cataclysm, it's not like the, you know, the world where he can just spin around in the Cataclysm. It doesn't work that way. So with the Cataclysm on, he's not able to escape. And William as well as Evolution, these two, every single time they have the Rakan as well as the Diana, the engages coming in from both this both these players are just so insane. And William, a lot of times he just pulls out a Moonfall that is so game changing.
That's right, and we're going to be looking into the damage output for a moment, and you can see that it's basically even distribution throughout the members of PSK. Newgate, he's just seeking golden opportunities. Like I said, while Rabbit, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage, sure, but is there any sort of lethal damage for the rest of TODAK to follow suit? Not entirely. And Crown, I'm definitely a little bit more disappointed on the Darius that was played out, because he at no point was he a huge threat for the rest of PathSeekers hitting to the mid game. In fact, it was Shanks that was doing a lot of the tanking, trying to pull it right back for the T, where he's just basically that meat shield that tries to create opportunities with those on, and you saw how decent they were. Sometimes they were a little bit too far away, where it's hard for them to follow up. And if you're always gonna get in trouble as a Darius, you're basically forcing Shanks to not use his ultimate for a situation that's gonna be a losing case anyway. So I think that was really rough for them, but I definitely gotta give credit back to their sheer effort that they've put back into. But PathSeekers definitely look like they're just having inches away from, you know, certain defeat, and that they knew how to basically turn the game back onto their favor. I think their composition that they pull up definitely looks to be something that's a whole lot more reliable, and they have pulled through till the end. So we're gonna be getting our way into highlights before we speak to some members of PathSeekers.
And this is where the... wait, let me recall here. So this is where Swift was popping off, and Evolution, he gets a lot of the charms in, but New Kid in this particular team fight was able to clean out a lot of members from PSK. However, William, he gets a return kill onto Warrabbit, and after that, it was sure, it gets a quarter kill like you mentioned, but there were no objectives on the map for the take. It is, and then once again, Newgate gets the dragon here, but out of it doesn't really matter. When you're forced to do steals on objectives, you know that you're playing from behind.
Yeah, I guess that there's only so many things that you can possibly do, but this team by itself, it's really about evolution as well as emotion. Look at both of these guys, basically chasing everyone down. The rest was just basically following suit. So Crown, he honestly didn't really have all too much to do. So it's really rough for them, especially with this catch right down below. Like, they got not only Wild Rabbit caught up, but it was basically an easy push just to ensure that they get everything in the back, because you have so many forms of initiation. LXY, Evolution, Emotion, as well as William. All 4 of these players can start the fight, and I think this is why it was giving a tough time for TODAK to really counter whatever they've got on the other side.
Yeah, whenever one of those 4 engages onto a fight, it forces a flash out of TODAK, and the next following engage that comes in, that you do not have those escape mechanisms coming in from Team TODAK. But like you mentioned, PSK, they weren't really that clean in this game. TODAK make them work for it, and at the end of the day, a win is a win, and PSK, they got it out of really good team coordination plays coming in right here. Like you mentioned, Emotion as well as Evolution, a lot of times are just zoning off the members of TODAK, and Newgate, he just have to, resolve to try and steal those objectives coming in. And yeah, you get one objective, but that's it. You don't get to do it again. But however, let's take a little bit of a insight on the team as we go into a interview with Swift from PathSeeker.
Hello.
Congratulations,
Test.
Swift, and welcome on board. Yeah, we can hear you clearly. So,
Okay.
Swift, after that grueling round of a 3-game series, how are you and the rest of PathSeekers feeling right now?
We are feeling relieved because I don't think we played well and we haven't been playing well for a very long time. So yeah, finally got a win after a very long time.
Yeah, I think that throughout the course of this WCS, it definitely has been a tough competition for everybody. But after taking this win against TODAK, of course, with that pressure being taken off, was there a certain thing that when you came into this series where you guys had something that you need to prepare for against TODAK? Because we can see that their form currently may be shaky, but they've shown that they could also upset teams like even SEM9.
Okay.
Well, not exactly. I
This...
think I got it wrong.
Close to.
Yeah.
Close. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
going to this game, I've been telling my team, put me on carries, and it finally happened. But unfortunately, it's not the carry I wanted. The carry I wanted, maybe you guys will see like down the road. But yeah, I'm not gonna say what's the carry I wanted to play. But yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna be our little secret for now, but I really do want to look into that in future games. So you popped off on that Vayne on that past game, and a lot of Vayne players out there have certain struggle. Was there any of these opponents from TODAK that were giving you a hard time on that third game?
No, none of them were really focusing me, and I'm not very sure why.
That's a good sign.
Yeah. So I'm just positioning normally, but none of them are going for flanks. Even got one time on the second game when I was on Kaiser, I was the super fat carry, but the Olaf had a flank, but he proceeded to attack the tanks instead of me. So I'm very confused about what they are doing as well. But never mind, they still won the second game, so yeah.
Yeah, about that second game, I think it was basically a nail biter where it's like a 50-50 flip, right? Where if whoever else dies first will eventually get the Nexus. But that situation where you were basically stuck in that pit, we saw that you were getting away with so many of all those kills. You got a triple by that. Like, were you like, was that like the moment where your whole team was basically shouting and stuff like that? Like, because like that all their health bars were low. So was yours. So I guess that was really heartbreaking that eventually you guys dropped that game, huh?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, none of us were really shouting because we already knew Saul lost the fight. It was just me 1v5 at that point. So like, okay, it's already over. Yeah.
Despite that, you really did well throughout the course of the best of 3. So, any guesses of MVP from your team in particular this time around?
I've been looking at KDAs. It's probably me. not trying to be like brag or anything, but I think it looks like KDA. Yeah.
Okay, we shall find out whether or not would you be the MVP or could it be LXY. So, production, time for us to unveil who is the MVP of the match this time around.
Oh,
it is Emotion.
Okay. That makes sense also.
Which is so he has about 63% kill participation and damage per minute is off the charts here.
Was this a surprise to you by any chance?
That makes sense also because he did a lot of damage in the all 3 games. Yeah.
Yeah, I think especially in that third matchup itself where he was playing, if I'm not mistaken, on the Riven, where he was creating a lot of space along with your support evolution, and that allowed you guys to basically pick up the Baron and also eventually won team fight. I think that was essential for you guys to open up more spacing in towards the map itself, and I think overall you guys are definitely well on your way to get your lead into the playoff stage. So are you feeling confident about all the other upcoming matches to come for the next week?
We don't mind losing all our matches as long as we can get in. Yeah, that's all.
All right. I guess that's the most important thing that is currently happening, right?
Yeah.
Like, so long as you get to the playoffs, you have that chance to race to the finish line. I think that's the most important. So there's still probably a lot of stress that you guys have been keeping, huh? If that's only the case. I see. All the nod is all I need. So no worries. We'll just keep that for later. So, hey, any questions that you have for Dear Swift here?
Now, I guess you about covered it all.
Okay, if that's the case, any words that you will possibly want to give to people who are supporting PathSeekers who are on their journey to the playoffs of WCS?
No.
No
okay,
words.
shout out to Shasha Lala for the camera webcam. Okay, that's all.
Wow, Shasha Lala. I want a camera for myself too. Well, I do have one, so I don't really need it. But of course, big ups to you, Shasha Lala. And thank you so much, Swift. It's definitely a pleasure to have you here. Congratulations for the wins once more. So go ahead, grab yourself a good dinner to celebrate with your teammates, all right?
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you. A lot of secrecy going around.
Yeah, he's a man of a few words, I gotta say, but I like the attitude. Like, he says, yep, I can drop how many ever games I want to. I just want to get into playoffs already and show them what we've got. So I guess we just have to wait. Like, hey, PathSeekers definitely showed some convincing fight early on, although it was a little bit shaky, as we've already been able to see Swift carrying some of all these team fights pretty well. So I think that they're still needing a little bit more time to, of course, get up to 100% of speed. But that's all the matches that we have for today. So I guess eventually we will have to say goodbye, but not just yet, because we have some news to, of course, give to all of you guys, because we got to update the standings in case you may have missed out some of the matches early on. So the egg, it's definitely a pleasure to pass along with you. So
I actually have something. No, I actually have something to tell you. It's a little bit off game, but it's a personal experience for me, which I feel like it's kind of happy. You know, 2 days ago I was playing solo rank. I was playing rank, and then as I was matched into the lobby, one of these guys, he just said, "Hey, DA, caster WCS MYSG, I know you. You're an English caster." I'm like, "Oh, somebody knows me," and deep inside, I just feel so good, man.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you on board here, and well, I'm definitely happy for you as well. But you know what? Some teams today are happy, some days, some of them are not. But we gotta take a look at the standings to see why is it the case. So, with that, lo and behold, the standings of Week 3.
Well, right here we have the top two teams practically standing there, not shifting a little bit. 8-1 for SEM9 as well as LFO. But from there on, it seems to me that there are a little bit of a shift in these team positions. We have Team Watermelon going up and with the scoreline of 6-3. Watermelon and Phantom6 has switched position here, but after that, Upcar, PathSeeker, TODAK as well as Reach the Peak, they are maintaining onto their similar standings here.
That's right, they're being drawn into the 4th position, but with PathSeeker's win, they're basically holding that golden ticket for the playoffs here. TODAK, they had that one chance. It was down to that one game to tie it even with PathSeeker, and this is where, you know, TODAK's just got to work harder, got to beat those bigger teams all the way up in the standings, while Reach the Peak hasn't really had the energy to climb the mountain, as they have not won a single game at all. It's been rough for them. 9 series have passed and they have not gotten any points at all, unfortunately. So is there some grand comeback Cinderella stories that we're expecting here, DA, that you're looking forward to in the upcoming weeks?
Well, definitely looking forward to a Cinderella story, man. But before that, let's take a look at the schedules and let's see which teams and which matches we are looking forward to more here. So next week on the first day, we have P6 versus LFO, PSKRTP, followed by Upcar versus TODAK, and finally SEM9 versus Watermelon. So the last matchup here is the more interesting one, I guess.
Well, actually, there's a whole lot of great games here for us to look forward to. Phantom6 versus LFO. I think that Phantom6 have been able to upset some of all the other teams. LFO, I think they've come prepared and they like to have some shenanigans. I wonder what will happen in the very first game, and of course we saved the best for last. SEM9 versus Watermelon. Another take on two teams that have high potential to take it all the way to the Southeast Asia Finals. So make sure you don't miss any of all these matchups as we'll continue on with our upcoming games here for you to look forward to on the Friday evening. So by then, you guys could possibly lock in your calendar, get yourself some popcorn, prepare your dinner, watch it with your loved ones, because it's definitely gonna be a good time here in the WCS MYSG. You've definitely shared a lot of good things about, you know, being here for the very first time in WCS, and for me, I'm definitely happy to work alongside you as well as everyone behind the production crew and the rest of the talents, especially the ones from Singapore as well, as we are basically working with them for the very first time. So this new season definitely is refreshing, and I hope that one day we get to sit down together on the table and just have some laughs and giggles throughout the day. But of course, I hope everyone that's currently tuning in could possibly do us a good favor. If you are watching from Twitch or even on YouTube, go ahead and follow as well as subscribe to all the latest happenings of Wild Rift Esports. So you can do that by heading to Facebook, as well by dropping a like on WCS Malaysia and Singapore. And till then, we'll be able to give you all the great details that you need to keep up to what's happening throughout all of it. So, Diego, I guess that's all that we have for today. Any last words, my boy?
Well, tune in to YouTube and WCS MYSG next week, and we will catch you guys soon.
Here we go now.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes, yes, Lord. I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Dean Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. count of three.